The Han estate was the kind of house that did not look like a house from the outside. From the street, it looked like a museum that had been mistaken for a residence by a postman with a working knowledge of foreign embassies. 3 stories of black granite. A driveway that took 30 seconds to walk down at a steady pace. 2 camellia trees that bloomed unnaturally early because the gardener had been ordered to make them bloom early. A staff of 19, of whom only 3 actually knew the family. On the morning of the 2nd of March, the entire driveway was lit. The lights had been on since 5 in the morning. The household had been awake since 4. The cars in the carriageway, 3 black sedans, 1 cream-colored convertible, 1 truck for hauling the boys' belongings out, had been positioned by valets in the dark and then repositioned twice when the master of the house had stepped out to inspect them. Han Daewoo was 17 years old. He stood in the white marble entry hall in clothes that did not fit him. A charcoal hoodie 1 size too large, jeans worn at the knees, a pair of black-rimmed glasses that had not been prescribed because he did not need glasses, a fall of brown hair that he had not cut in 8 months because the family barber had been told to refuse him last September. There were 2 suitcases at his feet. The suitcases had been packed by the head housekeeper in less than an hour. There was nothing of value in them. Anything of value had been confiscated yesterday afternoon when the lawyers had handed his father the report. The report sat on the side table by the door in a manila folder. The first page of the report was a paternity test. The second page was a paternity test. The third page was the paternity test of a different man who was standing 15 feet behind Daewoo in a wool coat that fit him perfectly. The third man's name was Han Cheolsu. He was also 17 years old. He had spent the last 17 years in a small mountain temple where a kind, elderly couple had raised him after finding him on the steps as a 1-month-old infant. He had the same cheekbones as Daewoo's mother. He had the same hairline as Daewoo's father. He had the eyes of an actual Han. The Hans had been looking for him for 2 years, ever since a hospital had filed an irregularity report on the night of 2 births 17 years ago. And they had found him 3 weeks ago, and they had brought him here yesterday, and they had told Daewoo last night, after dinner, in the study, in the polite, level voice the master of the house used for board decisions and for cutting people loose. The cutting had been quick. The legal disinheritance had been signed at midnight. The relocation of his name from the family register had been filed at 6 this morning. The bank account that had borne his name for 17 years had been closed at 6:15. The credit card had been cut up at 6:20 by his father in front of him with a pair of gold-handled office scissors. The school had been called at 6:30. The school had been told that the family would no longer be paying the tuition of one Han Daewoo, effective immediately, and that any further inquiries should be directed to no one in particular, because the Hans no longer recognized the name. At 7 in the morning, Madame Han had come down to the entry hall in a cream-colored bathrobe and a face she had perfected over the course of 41 years of marriage and money. She had not looked at him. She had looked at the 2 suitcases. She had looked at her real son Jae-sung, and her face had softened into the slow private smile of a woman re-meeting a child she had been weeping over for 2 years. She had stroked Jae-sung's cheek with the back of one finger. She had not looked at Daewoo at all. Han Cheolsu, master of the house, founder of the Han Group, 56 years old, in the same charcoal 3-piece he wore to board meetings, stood at the bottom of the stairs with the report in his hand and a glass of barley tea in the other. He drank from the tea before he spoke. He did not seem angry. He had never been the kind of man who got angry at people who could not affect him. "You will not contact this family," he said. Daewoo did not answer. "You will not contact this family," Cheolsu said again, in the precise, even tone he used at board meetings, by phone, by letter, by visit, by intermediary, by social media, by school correspondence, or through any third party for any reason. "If you contact this family, I will sue you for harassment. I will win. You will then owe damages you cannot pay, and your situation, which is already bad, will become substantially worse. Do you understand?" Daewoo did not answer. Do you understand? Cheolsu repeated. The 17-year-old boy in the entry hall, who had been raised in this house since he was an infant, who had been told his entire life that he was the son of this man, who had loved this man badly but loved him, looked at his father and felt something inside his chest he could not name. He opened his mouth. I understand, he said. Behind him, Han Jae-sung, the real son, the returning son, the one who had been kept 17 years by a kindly elderly couple in a mountain temple, said quietly, Father, can he take his books? He may take what is in the suitcases. His books are in his room. They were never his books. The books in his room were purchased on this family's account. They will remain in this family's possession. If he wishes to buy his own books in the future, he may do so. Yes, Father. Cheolsu nodded. He set the barley tea down on the side table next to the manila folder. He gestured to the open front door. The driveway lights were on. The truck was waiting. The cream-colored convertible was for Jae-sung, who would be driven to school in it at 8:30, in his new uniform, with his new student ID, with his new last name on the new student ID. The truck was for the suitcases. Walk, Cheolsu said. Daewoo bent and picked up his suitcases. They were not heavy. The handle of the left one had a small crack in it. He stood with one in each hand. The hoodie sleeves came down past his knuckles. His glasses slid down his nose. He pushed them up with his shoulder. He walked to the door. At the door he stopped. He turned. He looked back into the white marble hall for the last time. His mother, the woman who had been his mother, was standing with one hand on Jae-sung's shoulder, her face the perfect, soft, private smile of a woman who had recovered her child. She did not look at Daewoo. She did not turn her head. Her hand on Jae-sung's shoulder did not move. His father was already walking back up the stairs. Daewoo stepped out into the morning. The door closed behind him. A staff member he had known for 12 years, a woman named Ms. Park who had brought him hot ginger tea every winter morning of his childhood, stood beside the truck without looking at him. She had been instructed not to. The truck driver took the suitcases without speaking, loaded them, closed the rear door. Where am I going? Daewoo said. The address on the manifest, sir. What address? A studio apartment in the Mapo district. The lease is paid through this month. After this month, it is your responsibility. There is a key in the front pocket of the smaller suitcase. There is no other instruction. Whose apartment? It was purchased yesterday afternoon by the family's holding company for this purpose. The family no longer owns it. It was transferred to your name at midnight. The mortgage is in your name. The first payment is due in 28 days. There is a mortgage. Yes, sir. Oh, I am sorry, sir. She had not been supposed to say that. She had said it anyway. The driver looked at her. She looked at the ground. She turned and walked back into the house without looking at him. Daewoo got into the passenger seat of the truck. The truck started. The truck rolled down the long driveway, past the camellia trees that had been forced to bloom early, past the gate that swung shut behind them with the deliberate slow grace of a thing that was not in a hurry. He saw, through the back window, his mother turning to embrace Jae-sung in the entry hall. He saw, through the side window, Ms. Park standing at the edge of the front garden, watching the truck go. He saw, through the windscreen as the truck turned out onto the boulevard, a street he had never had to know the name of because he had never had to travel it by ground. The truck merged into traffic. Daewoo took his glasses off. He looked at his hands. His hands were shaking. He thought, very clearly, about his real biological parents, the ones who had raised Jae-sung as their own and been told 3 weeks ago that he was not their son, the ones who had handed Jae-sung over to the Hans and gone back to their own house, and lived with the discovery for 3 weeks before climbing into their old sedan and driving north on the highway out of the city. They had been dead for 11 days. The police had said it was an accident. The accident had been on a straight stretch of road in good weather, and the car had drifted across the median into the path of an oncoming truck, and the driver of the truck had survived, and the elderly couple had not. He had not been told until after the funeral. The Hans had not seen the point. He had no one to go to. He had no money, no name, no school after the next 28 days, no bank, no relatives, no friends, because the rich kids at his school did not befriend a boy who showed up in a hoodie 3 sizes too big and who never spoke, and whose father everyone knew did not like him, and a mortgage on a studio apartment in the Mapo district that he had not seen and could not afford. He looked at his hands. His hands were still shaking. He thought, distantly, in the back of his mind, with the small, detached clarity of a person who has had everything taken from him in a single morning and has nothing left to lose. I do not want to be this person anymore. He thought, I do not want to be this person anymore. He thought, I would rather be anyone else. The traffic light went red. The truck stopped. Han Daewoo, 17, fake heir of the Han family, recently disinherited, currently in transit to a mortgaged studio apartment in the Mapo district with 2 suitcases of his clothes in the back of the truck and a face he no longer wanted, closed his eyes. He never opened them again. What opened them, 11 seconds later, was someone else. The someone else's name had been Daniel Reyes. Daniel Reyes had been 29 years old at the time of his death, 6'3", a third-generation Filipino-American who had grown up in San Diego boxing in his uncle's garage and had ended up running a 5-discipline martial arts gym in East Los Angeles. He had held black belts or their equivalent in boxing, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, Taekwondo, Aikido, and Karate. He had fought amateur for 9 years and professional for 3. He had given up the pro circuit at 27 because he had been good enough to make a living and not good enough to make a name. And he had decided he would rather teach kids in his neighborhood than spend the rest of his 30s getting his face rearranged for $16,000 purses. He had been engaged. He had been 1 week from his 30th birthday. He had been crossing a parking lot at midnight with a bag of groceries when the drunk driver had come up the wrong lane at 70 miles per hour. He had not seen the car. He remembered the parking lot. He remembered the bag of groceries. There had been mangoes in it. His fiancée had asked him to pick up mangoes. And he remembered the white flare of headlights from his left. And he remembered thinking, oh, very calmly, the way a person thinks when there is no time left for any other thought. He did not remember dying. He remembered opening his eyes in the passenger seat of a truck in a city he had never been to, in a body that was not his, with 2 suitcases in the back and a name in his head that was not his name, and 17 years of memories of a life that was not his sitting at the back of his skull like a heavy folder pushed against the wall of his mind. He blinked. He felt the strange wrongness of an unfamiliar bone structure under his face. He felt the wrong length of his own arms. He felt, with the sharp, instinctive clarity of a fighter who had spent his life paying attention to his own body, the muscle tone of a 17-year-old who had been working out in secret for years in his closet at 4 in the morning and had then hidden it under a hoodie 3 sizes too big. He looked down at his hands. They were narrower than his own had been. The fingers were longer. They had been shaking when he had taken over. They were not shaking anymore. He looked at the side mirror. The face in the mirror was a face he did not recognize. Young, pale, bone structure he could already tell was good, hidden under unkempt brown hair that fell past the jaw, and a pair of glasses he could already tell were unprescribed. The eyes behind the glasses were brown. Not quite brown. Brown with a faint warm glint that the dim mirror could not entirely render but which would, in better light, red as gold. He took the glasses off. He folded them. He put them in the chest pocket of the hoodie. He pulled the hood back. He ran one hand through the brown fall of his own hair and felt it stop at the jaw. He took the hair tie off his wrist, the body's wrist, the old Daewoo's wrist, who had worn the hair tie because the long hair had been pretense and pretense had been heavy, and he tied the hair back into a loose, low ponytail, and he pulled the hoodie off over his head. Under the hoodie, the 17-year-old body had abdominals visible under the thin white t-shirt he had been wearing as a base layer. 6 of them defined. Shoulders developed. Chest filled out. Arms, not enormous, but cleanly muscled. The muscle of a young man who had been doing pull-ups on his closet door since he was 13 because nobody in his family would ever ask him to stop. He looked at the body's reflection in the side mirror. He laughed. It was a quiet, dry laugh, Daniel's laugh, in Daewoo's throat, and the truck driver glanced sideways at him with a faint puzzled look, because the boy in the passenger seat had not made a sound in 20 minutes and was now laughing at his own reflection. "Sir," the driver said. "I'm fine," Daewoo said. His voice came out lower than it had been a moment ago, because he had unclenched the throat the old Daewoo had spent years keeping clenched. He cleared it. He turned his head and looked at the driver properly for the first time. The driver was a man in his 40s with kind eyes who had not chosen this assignment. "What's your name?" Daewoo said. "Mr. Sung, sir." "Mr. Sung, thank you for the ride. Drop me at the address. You won't see me again. I don't want you to get in trouble. If they ask, tell them I cried the whole way and didn't say anything. That's the story they want to hear." Mr. Sung stared at him for a long moment. "Yes, sir." "It's not sir, Mr. Sung. Not anymore. Just Daewoo." "Yes." "Drive." Mr. Sung drove. Han Daewoo, late of the Han family, currently of a Filipino-American boxer's soul transplanted into his 17-year-old body by means he did not understand and did not, at this exact moment, particularly care about, leaned back in the passenger seat of the truck, closed his eyes, and began to inventory the things he now knew. He knew Daewoo's 17 years. He knew the names of the people at the school. He knew the names of the household staff. He knew the bank account balance of the bank account that had been closed 3 hours ago and which had held, at the moment of closure, the precise sum of 01. He knew the names of the 7 kids at school who had bullied Daewoo for being quiet, and the name of the girl Daewoo had been in love with for 3 years and who had rejected him 8 times. He knew the address of the studio apartment they were driving to, and he knew, because Daewoo had quietly checked the listing on his phone in the small hours of the night before everything had been taken from him, that it was on the 4th floor of a 6-story walk-up above a noodle shop, and that the rent was just barely manageable on a part-time job, and that the mortgage payment on the studio was 3 times that. He knew, also, the things Daniel had brought with him. He knew Muay Thai. He knew boxing. He knew BJJ. He knew judo. He knew taekwondo. He knew aikido. He knew karate. He knew how to teach. He knew, from his last 6 years running the gym, how to run a small business in a tight neighborhood. He knew how to file taxes for a sole proprietor. He knew how to write a marketing flyer that did not embarrass him. He knew how to read a P&L statement. He knew which mutual funds had not yet been invented in this year of this world, because the date on the dashboard of the truck was 3 years behind the date Daniel had died on. And he knew which technologies had not yet hit consumer markets here, and which ones would in the next 24 months, and which were dogs that would never recover. He knew, in particular, the name of one specific app that was about to launch and that would, in the world he had come from, become the 2nd largest food delivery platform on the continent inside of 18 months, and which had IPO'd at a 30 times multiple, and which was, at this exact moment, 3 months away from raising its first public investor round at a valuation that was 1/10 of what its growth curve would justify. He knew the names of 7 companies whose stock would triple in the next 9 months. He knew, fundamentally, that he was going to be all right. The truck stopped in front of a noodle shop. The shop was halfway down a narrow side street in the Mapo district. The sign above the shop was hand-painted. The smell coming out of the shop was excellent. 4th floor, apartment 403, Mr. Sung said. Keys in the smaller suitcase, front pocket. The building stairs are around the side. Thanks. Daewoo got out. He pulled the suitcases out of the back. He nodded to Mr. Sung. Mr. Sung looked at him a moment longer, at the boy who had laughed in the passenger seat, who had taken his glasses off and tied his hair back and lost the hunch. And then Mr. Sung nodded back, once, and pulled away from the curb. Han Daewoo, 17 years old, 6'2", with the muscle tone of a closet-trained kid and the soul of a 30-year-old fighter, and a future he had not yet built, but had already begun planning. Stood on the sidewalk outside a noodle shop in the Mapo district with 2 suitcases and no family. He took a slow breath. He smelled the noodles. He was, distantly, surprised at how good he felt. "Right," he said quietly. "Let's go to work." Part 1. The New Skin. Chapter 1. The Studio. The studio was, as advertised, on the 4th floor of a 6-story walk-up above a noodle shop. It was the size of a parking space. It had a window looking out over the side street, a sink, a half-fridge, a single induction burner, a folded-down futon, a closet the width of his shoulders, and a small Korean-style hot water heater that had clearly been installed in a previous decade. The walls were clean. The floor was clean. The futon smelled new. Whoever the family's holding company had paid to prep it had been thorough. It was, in honest terms, 10 times nicer than the first apartment Daniel Reyes had rented when he had moved out of his mother's house at 19. He set the suitcases down. He sat on the edge of the futon. He put his palms flat on his knees and breathed in and out for a minute, the way he had taught his fighters to breathe before stepping into the ring, until his pulse settled. Then he stood up. He opened the suitcases. The clothes were sad. The clothes were the clothes of a kid who had been hiding in his own life. 3 identical charcoal hoodies. 5 identical pairs of jeans worn at the knees. A drawer's worth of unmarked black t-shirts in a size too large. 1 school uniform. Changhua International Academy. The school crest stitched in silver on the breast pocket. The only piece of clothing in either suitcase that actually fit. 1 pair of dress shoes. 1 pair of beaten white sneakers. A toothbrush cup, a small bottle of unscented shampoo, a laptop, 3 years old, scratched, with a sticker of a band Daewoo had liked at 14 on the lid. A phone, the cheap model the family had downgraded him to last summer when his original phone had been confiscated for an offense he could no longer remember. The phone was still on. He checked it. The phone account was still active. It would not be for long. He guessed 48 hours before the family's lawyer thought of it and had it shut down. He had 48 hours. He sat on the futon and made a list. Hour 1. Cut hair. Buy razor. Shower. Throw out everything I currently own except the school uniform and 1 pair of sneakers. Hour 2. Open a free brokerage account. Move what little money exists into it. Hour 3. List every short-term gig in this district that pays cash today. Hour 4. Eat. Hour 5 through 10. Sleep. Day 2. Sign up for online identity verification with the bank. Use the school address. Use the school's Wi-Fi. Borrow a charger. Day 3. Walk into the gym district. Find a fight gym that needs a sparring partner. Offer to spar for cash. Day 4. Find a tutoring agency. Offer English and math tutoring at half rate for cash. Use Daewoo's school transcript to prove qualification. Day 5. Re-enter school. Pay the tuition with stalling. Buy time. Use the time to build the company. Day 28. The mortgage payment. Day 56. The first round of the company. Day 90. Solvent. Day 365. Owns the school. He looked at the list for a moment. He laughed. He pulled a pen out of the desk drawer. He wrote it down. He set it on the windowsill where the morning light would hit it in the morning. Then he stood up, took the cheap razor out of the toiletries kit, walked to the small bathroom mirror, and started cutting his hair. He cut it in chunks. He did not bother trying to make it pretty. He cut it short along the sides, left 2 inches on top, evened out the fringe by holding it between his fingers and trimming straight across. The brown hair fell in clumps into the sink. The face in the mirror, as the hair came off, was a face he had not actually seen until now. Daewoo's face, without the curtain, without the glasses, without the slouch. It was a young face. It was an extremely good face. The cheekbones were sharp. The jaw was clean. The nose was straight, the eyebrows full and dark, the mouth slightly upturned at the corners in a way that, with a different posture, would have looked permanently amused. The hair, short on the sides and a finger length on top, framed it cleanly. The eyes, now that he was looking at them under decent bathroom light, were not brown. They were brown with a clear gold core, the color of dark honey held up to a window. Hunter's eyes. The kind of eyes that did not have to do anything to make people look twice. He stared at himself for a long moment. "Damn, kid," he said. He pulled the white t-shirt off. He stood shirtless in front of the mirror. He turned his back to it and looked over his shoulder. Down the entire length of his back, from the base of his neck to the top of his hips, was a dragon. The dragon had been tattooed in fine black ink with green gold scaling, full traditional East Asian dragon design, long coiled body, four-clawed feet, single straight horn, whiskers framing a closed mouth, body wrapping around the spine in 3 full coils. The work was extraordinary. The work was the work of a master artist who had spent a great many hours on it. The work was, in particular, not new. The lines had the slight softness of a tattoo that had healed and settled and been touched up. He stared at it. "What?" he said to no one. He searched Daewoo's memory. Daewoo's memory had a brief, embarrassed answer. At 15, Daewoo had, in one of the only acts of rebellion he had ever managed against his father, used a stolen credit card to commission a back tattoo from a master tattoo artist in the Gangnam district whose studio he had picked from a fashion magazine. He had paid in cash, 6 sessions over 4 months. On weekends his father had been out of the country. He had told no one. He had never taken his shirt off in front of anyone. He had been waiting, in the soft, despairing way teenagers wait for things, for the day he would have a reason to show it. The day had never come. Daniel Reyes, in Daewoo's body, looking at the dragon over his shoulder in the bathroom mirror, raised one eyebrow. "Respect, kid," he said quietly. "You had taste." He put the t-shirt back on. He went back into the main room. He pulled the school uniform out of the suitcase, laid it flat on the futon, and inspected it. It was clean. It was good cloth. It had been tailored. It would do. He looked at the rest of the clothes. He looked at the 3 charcoal hoodies. He picked them up. He carried them to the small trash bin under the sink. He dropped them in. He picked up the 5 pairs of jeans worn at the knees. He dropped them in. He picked up the drawer's worth of unmarked black t-shirts in a size too large. He dropped them in. He picked up the unprescribed glasses. He looked at them. He dropped them in. He kept the unscented shampoo, the toothbrush, the cup, the laptop, the phone, the school uniform, the pair of white sneakers, which he could clean, and the small wallet that contained no money, 3 loyalty cards for places he would never go, and a school ID for Changhua International Academy in the name of Han Daewoo, Year 3, Class A, student number 17. He looked at the photo on the school ID. The photo on the school ID was the old Daewoo, hunched, long-haired, glasses, dead-eyed, hiding. He looked at his own face in the small reflection of the laptop screen. He smiled. He thought, with the small private pleasure of a fighter who had just been handed a fresh wrap of tape and a corner that did not smell of cigarettes. "All right. We're up." Chapter 2, The First Day Back. He went back to school on the 3rd day after the kick-out. He went back on the 3rd day because he had spent day 1 cutting his hair, opening the brokerage account on the phone, and walking the district to find the noodle shop downstairs, which would accept a part-time cash dishwasher 3 nights a week, 11.1 an hour, the corner convenience store, which would not, the gym district 2 metro stops away, which had 4 fight gyms, 2 karate only, 1 boxing only, 1 mixed. The mixed gym had a head coach who said he would think about the sparring offer if Daewoo could pass a 1-round audition, and a tutoring agency that took walk-ins, who had hired him on the spot once they saw his Daewoo's grades, paid cash at the end of each session, and put him on a high school physics tutoring rotation that started the following week. He had spent day 2 passing the audition at the mixed gym in 46 seconds, against a 22-year-old Korean ex-conscript named Jean, who had ringed Daewoo up at $300 on the sparring schedule based on Daewoo's appearance and had not been ready for a teenager who slipped a jab, took a leg kick on the shin without flinching, closed the distance in 3 steps, landed a clean left hook to the body, and put Jean in a side mount inside 30 seconds. The head coach had stared. Jean had laughed and tapped the floor with both hands. The head coach had offered Daewoo $100 a session, 3 sessions a week, cash. Daewoo had taken it. He had cleared his first 601 by the end of day 2, plus a paid dishwashing shift downstairs that ran from 9 to midnight, plus a single English tutoring session the agency had handed him for an emergency because the regular tutor had canceled. He had 3,001 in his pocket by the morning of day 3. He had paid 2 months of the mortgage in advance with money he did not have to a bank teller who had eyed the cash with mild suspicion and accepted it. He had eaten breakfast at the noodle shop on the house. The owner, who was a wiry man in his 60s named Mr. Bay who had cooked for the same neighborhood for 40 years, had taken one look at Daewoo washing dishes at the back of his shop the night before and had said, "Eat tomorrow. You're too thin." And Mr. Bay had served him a bowl of xiaoliangtang the size of his head with extra brisket, free of charge, while Daewoo sat at the back booth in his school uniform and read the morning's market reports on his phone. By 8 in the morning, Han Daewoo walked through the gates of Changhua International Academy in a uniform that actually fit, with his hair short, without the glasses, with a quiet readiness in his shoulders that had not been there a week ago, with 2 months of mortgage paid behind him and a half-formed business plan in his head, and the gold in his eyes catching the morning light as he stepped through the marble archway and into the front courtyard of the most expensive high school in the city. The courtyard noticed. It noticed in stages. The first stage was the front gate guards, who did not recognize him and started to step forward to stop him before they saw the school crest on his blazer and stopped. The second stage was the cluster of third-year girls by the magnolia bush who had been speaking with the urgent intensity of people whose entire morning was dedicated to gossip and who stopped speaking mid-sentence. The third stage was 2 of the boys from the basketball team, Minjun and Hyuk, who had spent the past 2 years occasionally tripping Daewoo in the hall for sport, who looked up as he passed them and visibly failed to recognize him, then visibly recognized him, then visibly did not know what to do with the recognition. He nodded at them. Friendly. Mild. Minjun's mouth opened slightly. He did not say anything. Daewoo kept walking. By the time he reached the front steps of the main building, the courtyard buzz had started. He could hear it behind him, a low, gathering hum of "Is that Han Daewoo?" and no, look, and what? He climbed the steps. At the top of the steps stood a girl in the Year 3 uniform. She was holding a clipboard. She had short black hair cut precisely at the jaw, square shoulders, posture so straight that even the school's bag strap on her shoulder did not slouch. Choi Ariam, Year 3 Class A, Student Council President, top of the class for 6 consecutive semesters, daughter of a Supreme Court justice and a constitutional scholar, the kind of girl whose handwriting was visible from across a classroom. She had glanced up at the noise from the courtyard. Her eyes had found Daewoo on the steps. Her eyes had not moved. He stopped in front of her. He bowed. A small polite bow. The bow of an underclassman to a class officer, even though they were the same year. President Choi. Good morning. Her eyes narrowed by a precise degree. Han Daewoo. Yes. You are listed as withdrawn. There's been a clerical error. There has not been a clerical error. The tuition was returned to the family's accounts office this morning at 6. The withdrawal was filed at 6:30. Your name was removed from the student register at 7. You should not be on this campus. You should not have been allowed through the gate. I will be having a word with the gate staff. I understand. The tuition is being repaid. There was a misunderstanding with my family. It will be corrected by end of week. Until then, I am attending classes. You are not. I am. She stared at him. She stared at him because, in 3 years of being his classmate, she had not heard him use that voice. She had not heard him use any voice with any audible spine in it. She had not heard him use complete sentences. She had not heard him meet her eyes. She was meeting his eyes now, and his eyes were a slightly gold brown that she was, with the small clean precision of her own mind, noticing that she had not noticed before. The tuition is approximately 14 million won a semester, she said. I'm aware, and it has been withdrawn. By the family, not by me. I will be paying it personally. The accounts office will be receiving a deposit by Friday. From what source? My own. You do not have an own source. I do as of 2 days ago. What source? He smiled at her. The smile was small. The smile was the smile of a man who had been a 30-year-old gym owner before he had been a 17-year-old fake heir, and who had run small businesses in tighter neighborhoods than this one for longer than this girl had been wearing the student council pin. President Choi, he said quietly, I appreciate the diligence. I do. You're doing your job. I'll get you a receipt by Friday. If by end of Friday the accounts office hasn't received the deposit, you can have me removed by security. Until then, I'd like to attend the first period chemistry, which I believe starts in 7 minutes. Will you let me through? She looked at him for a long, considering, full count of 3 seconds. She stepped aside. Friday, she said. Friday. He walked past her into the main building. Behind him, on the steps, the student council president stood for a moment longer with her clipboard at her side and a small, thoughtful frown on her face, watching the back of a boy she had not, until this moment, properly looked at in 3 years. She made a small note in the corner of her clipboard. The note read, Han Daewoo, re-examine. Chapter 3. Yuna in the hallway. She was at her locker. He had not meant to see her in the first hour. He had, in fact, calculated his walk to chemistry to avoid the third-year East Corridor specifically because she would be at her locker between 8 and 8:10, and he did not want, on the morning of the first day, to put a face to the test. He had calculated wrong because his old route to chemistry had run through the second-year West Corridor, and that route had been closed for repairs all week, which Daewoo's body had not been at school to learn, and he had had to cut through the East Corridor instead. Co Yuna was at her locker. She was in the Year 3 uniform. She was 5'6". She had long black hair that fell to the middle of her back, kept in a low, loose half-tie because the school code did not permit braids on uniform days, and a face that the lifestyle magazines had been quietly photographing at restaurants and event launches since she was 14 because the magazines knew an heiress when they saw one. Co Yuna, only daughter of the CO Group chairman, top investor by family proxy in 3 of the school's clubs, classmate of Han Daewoo's for 3 years, recipient of 8 separate confessions of love from Han Daewoo over the course of 2 of those years, and the patient rejecter of each of them. She had been kind about the rejections. She had been confused about them. She had not understood why a boy who could barely meet her eyes and who smelled vaguely of the laundry detergent his housekeeper used would keep walking up to her, every 6 months or so, and saying, I love you. Please consider going out with me, and then walking away when she said no. She had wondered, in a small, private, worried way, if there was something wrong with him at home. She had not asked, because asking would have been cruel. She had simply, on each occasion, said, I'm sorry, Daewoo, but no, gently, and then watched him walk away with the dull, slow walk of someone returning to a cold house. She had heard, on the family group chat at 6 this morning, that the Hans had thrown out their fake heir. She had been startled. She had been more startled than she had expected to be. She had, in fact, sat for 10 minutes at her vanity, unable to do her makeup, thinking about the boy who had said, I love you. Please consider going out with me 8 times to her in 2 years, and who had not, the 8th time, even looked particularly hurt when she had said no, because she had thought at the time he had stopped being able to be hurt. She had been at her locker for 2 minutes already, not actually doing anything to her locker, when she felt the air in the corridor shift. She turned her head. A boy was walking down the corridor toward her. She had no idea who he was. He was in the Year 3 blazer, the silver crest on the breast, the cut of the blazer the cut of a tailored uniform, which meant a third-year student, which meant she should know him, and yet she did not. He was tall, 6'2" at least. His shoulders filled the blazer in a way that the boys at this school's shoulders generally did not fill their blazers because the boys at this school were rich and not athletic. His hair was short, dark brown, cut clean along the sides and longer on top, falling slightly forward. His jaw was clean. His eyes were. Her brain caught up. Her brain caught up with a small, mortified internal collision. The boy walking down the corridor was Han Daewoo. Han Daewoo without the hood. Han Daewoo without the curtain of long hair he had been hiding behind for 3 years. Han Daewoo without the glasses. Han Daewoo with his hair tied back at the sides and a fall of it in his eyes, with the kind of face the school magazine had run a photograph of last spring as a which student is which contest for a charity event in which everyone had failed to identify as Han Daewoo because no one had looked at Han Daewoo for 3 years. He had said he loved her 8 times. She had said no 8 times. She had not. And this was a small and immediate realization that she was going to have to think about for several days. Seen him. Not once. Not in any of the 8 conversations. Not the way one was supposed to see a person who was confessing love to one. She had seen the floor in front of him. She had seen the hoodie. She had seen the slouch. She had not seen Han Daewoo. He stopped at his own locker, which was 4 lockers down from hers. He opened it. He took out 2 textbooks. He closed it. He turned. His eyes, gold brown, hunter clean, lit slightly by the strip of corridor light overhead, flicked across hers, the way the eyes of a man who had just opened a locker were supposed to flick across the corridor before moving on. His eyes paused. For 1/2 second. They paused on her face the way a person's eyes pause on something they have just noticed is more interesting than it ought to be. Then they moved on. He nodded politely. A small, courteous nod. The nod a person gives a classmate they have not seen in a few days. And he walked past her down the corridor without speaking. Without speaking. He did not say Yuna. He did not say her name. He did not ask if she wanted to walk to class together. He did not ask anything at all. He nodded, like a polite stranger, and walked past her like she was a girl he had not been in love with for 2 years. CO Yuna stood at her locker with both hands on the locker door and watched the back of Han Daewoo walk down the east corridor, and the small mortified realization at the bottom of her stomach was joined, very quietly, by a second realization that she was not yet prepared to name. Behind her, 2 of her own friends, Min Yerin and Lee Hyejin, came up to her locker, in synchronized step, in synchronized whisper, in the synchronized horror curiosity of 2 girls who had also just walked through the east corridor. Yuna, Min Yerin said. Tsundere-edged, brittle, daughter of a competing Chaebol family that had spent the past 19 years quietly hating the CO group. Was that Han Daewoo? Yes. That? Yes. In the corridor. Yes. Yuna, did you reject that? 8 times, Yerin. Yes. Lee Hyejin, the 3rd girl in the small huddle, a top 3 idol on the country's biggest entertainment label, 16 years old, on a study leave hiatus from her group, attending Changhua specifically to maintain her academic profile, said nothing. She did not say anything because she was a professional, and professionals did not say things out loud at lockers. She did, however, very quietly take out her phone. She did not take a photograph. She made a calendar note. The note said, 9 a.m., request seat change in homeroom. Yuna closed her locker. She did not say anything else. She walked to chemistry without looking back, and the back of her neck was warm in a way that the school uniform's collar did not entirely conceal. Chapter 4, Friday. By Friday afternoon, 2 things had happened. The first was that Han Daewoo had paid the spring semester tuition at the accounts office of Changhua International Academy in full, in a single wire transfer, from a brokerage account in his own name. The account had been opened on Tuesday with 3,000 won. The account on Friday morning held 41 million won. The growth had come from 3 things: a series of small, well-timed equity entries into stocks Daewoo had identified as undervalued at Tuesday's close, which had together appreciated by 14% over Wednesday and Thursday. A single private market position he had acquired Thursday evening by walking into the office of a small early-stage investor, a friend of Mr. Bay, the noodle shop owner. who Mr. Bay had introduced him to over a free bowl of hajangguk on Wednesday morning, on the strength of nothing more than a hunch and a half-hour's conversation, and persuading the investor to let him in on the side of a seed round at a 5 million won ticket in exchange for advisory work on the company's growth plan, and the cash earnings from 3 sparring sessions at the gym and 2 dishwashing shifts and 4 physics tutorials over the course of the week, which the brokerage account had absorbed. He had paid the tuition at 1:15 on Friday afternoon. He had handed the printed wire receipt to the head of accounts, who had inspected it for a long moment with the precise narrow attention of a finance professional encountering an irregularity, and who had then countersigned it and entered it into the system. The accounts office had filed a re-enrollment with the registrar at 1:40. The registrar had filed the reinstatement on the student register at 2. At 2:05, Choi Ariam's tablet had pinged. She had been in the student council office on the 3rd floor. She had opened the ping. She had read it. She had sat for a moment with her hand on her chin. She had walked down to the 3rd year East corridor at 2:10. She had found Han Daewoo at his locker, putting away the books from 6th period. He had looked up. He had bowed politely. He had said, "President Choi." She had looked at him for a long, considering count. "The deposit cleared," she had said. "It did. You said by Friday. It is 1 minute past 2 on Friday. 3 minutes early by my watch. Your watch is on Mr. Bay's clock down the street. Mr. Bay's clock is 4 minutes slow." He had laughed, a quiet, surprised laugh. "How do you know that?" "My grandfather has been eating at Mr. Bay's for 30 years. The clock has been 4 minutes slow for 30 years. My grandfather considers this part of the place's character. I will adjust my watch." "Don't. It is part of his character." Han Daewoo. "Yes." "How did you do it?" "I worked." "You worked." "I worked." "At what?" "A few things. I dishwash 3 nights a week. I spar at a mixed gym out in Wangsimni. I tutor middle school physics for an agency in Gangnam. I have made a series of equity trades on the open market. I have taken a small private position in an early-stage company that I will be advising. None of those things are remarkable individually. Combined, they are sufficient." She had stared at him. "Han Daewoo, you paid 14 million won in 3 days. 41 million won, actually. I needed slack for living expenses." "How?" "President Choi, I'm happy to walk you through it on paper. If you have time on Monday, I can come by the council office and show you the books. They are clean. I'm not doing anything illegal. I happen to be good at this. It's been a useful week. Why would you show me your books?" "Because you're the kind of person who asks for them. And because I don't want anyone at this school to think I'm doing anything underhanded. And because I would rather have the student council president on my side than have to spend the next year worrying about her being against me." "That is frank." "It is." "All right. Monday, 8 in the morning. Council office. I'll be there." Han Daewoo. "Yes." "Welcome back to the student register." "Thank you, President Choi." She had walked away. 3 steps down the corridor she had paused. She had not looked back. "Daewoo." "Yes." "For the record, 6 weeks ago you confessed to Co Yuna in this corridor for the 8th time." He had been silent for a moment. Then he had said, very quietly, "I remember. Are you intending to do it again?" "No." "Why not?" "Because I was a boy who needed something he could not name, and I thought she was the name of it. I was wrong. She wasn't. I'm sorry to have put her through it. If she'll let me, I'd like to be a person she doesn't have to dread seeing in the corridor. That's all." A long pause. "That is a thoughtful answer. It's an honest one. Have a good weekend, President Choi." "You too, Han Daewoo." She had walked away. He had finished closing his locker. He had not turned to watch her go. He had not turned because, 2 corridors down, behind a marble pillar, Co Yuna had been standing very still for the entire conversation, and he had known she was there, and he had wanted her not to feel watched. She had not moved until he was out of the corridor. Then she had taken a slow breath, and she had walked to the council office, and she had asked Choi Ariam if she could sit down for a minute and talk, and Choi Ariam, who had been ready for some entirely different conversation, had said yes. The second thing that had happened by Friday afternoon was that Han Jae-sung, the real heir, the returned son, the boy who had been raised in a mountain temple by a kind elderly couple, had begun his first week at Changhua International Academy in the Year 3 Class A uniform with a transferred student record and a quiet, bewildered expression. He had not been unkind. He had not been arrogant. He had been, in honest fact, sweet. He had not asked for special treatment. He had asked the homeroom teacher, on the first day, what his locker number was, and where the cafeteria was, and whether anyone could show him to first period. He had bowed when he had been introduced. He had thanked each girl who had whispered behind her hand. He had been quietly, slightly out of his depth, and had managed it with grace. He had eaten lunch alone on the first day. 2 of the basketball boys had invited him to sit with them on the second. By Friday, he had been seen walking down the corridor in the loose, comfortable company of Min-jun and Hyuk, smiling, embarrassed to be smiling, the way a transfer student from a small place smiles in his first week at a big new school. He had not, in any way that anyone in the school could fault, used the name Han to demand anything. He had not, in particular, gone anywhere near Han Daewoo. He had not looked at him in the corridors. He had not sat near him in class. He had, in fact, very carefully arranged himself to be in the opposite quadrant of every classroom they shared, with the visible posture of a young man who had been told, with great care, by his father, on Tuesday evening, that the disinherited fake heir was not to be addressed for any reason, ever, under penalty of his own disinheritance. Jae-sung had accepted the rule. He had not understood it. He had not, in his short and gentle life, understood why a kind elderly couple who had raised him in a temple had ever needed to die in a car accident on a straight stretch of highway in good weather. And he was, 3 weeks into his new life as a Han, still working through what to do with the unanswered question. He had not asked his new father about it. He had not yet found the words. He had, instead, simply walked carefully through his first week at school, kept his head down, smiled when smiled at, and tried not to think about the boy in the Year 3 blazer whose name he had been told he could not say. Han Daewoo, meanwhile, did not think about Jae-sung at all. He had nothing to think about him. He had no anger toward him. He had no curiosity about him. Daniel Reyes, transplanted into Daewoo's body, looking at the situation with the practical eye of a 30-year-old who had lived through worse, had immediately and decisively put Jae-sung into a mental box labeled unrelated. He had bigger things to do. He had a company to start. Part 2, The First Safe. Chapter 5, The Alleyway. It happened on a Tuesday, 2.5 weeks into the new term, in an alleyway behind the Sinsadong Cafe Street, at 6:45 in the evening. He was not supposed to be there. He was supposed to be at the gym in Wang Simni. He had taken the long way because the long way past a printing shop where he had ordered a stack of business cards for the company, Daewoo Han, founder, North Star Capital Advisory, and the printing shop closed at 7, and he had not wanted to lose another day. He had picked the cards up at 6:30, paid in cash, and cut through the back alley behind the cafe street as a shortcut to the metro. He was thinking about the company. The company was 4 days old, on paper. He had filed the registration on Monday morning. The name was a placeholder. North Star was the holding company. The actual business unit was a small, early-stage advisory practice that had, in its first 96 hours of existence, signed 2 paying clients. A delivery app startup that wanted help structuring its Series A pitch, the same delivery app, in fact, whose IPO in 3 years' time Daniel had memorized cold. Daewoo had walked into their office on Friday afternoon with a 40-page market analysis and a competitive map that the founders had read in 20 minutes and then offered him a retainer. 4, and a small fintech firm that had hired him to model a credit risk product based on an algorithm Daniel had used at the gym to underwrite payment plans for low-income members, and which had turned out, with some adjustments, to be a perfectly serviceable consumer credit model. The 2 retainers together paid him 3 million won a month, plus equity in the delivery app firm at the friends and family round price, which in his own private projection model was worth somewhere north of 200 million won inside of 18 months if the founders did not screw up their hiring. He was thinking about hiring. He needed an analyst. He needed a junior analyst he could pay in cash and equity. He needed someone who could read a balance sheet in English and Korean and who would not panic when he handed them an open-ended problem. He had been making mental notes all week of which kids in his classes were good at math and which were the children of finance executives, because the children of finance executives picked up balance sheets by osmosis. He was thinking about that when he came around the corner of the alleyway and stepped into the back end of an active kidnapping. There was a black van. There were 5 men. The men were dressed in dark clothes, but not in uniforms, which was a tell. Real organized crime wore uniforms, because uniforms made the witnesses' descriptions less useful, and were therefore freelancers, probably hired through one of the cheaper underworld dispatch networks for a single-shot job. The cheaper networks paid the freelancers a flat fee and a percentage of the ransom. They were not careful about who they sent. They were not careful about backgrounds. They were not careful about scenes. The 5th man was halfway into the van. He had Co Yuna's left wrist in his hand and his other hand over her mouth. She was kicking. She was kicking competently. Daewoo registered, distantly, that she had been taking some kind of self-defense classes because she was kicking at the inside of his thigh and not at his shin, which meant someone had taught her. But she was small and the man was large and the van was 3 feet away. There was, at the far end of the alley, what looked like a hired car with a driver in it, which meant Yuna's family driver was probably already unconscious behind the wheel. Daewoo dropped the stack of business cards. Daniel Reyes, in Daewoo's body, looking at 5 men and a single 16-year-old girl, took 3 full seconds to assess the alleyway. He noted, the 3 other men standing in a loose half-circle facing the van were holding the perimeter, 2 with stun batons, and 1 with a knife held low. He noted, the man with the knife was the only one who had noticed Daewoo come around the corner, and the man with the knife was already turning toward him with the slightly bored expression of a man who had been hired for crowd control and was used to driving off civilian witnesses. He noted, the man holding Yuna had not noticed him yet. He noted, the van's side door was open but the driver's side door was closed and the engine was on. He noted, the alleyway was narrow enough that 2 men could not stand abreast at any point along its length except in the wide circle around the van. He noted, the wall behind him had a metal pipe running down it from a roof drain. He took the metal pipe. He took it because he was a fighter who had grown up in his uncle's garage, and a fighter who had grown up in his uncle's garage did not, when he could help it, fight a man with a knife empty-handed if there was a length of metal pipe in arm's reach. He pulled it free of the rusted bracket with 1 twist. The pipe came off cleanly. It was the length of his forearm and weighed about 2.5 kilograms. He held it loose. The man with the knife walked toward him. "Walk on, kid," the man said. He spoke in the bored voice of a man who had done this 100 times. "You didn't see anything. Walk on." "Yeah," Daewoo said pleasantly. "I'm going to put her in a cab, and then we can all go home." "Sound good." The man with the knife laughed. It was a short, dismissive laugh, the laugh of a freelancer who had decided this was going to be quick. He stepped in. He stepped in with a low knife thrust toward Daewoo's stomach. It was a competent thrust. It was the thrust of a man who had used a knife before, but who had not, in his life, used a knife against someone who knew what they were doing with their hands. Daewoo turned 90 degrees on his front foot. The knife went past his hip. He brought the pipe down on the man's wrist. The wrist broke with a soft, dry crack. The knife fell into the alley. The man's eyes went very wide. He opened his mouth to scream, and Daewoo, who had not been raised in this country and did not have the cultural muscle memory to feel bad about hitting a man in the throat with a metal pipe, hit the man in the throat with the metal pipe. The man went down. He did not scream. He could not. He lay on the ground, making the small wet sound that men with crushed larynxes made. The other 2 men in the perimeter, the ones with the stun batons, had been watching the exchange from a distance of about 8 feet. They had been watching it for the precise number of seconds it had taken Daewoo to drop the knife man, which was approximately 2.5. They had not had time to be surprised about it. They had had time to realize that the situation had changed, and they had had time to come at him. They came at him together. Stun batons low, in a loose, simultaneous flank, the way people who had been trained at the same dispatch network for the same kind of job came at a target. Daewoo stepped sideways into the wall on his left. The wall on his left, because the alley was narrow, was at the exact distance to force both attackers to come at him from his right side in sequence, not simultaneously. This was an alleyway fighting principle. It was the principle that had killed his uncle's nephew, who had not understood it, in a fight in San Diego in 2009, in which his uncle had spent 6 years drilling into Daniel after the funeral. The first man arrived first. Daewoo went under the baton, slipped it the way he slipped a jab, and came up inside the man's guard with the pipe. He hit the man in the side of the head with the pipe, hit him at the temple. The man dropped. The pipe rang. The second man arrived a half-second later, having been forced to step over the first man's leg, which meant the second man's footing was bad. Daewoo did not need the pipe for the second man. He stepped inside the baton's arc, took the man's wrist with his left hand, broke the wrist with a small precise twist, took the baton with his right hand as it fell, and put the baton against the side of the second man's neck and pressed the trigger. The baton fired. The second man went down twitching. 2.5 seconds. The man with Yuna in the van had finally noticed. He had Yuna's left wrist in one hand and his right hand inside his jacket, going for what was either a holdout pistol or a second knife. Daewoo did not wait to find out. He covered the alley to the van in 3 steps. The driver had registered the engagement now and was scrambling to put the van in gear. The driver was on the wrong side of the van. The driver was going to have to lean across the cabin to drag the side door closed. Daewoo caught the side door first. He caught it with his left hand. He pulled it the rest of the way open. He brought the pipe up backhand into the face of the man holding Yuna. Not the temple, not the throat, the bridge of the nose. The bridge of the nose was the place you hit a man if you wanted him to let go of what he was holding without you having to kill him. The bridge of the nose was also the place you hit a man if you wanted him to cry. Daniel had not, in his life, particularly wanted men to cry, but he had not minded it. The man let go of Yuna. The man fell backward into the van. He held his nose with both hands. Blood came through his fingers. Yuna fell forward into the alley. Daewoo caught her with his free hand. He caught her by the elbow. He set her gently on her feet behind him. He did not look at her yet. He looked at the driver of the van, who had finally gotten the gear into first and was about to floor the accelerator. "Hey," he said. The driver looked at him. He flicked the still-armed stun baton, which he was still holding in his right hand, into the open driver's side window of the van and tagged the driver in the shoulder. The driver locked up. The driver's foot came off the clutch. The van stalled. Daewoo set the baton on the alley floor. He set the metal pipe on the alley floor next to it. He turned around. Yuna was standing behind him with her hand at her own throat. He did not touch her. He stood at a polite distance. He bent slightly so that he was at her eye level. The gold brown of his eyes met hers and held. "Are you hurt?" he said. "No. Did anything happen that I should call a doctor for?" "No. They only got me on the wrist. They were going to put me in the van. They didn't. They hadn't." "Okay. Good. That's good. Listen, I'm going to call the police. Then I'm going to call your father's office. Then we're going to wait at the mouth of this alley until they get here. Don't look at the men on the ground. Look at me. Can you walk?" "Yes. Walk with me." He took her hand, small, slim, slightly trembling, and led her around the 3 men on the alley floor without letting her look down. He led her to the mouth of the alley, where the street lamp was, and where the cafe street had 2 minutes ago resumed its early evening murmur of office workers having coffee. He stood in front of her so that her view of the alley was blocked by his shoulder. He took his phone out. He called the police. He gave the address. He gave a brief summary. He hung up. He called the CO group main switchboard. He asked for the chairman's secretary. He got the chairman's secretary. He gave a different brief summary. He hung up. He looked at Yuna. Yuna was looking at him. She was looking at him with both her hands at her throat and her eyes very, very wide. And she had not yet caught up with anything that had happened in the past 5 minutes. The kidnapping, the rescue, the pipe, the baton, the polite voice on the phone, the boy in the year 3 blazer who had walked into the alley and dismantled 5 professional men with his hands in less time than it took to boil an egg. And the part of her that was not panicking was being run over by the part of her that was, very quietly, in the middle of a small private reorganization of her entire understanding of who Han Daewoo was. Daewoo, she said. Yes. Where did you learn that? Old hobby. Are you cold? Take my blazer. He shrugged out of the blazer. He set it on her shoulders. She held it closed at the throat with both hands. The blazer smelled clean, laundry soap, no cologne, faintly of soap. She had not, in 3 years of knowing him, ever smelled what Han Daewoo smelled like, because Han Daewoo had never gotten close enough to her to smell. She started to cry. She did not sob. She cried small, neat, embarrassed tears that ran down both cheeks at once, and that she did not bother to wipe away because both her hands were holding the blazer closed. I'm sorry, she said. It's okay. I'm sorry. You're okay. You're okay. Yuna, look at me. You're okay. You're going to be embarrassed for about 3 days, and then you're going to be furious for about 2 weeks, and then you're going to be fine. That's how this works. Cry now if you need to. The police are 6 minutes out. The chairman's office is sending a car for you that will be here in 12. You'll be home and in a bath before 9. Drink water tonight. Eat something carbohydrate at midnight. Sleep with the light on. By Friday, you'll be back to being yourself. I promise. Cry. She cried for 2 more minutes. He stood in front of her and blocked the view of the alley with his shoulder and did not move. When she stopped, she wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand and looked up at him and said, very small, Daewoo, why didn't you say my name in the corridor? He blinked. I'm sorry. I should have. I didn't want to. You didn't want to. I didn't want to make you feel like I was coming back for another round. Of the confessions, I figured the kindest thing was to act like the slate had been wiped. I'm sorry. I should have said hello. I'll say hello next time. Hello, Yuna. She laughed. It was a small, surprised laugh that came out of the tears in a way that surprised her. It was the first time anyone had ever made her laugh in the same 2 minutes she had been crying. She wiped her cheek again. She nodded. She did not let go of the blazer. Hello, Daewoo, she said. Behind them, the first siren reached the corner. Chapter 6. The Chairman. The car the chairman's office sent was a Blacktown car. The driver was a man in his 50s named Mr. Huang who had been driving for the CO family for 31 years and who had, on receiving the call from the secretary, broken the speed limit by a margin of approximately 70% for the entire distance from the head office in Yudo to Sinsadong. He arrived 8 minutes after Daewoo had called. He found Yuna sitting in the back of an ambulance with a blanket on her shoulders and the Han boy's blazer underneath it, drinking a paper cup of water and giving a statement to a kind-faced detective. He found Daewoo standing 5 paces away with his hands in his pockets, talking quietly with a senior detective in a long coat who had recognized him from the school's parent gala 2 years ago and was, in the patient, methodical way of senior detectives, asking him a long series of questions about how he had come to be in the alley. Mr. Huang did what Mr. Huang had been trained to do. He walked first to Yuna. He bowed. He confirmed that Miss Yuna was unhurt. He confirmed that Miss Yuna had spoken to her father. He confirmed that the chairman was on his way and would arrive in 40 minutes. He confirmed that Miss Yuna would be taken not to the family residence, but to the chairman's downtown office at her father's request. Then Mr. Huang turned, walked 5 paces to Daewoo, and stood at attention. Master Han. Mr. Huang. The chairman wishes me to convey his thanks. Tell him there's nothing to thank me for. I was passing through. The chairman wishes me to convey his thanks in person if you would accompany Miss Yuna to the office. I have a class at 8 tomorrow. The chairman is aware. He wishes only an hour. Daewoo glanced at Yuna. Yuna was watching him over the paper cup of water with an expression he could not quite read. She nodded. He turned back to Mr. Huang. All right, he said. An hour. The ride to Uedo was 28 minutes. Yuna sat in the back of the car with the blazer still on her shoulders. Daewoo sat next to her. They did not speak for the first 10 minutes. Yuna spoke first. How did you know to tell me to eat something carbohydrate at midnight? Trauma uses sugar. Your body's going to be working through this all night, even when you don't notice. The midnight snack helps. White rice, banana, something easy. Oh, sleep with the light on. Don't try to be brave about it. The light helps too. Where did you read this? I didn't read it. I learned it the hard way over a couple of years from a girl I used to. He stopped. He had been about to say date. He was not Daewoo, and Daewoo had never dated anyone, and saying date in Daewoo's voice was a tell he was not yet ready to use. He course-corrected. From a friend who had gone through something. She was good about teaching me what helped her. I'm passing it on. Oh, a long pause. Daewoo. Yes. What did you mean by old hobby? What? In the alley. You said where you learned that. You said old hobby. What was the hobby? He considered the question. He decided, on a quiet calibration, that the safest answer was a partial truth. I trained in martial arts privately for a few years, he said. Father didn't approve. I kept it quiet. I haven't competed. I have a few disciplines under my belt. The alley was nothing. The men were freelancers from a low-tier dispatch network. They weren't competent. It would have been different if it had been competent men. I want you to know that. I'm not a one-man army. I had a wall on my left, a pipe in arm's reach, and 5 men who didn't expect anything. That's all that happened. You broke 3 of them inside of 3 seconds. I had momentum. Momentum. It's a thing. What are the disciplines? Several. Boxing mostly. Some grappling. A little of the standing arts. Mostly boxing. Mostly boxing. Mostly boxing. She was quiet for a moment. I have been taking self-defense for a year and a half, she said. Father insisted. The teacher said I am very good. He said I would be able to break the grip of a man my own size. You would have. The man was twice your size. That was the difference. What do you do if it's a man twice your size? You bite. You scream. You go for the eyes. You don't try to break the grip. You try to make him want to let go. The grip break is good for sport. For real, you bite. Promise me. I promise. Good. Daewoo. Yes. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. I did what anyone would have done. No one else did. No one else was in the alley. No, they weren't. Another long pause. The car was crossing the river. The lights of Uedo were coming up. Yuna shifted in the seat. She did not let go of the blazer. Can I ask you something else? Of course. Why did you confess to me 8 times? He thought about it. He thought about it because the easy answer, the kid I used to be, was lonely, and you were the only thing in his life that looked like sunlight, and he was trying to climb toward it, was true, and was also not the kind of thing he was going to say in the back of a town car to a girl he had pulled out of a kidnapping 40 minutes ago. He went with a different true thing. He was a kid who was very alone, he said, and he didn't know how to be alone. He thought the way out of being alone was to find a person who would unalone him. He picked you because you were kind to him. He shouldn't have. It wasn't fair. It put a burden on you that you didn't ask for. I'm sorry he did it. He didn't know what else to do. He smiled. Tired. Quiet. Real. He corrected. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. She looked at him in the dim of the car. She was not looking at him the way she had ever looked at him before. The 8 confessions of Han Daewoo had been a small running embarrassment of her 16-year-old life that she had handled with kindness, and that she had told no one about except Yeren and Hyojin, who had handled the secret with much less kindness. The Han Daewoo who had confessed to her had been a boy she had been a little frightened of, in the way a girl is a little frightened of any boy who looks at her with a desperation she does not know how to feed. The Han Daewoo in the back of the car was a different person. Not because the bone structure was different, though the bone structure being visible was certainly part of it. Not because the hair was different. The Han Daewoo in the back of the car was a man, or a boy beginning to be a man, who had, 2 minutes after putting a pipe through a man's larynx, made her laugh while she was crying, and who had told her how to eat at midnight, and who had said, "I'm sorry he did it, and I'm sorry I did it," in the same sentence. She made a small, private, internal decision. She did not tell him about it. She did not even, fully, tell herself about it. She tucked it under her ribs, the way teenagers tuck things that they are not yet ready to think about, and she nodded slowly, and she leaned her head against the window for the rest of the ride and watched the lights go by. He did not press her. Chapter 7. The Office. Chairman Seo Kyung-hwan was waiting in his private office at the top of the Seo Group tower with the lights low, his suit jacket off, his tie loose, and a cup of tea cooling in his hands. He was a small, neat man in his late 50s with iron gray hair and the level, deliberate stare of someone who had built 3 businesses from nothing and ran the 4th from the top floor. He stood up when Yuna came in. He crossed the room. He embraced her without speaking. He held her for a long, silent minute. When he let go, he turned, and he looked at Daewoo. "Sit down, Master Han." "Sir." "Sit." "Mr. Huang, take Yuna to my private restroom, please. Have her sit. Bring her another tea. Bring her something to eat." "Yes, Chairman." When the door closed behind them, the chairman did not sit down. He stood at the window of his office with his back to Daewoo for a long moment. "How much did the family pay you to come back to school?" "Sir." "Han Cheolsu. How much did he pay you to keep quiet about the disinheritance?" "He didn't pay me anything. He kicked me out. I came back to school on my own money." "You came back to school on your own money?" "Yes, sir." The chairman turned around. He looked at Daewoo a long moment. He had known Han Cheolsu for 30 years. He had bid against him on 4 major acquisitions over the past decade. He had, in the last 2 of those, beaten him. He had also been, intermittently, his friend. And how does a 17-year-old come back to a 14 million won a semester school on his own money? "Public markets, sir. I've been buying." "In 3 weeks." "In 2 weeks, sir. The first week I was getting set up." The chairman was silent for a moment. "What would you have done in the alley, Master Han, if I had not had the wealth to be a kidnapping target? If my daughter had been an ordinary student walking home from a coffee shop, would you have walked past?" "No, sir." "Why not?" "Because they were 5 and she was 1. That's all. That is all. That is all, sir." The chairman set the tea down. He sat down. He leaned forward in his chair with his elbows on the desk. "Master Han, I owe you a debt I cannot repay. Let me try anyway. What do you want?" "Nothing, sir." "That is the wrong answer. It's the honest one. It is the wrong one. A man who saves a daughter and then asks for nothing puts the father in a position he cannot return from. It makes the father a debtor for the rest of his life. The father is then never able to be at ease in the presence of the man. The man's nobility becomes the father's prison. Ask me, Master Han. Ask me for something small, something I can give. Let me have the ease of paying part of it." Daewoo thought about it. He thought about it because the man across the desk was, in some ways, the closest thing to a real father figure that had ever spoken to him in his lifetime. Both his life as Daniel and his 3 weeks as Daewoo. And the man across the desk was also a Korean Chaebol chairman, and the Korean Chaebol chairman in front of him was telling him, with great precision, what the man required of him. He gave him the small thing. "I'm starting a company," he said. "Advisory firm. North Star Capital. 2 clients so far. I need office space. I'm running it out of a co-working desk in Gangnam. I'd take, if it would not be too much trouble, a referral letter from your office to your real estate division so I can lease a small office at the market rate. Not free. At the rate. Just a letter that says I am a serious person and that the CO Group considers me a person of good standing. That would be more than enough. The chairman looked at him a long moment. He laughed. It was a small dry laugh. A referral letter. Yes, sir. Master Han, I am offering you a debt. You are asking me for a letter. I am asking you for the letter because the letter is what would actually help me at this moment of my life, sir. It will open 3 doors that I cannot open on my own. The other things you might offer, money, equity, a job, I do not need at this exact moment. The letter I need. And at a future moment. At a future moment, sir, if I am in a position where I need more than a letter, I will come back to this office. I will not waste your time. I will not waste your debt. I will ask only when the ask is real. The chairman looked at him a very long time. All right, he said. The letter you will have by tomorrow morning. Also, and you will not refuse me this, a personal seed investment in your firm. 200 million won. I will take 5% equity. The papers will be drawn by my lawyer's office. The terms will be standard. You will not say no. Sir, you will not say no. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me. It is the right of an investor to be early. I am being early. I expect a return. He paused. Also, you will come to this house for dinner on Friday. Yuna will not, because I will not put her through it on a school night, but you and I will eat dinner here in this office. We will not discuss the alley. We will discuss your company. You will tell me what you are doing. I will give you a great deal of free advice. You will take some of it. You may ignore the rest. Friday, 8 o'clock. Master Han. Yes, sir. One more thing. Yes, sir. Han Cheolsu. Yes, sir. He will, when this story reaches him. And it will reach him by morning, because the alley has cameras and the police are already filing. He will be furious. Not at you. At the situation. He will not act publicly. He will, however, attempt to act privately. He will try to put pressure on your school. He will try to put pressure on your accounts. He will try to make it difficult for you to live in this city. I am telling you this so that you can prepare. I am not telling you because I will protect you. I will not. I will let him try. I will let him fail. If you cannot make him fail, then I will reconsider my 5%. But I would like to see, Master Han, what you do when he tries. Do you understand? Daewoo smiled. It was the small, private smile of Daniel Reyes, gym owner, who had spent 6 years in East Los Angeles being told by other small business owners what other small business owners would and would not do. Yes, sir. I understand. Good. The chairman stood. He extended his hand across the desk. Welcome to the room, Master Han. Daewoo stood. He shook the hand. Thank you, Chairman. The chairman walked him to the door. He opened it. Yuna was sitting in the small rest room with Mr. Huang at the door, drinking a fresh cup of tea, the blazer still on her shoulders. She looked up. Yuna, her father said. Master Han is leaving. You will say good night. She stood up. She walked to him. She set down the tea. She looked at him a moment. She did not give him back the blazer. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, he agreed. She bowed. He bowed. He left. In the hallway, riding down in the private elevator, Daewoo, alone, looked at his reflection in the polished steel of the elevator wall. He laughed. Quietly. Just once. Well, he said, that's a hell of a Tuesday. Part 3, The Glow-Up Gets Loud. Chapter 8, The Hallway Wednesday. The hallway on Wednesday morning was a different hallway. Daewoo walked into the third-year East corridor at 8 in the morning in the same blazer he had been wearing yesterday, because the blazer he had worn yesterday was on the shoulders of an heiress in a town car on her way to a private medical exam. In a backup blazer he had taken to the dry cleaner last week, in the same trousers, in the same school tie, in the same white sneakers he had cleaned at midnight, while watching the news report on the police's apprehension of 3 of the 5 men. From the alley, the hallway saw him before he saw it. The hallway had been waiting since 7:30. Word had moved fast, faster than the news report, faster than the school administration's morning brief, faster than the homeroom teacher's coffee breaks. By 6 in the morning, every group chat in every clique at Changhua International Academy had been on fire. By 7, the rumor had been that Han Daewoo, the disinherited fake heir, had taken down 5 armed gangsters with his bare hands. By 7:30, the rumor had been that he had killed 3 of them. By 7:45, a corrected rumor, no one died. He just put 2 of them in the hospital, had begun circulating, sponsored by the small number of students whose families had legal connections to the police and had read the actual filing. He walked down the corridor. Min-jun and Hyuk, the basketball boys who had occasionally tripped him in the hall for 2 years, were standing at the lockers. They saw him. They moved. They moved out of his way. They did not move out of his way deliberately. They simply got out of his way, the way a body of water gets out of the way of a boat, the way a crowd gets out of the way of someone the crowd has not yet decided whether to be afraid of. He nodded at them. Friendly. Mild. Min-jun nodded back. Hyuk's mouth was slightly open. Past them, halfway down the corridor, Seo Yuna was at her locker. She was wearing his blazer. She had not bothered to bring her own. She had, Daewoo noted with the small detached fondness of a man who had had a lot of sisters in his old life, taken the blazer in for tailoring overnight, because the blazer had been cut for his shoulders and was, even with adjustments, too big on her. But she had had it taken in along the sides and shortened at the cuffs and repressed, and she had paired it with her own pleated skirt. And the visible school crest of Han on the breast of her blazer was the kind of statement that, at a school like Changhua, was the only statement an heiress like Seo Yuna ever needed to make twice. He stopped at his locker. He opened it. He took out 2 textbooks. He closed it. He turned. He bowed slightly. Good morning, Yuna. The hallway, which had been buzzing, went silent. Good morning, Daewoo. Did you sleep? Some. I ate the rice and the banana. Good. The light. On all night. Good. A pause. I'm keeping the blazer, she said. It looks better on you. It does. Then keep it. He smiled, small, slightly crooked, the smile of a man who had not slept much himself, and started walking toward homeroom. Halfway down the corridor, Min Yeren stepped out of a classroom in front of him. Min Yeren was 16, the daughter of the chairman of Min Heavy Industries, the second largest steel concern in the country, and one of the 3 families that had been quietly hating the CEOs for 2 decades over a series of bid losses. She had the high cheekbones of her mother and the legendary temper of her grandfather. She wore her hair in a long fishtail braid down her back. She was Yuna's best friend, which was the source of approximately 63% of Min Heavy Industries market intelligence on the CEO group, and the source of approximately 90% of Min Yeren's mother's chronic worry about her daughter. She stepped out in front of him with one hand on her hip and a tight, unfriendly smile. Han Daewoo. Min Yeren. You and I are going to have a conversation. Are we? We are. Council office. Lunch. Bring your books. President Choi will be there. I will be there. Yuna will not be, because she has had enough yesterday. We will be discussing the matter of how it is that the boy who confessed to my best friend 8 times happens to have been in the right alley at the right time with the right hobby. That is a thorough sentence. I am a thorough person. All right. Lunch. Council office. I'll bring books. She held his gaze for a long, unfriendly count. Her eyes, sharp, dark, the color of polished obsidian, did not waver. She had decided, before this conversation had started, that she was going to dislike him. She had decided this on principle. She had decided, in particular, that she was not going to be one of the girls who fell for the new face on the body of the boy who had been a joke. She had drawn up the resolution of it last night at her vanity at 3 in the morning. Her resolution had been, in fact, the firmest resolution she had ever drawn up. It was going to last 12 days. Fine, she said. She turned. She walked back into the classroom she had come out of. The hallway buzzed again. Daewoo, walking on, made a small private mental note that he was going to have to be very careful with Min Yeren. He had not yet realized, although he was, in fairness, going to realize it by the end of the week, that very careful was the wrong category, and that the correct category was do not enrage her, because if you enrage her she will, out of pure principled spite, become useful to you. and her usefulness will eventually become more dangerous to your peace of mind than her enmity. He had a hallway to cross. He crossed it. He went to homeroom. He sat down. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Bay, 34, English literature, a woman who had been quietly reading the rumors for 2 hours, looked at him over the rim of her coffee. She did not say anything about the alley. She did not, in particular, ask if he was all right. She said only, with the small, dry mercy of a teacher who had seen many teenagers go through difficult weeks, Daewoo, you're scheduled to read aloud from Chapter 7 this morning. Are you up for it? Yes, Miss Bay. Good. Page 82. He read aloud from Chapter 7 of The Old Man and the Sea, in Daewoo's slightly altered voice, with the gold of his eyes catching the morning sunlight through the homeroom window, and the entire class listened in a silence that had nothing to do with Hemingway, and Ms. Bay, watching from the front of the room, made a small private note in her own grade book, Han Daewoo, Re-engagement, Dramatic, and underlined it once. Chapter 9, Hyojin and the Library. He did not see her coming on Thursday. He did not see her coming because she had spent the morning quietly arranging not to be seen. Lee Hyojin was 16 years old, the lead vocalist of the country's third-largest active girl group, on a 6-month study leave hiatus from her group's label because the label and her parents had agreed that her grades needed to come up before she could re-debut for the autumn album. And her contractual public profile required her to attend Changhua specifically because the school's reputation lent a certain class to the label's brand. She had been at the school for 14 months. She had spent those 14 months being exquisitely polite to everyone, sitting near the windows, never raising her hand, eating lunch with Yuna and Yeren, and refusing all invitations to all events on the grounds of I have a vocal lesson, sorry. She had not, in 14 months, spoken to Han Daewoo. She had also not, in 14 months, looked at him. She had, on Wednesday morning, sat next to Yuna in homeroom and noticed, with the small precise focus of a girl who had spent her life on stage learning to read a room, that Yuna was wearing Han Daewoo's blazer and was not bothering to hide it. She had filed the observation. She had spent the rest of Wednesday in a state of increasing private interest. On Thursday at lunch, she went to the library. She had never been to the library before. The library was a long oak-paneled hall on the 5th floor of the main building, with high arched windows looking out over the back garden and a mezzanine of bookcases that smelled, in honest fact, exactly like the library of every other expensive school in the country. Hyojin had not been here because Hyojin, in 14 months, had not needed to be here because Hyojin's tutors brought her the books she needed. Han Daewoo, she had learned this morning from a small, careful inquiry of the homeroom teacher, took his lunch in the library on Thursdays. She climbed the stairs. She walked through the long oak-paneled hall. She passed the librarian, Ms. M., 60, who had been librarian here for 30 years, and who knew Hyojin by face and not by name, because Hyojin had never checked out a book in her life, and Ms. M, mercifully, only smiled and waved her through without comment. In the back corner of the library, at one of the small reading desks under the tallest of the arched windows, Han Daewoo was sitting. He was sitting with one of the library's own laptops open in front of him, a stack of 3 books beside it, Security Analysis by Graham, an old hardback edition of Munger's collected speeches, and The Innovator's Dilemma, and a notebook in his right hand. He was eating, with his left hand, a triangular kimbap from a convenience store wrapper. He was not making a mess. He had not noticed her come in. She walked up to him. She stopped at the edge of the reading desk. She did not know how to start. She had not, in her professional life, started a conversation with a stranger. Strangers started conversations with her. The script had always run in that direction. She had spent 14 months at the school under the protection of that script. She was standing at the edge of a reading desk in a quiet library at lunchtime in front of a boy who had not yet looked up. She did the only thing she knew how to do. She held out her phone, screen up, the way she held out her phone for fans on the rare occasions she had to sign one. Daewoo looked up. His eyes, gold brown, sharp, went to her face, registered her, registered the phone, registered the cognitive dissonance, and then settled into a small, polite expression. Lee Hyojin, he said. Han Daewoo. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do this. How to do what? Talk to you. Oh, okay. We can do that without the phone. Sit down. Oh. She sat down. He closed the laptop. He set the notebook face down. He took a polite second bite of the kimbap and chewed and swallowed before he spoke. Hyojin, I'm not going to make this harder than it has to be. You came up here because you saw Yuna wearing my blazer in homeroom yesterday, and you have decided you are interested in finding out what kind of person I am. That's fine. That's a reasonable thing for you to be doing. I am happy to be looked at. I want to make sure, though, that you understand something before we start. Yuna and I are not. I am not chasing Yuna. I am not chasing anyone. I rescued her in an alley because she was being kidnapped. I made her laugh in the car afterward because I had had a long week and I wasn't thinking about strategy. She kept the blazer because she's a 16-year-old who got kidnapped on Tuesday, and she's allowed to keep the blazer. Nothing about this has been a strategy. I want you to know that, because the rest of this conversation only makes sense if you know that. She stared at him. That is the most direct thing anyone has said to me in 8 months. You go to a school where everyone is angling. Yes. I'm not angling. I have a company to run and a mortgage to pay. I have, at any given time of the day, about 11 things on my mind that are not who at this school is dating whom. If you want to be friends, and I would like that, because I think we get along, we should agree right now that this is not a confession scene and is never going to be a confession scene. Okay. She blinked. She, Lee Hyojin, who had spent 14 months at this school refusing every invitation, who had spent 4 years before that on a debut prep team where every interaction was a triangulation, who had been told by her manager last week that she was acting tired and the album rollout needed her to act bright, looked at the boy across the reading desk and did something she had not done since she had been 11 years old and had auditioned for the label. She let her shoulders down. She let them down by perhaps an inch. She did not say anything about it. Han Daewoo did not seem to notice. He did notice. He had been a small business owner. He noticed everything. All right, she said. All right. Hi. Han Daewoo. I'm starting a small advisory firm. I am trying to be a high school student in the spare time. What's your week look like? She laughed. Quietly. The librarian, 2 aisles over, glanced up. Hyojin lowered her voice. I have voice lesson 3 afternoons. I have 1 schedule meeting Sunday. I have a lot of free time on the weekends, because my schedule was cleared for the study leave. I am supposed to be studying. I am not studying. I have not, in any meaningful sense, studied in 9 months. I am about to fail mathematics. I tutor mathematics. I cannot afford the kind of tutor you'd be. Why? Because the label keeps a tight discretionary budget on me, and any tutor I'd hire would be a thing my manager would know about, and any tutor my manager knew about would be a man who was twice my age and would write a report on me to the label every week. It's complicated. Sit with me at lunch on Thursdays. Bring whatever's giving you trouble. I'll walk you through it. No charge. We'll call it a friendship instead of a lesson. The label can't have a problem with you eating lunch with a classmate. You do that. I do that. Why? Because you came up here without your manager and asked me a question I respected, and because you closed your shoulders down by an inch in the first 90 seconds of the conversation, and because I think you're tired, and because mathematics is easy to teach if the person being taught wants to learn it, and because I think you want to. She stared at him. I do. Then bring your book. Thank you. Eat. Have half my kimbap. You're not going to do trigonometry on a stomach that's run on coffee since 5. She took half his kimbap. She did not, in honest fact, eat it. She held it. She looked at the boy across the desk who had set his notebook face down and his laptop closed for her, who had used the word friendship the way other people used the word contract, and she sat very still, and the half kimbap warmed slowly in her hand. In the back of her own mind, very quietly, with the small, precise focus of a girl who had spent her life on stage learning to read a room, Lee Hyojin made a note. The note said, "The blazer was not a strategy." The note said, also, "That is more interesting than if it had been." Chapter 10. The Yakuza Heiress. Yamamoto Akira transferred in on the following Monday. She was 16 years old. She was the only daughter of the chairman of the Yamamoto Gumi, a mid-tier Yakuza family out of Osaka with a long, honorable history and a recent strategic pivot toward legitimate real estate. The pivot had required, among other things, a public-facing daughter who could be photographed at galas in clothes from approved designers. The Yamamoto Gumi had decided, 2 years ago, that Akira would be that public-facing daughter. They had spent the 2 years tutoring her in Korean, her mother's language. Her mother had been a Korean-born former actress who had married into the Yamamoto, in classical etiquette, in tea ceremony, in violin, and in 5 forms of self-defense. They had, this spring, decided that the final piece of her public-facing makeover would be a year of senior school at Changhua International Academy in Seoul, on her mother's side of the family, to broaden her cultural background and to refine her language skills. Akira had not asked to come. Akira had not particularly minded. Akira had spent the past 2 years being moved around like a chess piece by her father's strategist with the patient interior amusement of a girl who had been raised by a Yakuza chairman and had learned, at age 4, that strategists who moved her around like a chess piece were also the strategists who could be moved around like a chess piece in turn if one had the patience to wait. She had the patience. She was very, very patient. She walked into homeroom on Monday morning in the Year 3 Changhua uniform, bowed precisely to Ms. Bei, introduced herself in fluent Korean with a Kansai accent that was musically pleasant to listen to, and was assigned the empty seat by the window 2 rows behind Han Daewoo. She sat down. She unpacked her notebook. She set her pen down. She glanced up at the back of Han Daewoo's neck. She had read the briefing on him. The briefing on him had been prepared by her father's intelligence office last Tuesday evening, within 4 hours of the alley story leaking onto the police wire. The briefing had been 3 pages long. The first page had been a summary of the disinheritance. The second page had been a summary of the alley, including a frame-by-frame analysis of the security camera footage that the police had pulled and that the Yamamoto Gumi had bought, by a man on the Yamamoto Gumi's payroll who had worked for 30 years as a fight choreography consultant for the Tokyo film industry and who had described, in dry technical language, the precise sequence of techniques Han Daewoo had used in the alley. The third page had been a single recommendation, written in her father's own handwriting at the bottom. The handwriting had read, "Cultivate him. Politely. He is a potential lifelong friend of the family. Do not pressure. Be honest. Do not be the one to initiate any romantic interest if it arises. Let him initiate. He is too young to be played. We do not play 17-year-olds. Yours, father." She had read the briefing. She had folded the briefing and burned it, as she had been taught to. She had carried, in her pocket, the small private warmth of a father who had told her we do not play 17-year-olds, because she had been pleased that her father was the kind of Yakuza chairman who said that even in private. She tapped Han Daewoo on the shoulder. He turned around. He looked at her. His eyes, she registered, with the small detached interest of a girl who had been raised by strategists, were the eyes the briefing had described, and the briefing had not done them justice. "Hi," she said in Korean. "I'm Yamamoto Akira. I'm new today. The teacher said you'd be the one to ask if I have questions about the school." "The teacher said that?" "Well, the teacher said I should ask the class representative, which I think is Choi Ariam. But Choi Ariam looks busy. You look less busy. And I have a question that probably isn't a class representative question." "Okay, what's the question?" "Where can I get good ramen near here? Real ramen, not the chain. I'm a little homesick, and I have time after school." He laughed, quietly, surprised. "Mr. Bay's, 3 stops north on the 3 line. It's not Japanese ramen, but it's the best honest noodles in the district. He doesn't speak Japanese. He speaks 2 words of English. He runs a noodle shop above the apartment I rent. Tell him Daewoo sent you. He'll feed you extra brisket and probably try to set you up with his nephew. Ignore the nephew. Eat the brisket. She blinked. She had not been expecting an answer that contained the word brisket. The apartment you rent. It's a long story. I would like to hear it. Some other time. Okay. He turned back around. She looked at the back of his neck. She thought about her father's instruction. Do not initiate. She had not initiated. She had asked about ramen. She made a small private mental note to go to Mr. Bay's after school. She made a second small private mental note that the ramen at Mr. Bay's was, almost certainly, irrelevant. Ms. Bay, the homeroom teacher, rang the bell. Class started. Akira looked out the window at the magnolia bush in the courtyard and felt, very quietly, the kind of patient interior amusement she had felt at when she had first realized that strategists could be moved around like chess pieces. She had a year at this school. She had no homework she couldn't complete in 2 hours. She had a father who did not want her to play 17-year-olds. She had a fight choreography consultant's analysis of Han Daewoo's hands in her email archive. It was, she thought pleasantly, going to be an interesting year. Chapter 11. The Gym, Kim Soyeon. The mixed gym in Wangsimni had a roof. The roof was concrete with a low railing and a sand-filled heavy bag chained to a steel post in one corner and a folded blue mat rolled up against the wall. The roof was where the head coach sent his fighters when he wanted them to spar without an audience and when he needed the lower floor cleared for the children's after-school class. Han Daewoo was on the roof on Tuesday evening when Kim Sleon walked up the back stairs. Kim Sleon was 18 years old, a third year at Chonghwa's affiliated mixed sports gym, different from Chonghwa proper, since Soyeon attended the public arts school across the river, but linked by a sports exchange program, and the reigning national women's MMA flyweight champion in the 18 and under category. She was 5'4", lean, with a head of short black hair. She cut herself with kitchen scissors every 6 weeks because she was sick of paying for it, and a scar across her left eyebrow from a knee in a regional championship 2 years ago. She had won the regional anyway. She had won the national the following spring. She was, the head coach said, the most disciplined 18-year-old he had ever trained, and would, if she did not damage herself on something stupid in the next 4 years, be a contender for an Olympic medal in the new women's combat sambo division. She had heard about the new sparring partner from Jean, who had not stopped talking about being put on his back in 30 seconds for over a week. She had decided, with the brisk efficiency of a fighter who did not trust gossip, to walk up to the roof herself on a Tuesday evening and find out. She found Han Daewoo working pads with the head coach. She stopped at the top of the stairs. She watched. She watched for 90 seconds. The head coach, a 48-year-old former pro named Park Jong-soo who had himself fought 31 professional bouts and who held the gym's instructor licenses across 4 disciplines, was calling combinations and Daewoo was throwing them in a steady, precise, slightly cold rhythm that did not waste a single movement. The combinations were not what a normal student would be working. They were old-style combinations, the kind of combinations Park Jong-soo, in his own youth, had been taught by a Filipino coach who had drilled him for years in a system that crossed Western boxing with Filipino Cali principles and that almost nobody in this country still trained. The combinations had a particular shoulder rotation. They had a particular footwork pattern. They were the kind of combinations Park Jong-soo had not seen a Korean student throw in 20 years. The kid was throwing them like he had been throwing them since he was 6. Soyeon watched a 30-second sequence where Daewoo cut an angle off his lead foot, slipped an imaginary jab, threw a straight right to the body, hooked off the right to the head, and finished with a low kick that landed on Park Jong-soo's lead leg with the precise, dry thump of a kick that had been doing exactly that to exactly that target for years. Park Jong-soo dropped the pads. "Where?" Park Jong-soo said. "Long story," Daewoo said. "Where, kid?" My uncle. Your uncle is American. Filipino-American. Old Jim in San Diego. He's gone now. I learned in his garage. Park Jong-soo stared at him for a moment. He did not, Soyeon noted, push the question. He picked the pads back up. 3 more. They worked 3 more. Soyeon, at the top of the stairs, watched. When Park Jong-soo finally called a rest, and Daewoo went to the heavy bag for the cool down, Park Jong-soo turned around and saw Soyeon. He raised an eyebrow. He waved her in. Soyeon, come here. Meet Han Daewoo. Daewoo, Kim Seon. National champ at 18 under. She wanted to look at you. Look at him, Soyeon. Tell me what you see. Soyeon walked over to the heavy bag. Daewoo was wrapping his hands. He had stripped down to the gym's loose black shorts and a fitted black tank top. The tank top, on his back, did not reach the top of the dragon, and the dragon, fine black ink with green gold scaling, the work of a master, 3 full coils of body, was visible from the base of his neck down to where the tank top covered the rest. The dragon caught the gym's overhead light. The dragon, Soyeon realized with the dry, irrelevant clarity of an experienced fighter looking at something extremely unprofessional, was the kind of tattoo that no one who fought competitively in this country ever got, because tattoos like that flagged a fighter as gang-affiliated and would have made him uninsurable at any sanctioned event. She filed the observation. She did not say anything about it. She set her own bag down. She unzipped it. She took out her own hand wraps. Want a partner, she said. I just finished a round. Then warm down with me. Light. Touch sparring. 3 minutes. No power. I want to feel the rhythm. He looked at Park Jong-soo. Park Jong-soo shrugged. All right, Daewoo said. They sparred for 3 minutes. They sparred for 3 minutes at maybe 40% power. They did not hit hard. They touched. They felt. They moved. Soyeon had not had a partner in 18 months whose rhythm she could not predict by the second minute. And at the second minute of this round, she still could not predict him. He was reading her. He was reading her the way a coach reads a fighter, without competing, without pushing, just absorbing the pattern of how she moved and adjusting to it. He was not, she realized, even trying to score. He was studying. It was, she realized after a moment, profoundly disrespectful and profoundly the kindest thing anyone had done in a sparring round with her in 3 years. She stopped at the 2-minute 50 mark. She lowered her hands. She stepped back. You're not trying. No. Why? Because I am 17 years old in this country and you are the national champion. And if I land a clean hand on you in this gym in front of your coach, in front of the camera in the corner that has been on for the past hour, your sponsors are going to ask you what happened, and you are going to have to answer them. And any answer you give is bad for you. So I am studying you. I am not scoring you. If you want, we can do this again somewhere there is no camera and no audience, and I will spar you for real. I'd actually like to. You move beautifully. You have a quirk in your footwork I want to see at full speed. But not here. She stared at him. She stared at him because she had spent 4 years in gyms with men twice her age who had treated her like an opportunity, who had spent every sparring round trying to land a hand on her, because landing a hand on the national champ at 18 under was a story they could tell at bars, and she had been the 17-year-old boy in front of her. And the 17-year-old boy in front of her had unilaterally, and without being asked, decided to protect her career from his own ego. It was, she realized, also profoundly disrespectful, because it presumed she could not handle a sparring round in front of a camera. It was also true. All right, she said. All right. There is a closed gym near my house in Songbukdong. My uncle runs it. There is no camera. He is discreet. I will message Coach Park. We can spar there on weekends. If you would like. I would like that very much. She stopped. She started over. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? A pretty boy who got lucky in an alley. He laughed. I did get lucky in the alley. It was 5 low-tier freelancers and a metal pipe. Don't read too much into it. You are also a pretty boy. I'll take that under advisement. She walked away. She walked down the back stairs. She walked back to the train. She got home at 10:30. She sat on her bedroom floor and unzipped her bag and put her hand wraps in the wash and stared at the ceiling for a long time. And she thought about the boy with the dragon on his back and the old Filipino-style combinations and the "I'm not going to score you because it would hurt your sponsors" and the laugh at the end. And she made a small private observation to herself that she did not say out loud. The observation was that she had been thinking about the alley story since Wednesday morning when she had first heard about it, and that she had not, in fact, known until tonight whether she was thinking about it because the boy was a fighter or because the boy was something else, and that the answer had turned out to be both. She had, in her life, been in love with exactly one person. That person had been a junior featherweight she had trained with for 2 years and who had fallen in love with someone else and who had moved to Vancouver to be with him last winter. She had decided, the morning he had left, that she would not be in love with anyone for at least the next 4 years because she had work to do, and because love had not, in her experience, been compatible with work. She rolled over on the bedroom floor and pressed her face into her forearm and groaned. Once, low and short, like a fighter who has been hit by a kick she should have checked. "God damn it," she said. She fell asleep on the floor. Chapter 12, The Library Girl. Park Ji-soo had been in the library every day at lunch for the entire school year. She was 16 years old. She was in the Year 3 Class B, 2 doors down from Daewoo's Class A. She was 5'1". She wore her hair in 2 long braids most days, the way she had worn it since she was 9, because braids stayed out of her face when she read and her mother had stopped insisting at 12. She wore round-framed glasses she actually needed. She was the daughter of a famous historian whose name appeared on the spines of half a dozen Korean history textbooks that were in fact still on the shelves of this very library. She was a quiet, careful, observant girl who read 3 books a week and who had not, since arriving at Changhua, said more than 70 consecutive words to any classmate. She had been in the back corner of the library on Thursday when Lee Hyejin had walked up to Han Daewoo's reading desk. She had been 3 aisles over. She had been pretending to look at the architecture section. She had heard every word of the conversation. She had not, ordinarily, been a girl who eavesdropped on her classmates, but she had been ordering a book through the interlibrary system at the front desk when Hyejin had come in, and the path back to her own desk had gone past Daewoo's corner. And she had stopped behind the architecture shelf because she had recognized Hyejin and had not wanted to walk into a private conversation between an idol and a boy she did not know well. She had stood there for the full 8 minutes. She had heard the line, "The blazer was not a strategy." She had heard the line, "That is more interesting than if it had been." She had gone back to her desk and tried to read. She had not been able to read. She had spent the rest of Thursday and all of Friday and all of the weekend thinking about it. She had decided, at 3 in the morning on Sunday night, with the small private clarity of a girl whose internal life had always been louder than her external one, that she was going to do something she had not done since 4th grade. She was going to talk to a boy at school first. She came to the library on Monday at lunch with 3 of her favorite books in her bag and an unopened pack of egg and cucumber sandwiches her mother had packed her. She came an hour early because she had not been able to eat in the cafeteria for fear of running into him before she had had a chance to think. She sat at the desk next to Daewoo's. She set the books down. She set the sandwiches down. She opened the smallest book and pretended to read. He arrived at 12:20. He saw her at his usual desk neighbor. He did not say anything immediately. He sat down. He took out his laptop. He opened it. He took out a kimbap. He noticed, after about 30 seconds, that the girl next to him was not turning the pages of the book she was reading and was holding it upside down. He closed the laptop. He turned slightly. "Hi," he said softly. He did not say her name, because he was not sure of it. "I'm Daewoo. I haven't introduced myself. I think we're in adjacent homerooms. What are you reading?" She closed the book. She turned it the right way up. She set it down. She did not look at him. "Park Ji-soo. Class B. I'm reading Borges. The Aleph. In translation. The Korean edition. The translator is Song Byung-sun, who I think did a good job. I don't think you read Borges. I have not. I should. The Aleph, that's the one with the cellar. Yes. Yes, the cellar in Buenos Aires. With the little point on the cellar floor where you can see the entire universe simultaneously. That sounds beautiful. It is. What else are you reading? She did not, for the next 40 minutes, look at him. She did, however, walk him through the 3 books in her bag. She walked him through Borges, then through a small bilingual edition of The Tale of Genji she carried because she liked the Heian poetry, then through a book of essays by an Italian literary critic she said almost no one in this country read. She used, in the 40 minutes, more than 70 consecutive words. She used, in the 40 minutes, several hundred consecutive words. Han Daewoo listened with the quiet, attentive listening of a man who had been raised by a mother who had been a librarian in her own youth, and who had taught Daniel Reyes, at age 7, that there was no greater compliment a reader could pay another reader than to listen to them talk about a book they loved without trying to redirect to a book of one's own. He listened. He asked one question every 5 minutes. He asked good questions. He had read enough in his 30 years to fake intelligent interest about almost anything, and he was not faking. He was, in honest fact, fascinated. He had not read these books. He had not, in his life, had a friend who would have wanted to talk about them with him. He had been a gym owner. The friends he had been other gym owners. The conversations he had been about insurance. Park Ji-soo unwrapped the egg and cucumber sandwiches at 1:05. She offered him one. He took it. He thanked her. He ate it. She looked at him for the first time, briefly, when she handed him the sandwich. She looked away when he took it. She did not say anything else for several minutes. He let her not say anything. At 1:15, when the lunch bell rang, she stood up. She gathered the books. She put them in her bag. She paused. Thursday is Lee Hyejin's day, isn't it? Ah, yes. I think so. She comes by then. I will come on Wednesdays. Wednesdays. Yes. I'd like that, Ji-soo. She turned the same color as the inside of one of the egg sandwiches. She did not say anything. She bowed slightly. She left. He watched her go. Daniel Reyes, in Han Daewoo's body, made a quiet observation to himself in the back of his own head. He observed that there were 6 girls in this school whose week, in some quietly increasing way, now ran through him. Yuna, Ariam, Hyejin, Yeren. He counted Yeren, because Yeren's principled hatred was a form of attention that required maintenance. Akira, and now this small, careful, brave girl with the upside-down book, and that he was going to have to be careful, because he was an adult in a teenage body and the teenage girls around him were teenage girls, and the situation had ethical dimensions he was going to have to think through before it got more complicated than it already was. He thought about it for a minute. He decided he was going to think about it more later. He had a P&L statement to redo before 6th period. Chapter 13. The First Pushback. The first pushback from Han Cheolsu came on a Wednesday evening, 2 weeks after the alley. It came in the form of a knock on the door of the studio apartment in Mapo at 9:30 in the evening. Daewoo had just finished dinner, Mr. Bay's brisket and noodles, on the house again. Although Daewoo had insisted on paying, and Mr. Bay had insisted right back, and Daewoo had finally compromised by leaving a tip on the counter twice the size of the dinner. And he had walked up the 4 flights of stairs in a clean white t-shirt and gym shorts with a glass of water in his hand. The knock came as he was setting the glass down. He did not have a peephole. He had not, in 3 weeks, gotten around to ordering one. He opened the door 6 inches. 3 men in dark suits stood in the corridor. The man in the front was in his late 40s, narrow-faced, with the kind of polite small smile a man used when he was about to be very rude. The 2 men behind him were larger, in the loose suit jackets of professional handlers, and were standing with their hands clasped in front of them in the formation that handlers stood in when they expected, but did not currently anticipate, a confrontation. Mr. Han Daewoo. Yes. My name is Mr. Lee. I represent the legal office of Mr. Han Cheolsu. I am here to deliver a notice. The notice is, he held out a thick envelope sealed with a familiar wax. It is a notice to vacate this apartment by Friday. The mortgage on this apartment was purchased on Monday by an affiliate of the Han Group's real estate division. The mortgage has been called. You will receive the full notice tomorrow morning through the bank. The bank's call window is 48 hours. As a courtesy, I am informing you tonight. Mr. Han Cheolsu wishes me to convey that he hopes you will accept this notice with a small, thin smile, the dignity for which you are widely known. He extended the envelope. Daewoo did not take it. He looked at it for a moment. He looked at Mr. Lee. He looked at the two handlers. He looked back at Mr. Lee. You bought the mortgage. We did. That's a hell of a lot of bureaucracy for a teenager. Mr. Han Cheolsu is a thorough man. I'm not going to take the envelope, Mr. Lee. If you slide it under the door, I'll consider it delivered. I'd rather not touch it. Touching it is consent to the service. I'm sure you know that. Mr. Lee's smile flickered. It flickered because he had not expected the 17-year-old in the doorway to know what consent to the service meant. It flickered because the 17-year-old in the doorway, who was wearing gym shorts and a white t-shirt, had olive-toned skin and tousled short brown hair, and was leaning on the doorframe with one shoulder, and Mr. Lee, who was a legal man and not a violence man, had spent a long time in his career standing in narrow corridors making narrow threats to narrow boys. And he had known, in the first half-second of looking at this boy, that this boy was different from the boys he had threatened. Before, he had not been told, by his employer, that this would be the case. He was, for a single moment, irritated with his employer for not having warned him. The bank will deliver the notice tomorrow, he said. By registered mail. The 48-hour clock will start from the bank's delivery. I am extending an additional courtesy. If you are out of this apartment by Friday morning, we will not pursue legal damages for occupancy. If you are not, we will. The damages will be at the maximum rate the court will permit. Mr. Han Cheolsu wishes me to convey that this is not personal. It is a matter of cleaning up the family's holdings. Have a good evening, Mr. Han Daewoo. He slid the envelope under the door. He turned to go. Daewoo did not close the door yet. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee paused. He turned. He looked back over his shoulder. Yes. You take a 30% retainer from Mr. Han for these jobs. I beg your pardon? 30%. I know the standard rate. My old uncle was in finance. He used to handle this kind of work for a small holding company in San Diego. I just want to make sure I understand the economics. He pays you the retainer up front. You bill at a discount on the rest. Yes. Mr. Lee blinked. That is, broadly the structure, yes. How much on a job this size? I cannot discuss. You don't have to discuss. I'm guessing. The mortgage acquisition was, what, for 100 million won. The legal cost of the call is maybe 20 million. The court cost if I fight is another 20. The damages claim, if you go to the max rate, is capped at 4 times the call value, so another 1,600. Total billable to Mr. Han, in the worst case, sits at about 2 billion won. Your office sees, what, 300 million? On a job like this. I am not going to confirm specific numbers. You don't have to. The point is, the math is fine. I just want you to know, and I want you to convey this to Mr. Han, that I am about to wire 1 billion won into an escrow account by tomorrow morning, and I am going to instruct the escrow agent to pay off the mortgage in full by Friday at noon, 3 hours before the call window expires. The payoff will be on time. There will be no damages claim. There will be no occupancy fight. Your office, on this job, will bill out at the floor of 300 million won. Mr. Han Cheolsu will have spent 400 million won acquiring a mortgage that will be paid off inside of 72 hours, and he will have paid your office for the privilege. The whole exercise will have cost him approximately 700 million won in transaction costs, and will have produced a zero return on capital. I want you to convey that, accurately, to him. Mr. Lee stared at him. Where would you get 1 billion won by tomorrow morning? From a friend. What friend? That's not your concern, Mr. Lee. It will land. You'll see it land. Convey the message. Have a good evening. Daewoo closed the door. He did not lock it. He did not need to. The two handlers in the corridor were the kind of handlers who would not, on a job like this, do anything without instruction. He turned. He picked up the envelope from the floor. He opened it without breaking the wax. He simply slit the paper at the side and slid the documents out, and he glanced through the documents. The documents were as Mr. Lee had described. The mortgage had been called. The call window was 48 hours from official bank notification, which would arrive tomorrow morning. The terms were ordinary. There was nothing in the documents he had not expected. He picked up his phone. He called Chairman Seo Kyung-hwan. It was 9:47 in the evening. The chairman picked up on the second ring. Master Han. Chairman, I'm sorry to call this late. Mr. Han Cheolsu's office has just attempted to call my mortgage. A pause. I see. Mr. Lee in person? Yes, sir. Two handlers. Polite. Professional. He left the notice under my door. And what do you need? A bridge loan of 1 billion won by tomorrow morning. Repayable in 90 days at the standard short-term commercial rate. I will collateralize against the equity position I'm holding in the delivery app startup, which I am happy to assign to your firm at the current friends and family valuation, and I'll throw in an additional 5% of Northstar Capital on top, structured as a warrant convertible at the next priced round. Standard terms otherwise. I'll have the term sheet on your desk by 8 in the morning. A longer pause. The chairman laughed. It was a low, dry, pleased laugh. Master Han, are you offering me terms? I am offering you terms, sir. At 9:47 on a Wednesday evening, with the notice on the floor of your apartment. Yes, sir. You are something else, Master Han. Will you do it, sir? I will do it. The funds will be in your firm's account by 7 in the morning. Send the term sheet by 7:30. I will have my lawyer countersign by 8. We will execute by 9. I will, as my own courtesy, route the funds through a Singapore subsidiary so that Mr. Han Cheolsu's office cannot trace the source. You will be paying off the mortgage by 10. Mr. Han Cheolsu's office will be informed of the payoff by their own banker by 11. You will be living in a fully owned apartment, debt-free, by noon Friday. I am very pleased with this conversation, Master Han. Thank you, sir. Master Han. Yes, sir. One additional small thing. Yuna informed me yesterday that you have not yet taken her out for dinner. She did not phrase it as a request. She phrased it as an observation. I am passing it along. Sir. I am not telling you what to do, Master Han. I am passing along the observation. I do not interfere with my daughter's social life. I leave that to her mother, who is more skillful at it. I am simply reporting. Take her out. Or do not. The matter is between you and her. The bridge loan is separate. Good night, Master Han. Good night, sir. The line clicked. Han Daewoo stood for a moment in the middle of his studio apartment with his phone in his hand. He sat down on the futon. He laughed. Once. Quietly. Well, hell, he said. He picked up his phone again. He opened the messaging app. Yuna's name was in his contacts. He had not, in the 11 days since the alley, messaged her. He had spoken to her at school, briefly, every day. He had given her back the blazer's twin. He had bought a new identical blazer at the school store on Monday morning and quietly switched, and she had not seemed to notice. She had been wearing his original blazer to school every day. He had stopped saying anything about it. He had let her. He typed, Friday night, dinner. There's a place I like in Mapo, above a noodle shop. The shop owner will pretend not to recognize me. I'll pick you up at 7. D. He looked at the message. He did not send it. He erased it. He typed, Yuna, would you have dinner with me Friday? Daewoo. He sent it. He set the phone face down on the futon. He sat for a long minute with his hands on his knees. The phone vibrated. He picked it up. She had said, yes. She had said, 3 seconds later, what time? He smiled. He typed, 7. I'll pick you up. She had said, okay. He set the phone face down again. He laughed, small, quiet, surprised at himself. The laugh of a 30-year-old man in a 17-year-old body who had not anticipated that the math of his Wednesday evening was going to end this way. Then he stood up, went to the small desk in the corner, opened his laptop, and at 10:15 at night began drafting the term sheet for the bridge loan he was going to use to pay off the man who had been his father for 17 years, because Daniel Reyes, gym owner, knew that the time for celebrating with feelings was after the paperwork was done. He sent the term sheet at 1 in the morning. He went to sleep at 1:30. He slept very, very well. Part 4, The Long Spring. Chapter 14, The Dinner. He took her to Mr. Bay's. He took her to Mr. Bay's because Mr. Bay's was the best honest food in 3 districts, and because Mr. Bay had, on Daewoo's small private request on Thursday afternoon, agreed to set up the back booth with a clean white tablecloth and a candle in a small bronze cup he had inherited from his own grandmother and which had not been on a table in his shop in 20 years. Mr. Bay had also, without being asked, agreed to put a hand-lettered sign on the front door reading "Private Event Tonight. Regulars welcome," and to staff the front of the shop with his nephew the dishwasher, so that the kitchen could focus on the back table. Mr. Bay had not asked who the dinner was for. Mr. Bay had not, in honest fact, needed to ask. Mr. Bay read the local papers. Mr. Bay had read the local papers' coverage of the alley story for 8 days running. Mr. Bay had a deeply private soft spot for the boy who washed his dishes 3 nights a week and ate brisket on the house in the mornings. Daewoo picked Yuna up at 7 from the front gate of the CO residence. He picked her up in a black sedan he had hired for the evening, driven by Mr. Huang, the CO family driver, who had, on receiving the assignment, broken into a small private smile and had said thank you. Master Han, in a tone of voice Daewoo had not heard from a driver in either of his lives. Yuna came down the front steps of the residence in a slate blue silk dress that fell to mid-calf, her hair down for once, with her mother's smaller pearls in her ears and the faint hesitant smile of a girl who had not been on a date in the technical sense before. She had been on dinners. She had been on family-arranged dinners with the sons of her father's business friends. She had not been on a date, where a boy she liked had asked her out and had picked her up at her own gate. She got in the back seat. She sat with her hands folded in her lap. She did not look at him for the first 30 seconds. He let her have the 30 seconds. Then he said, gently, "You look beautiful, Yuna." She turned a precise shade of pink. "Thank you. You look very nice as well. I am wearing a borrowed jacket." "Where from?" "Coach Park's brother runs a tailor shop. He loaned me the jacket on the strength of 3 pad sessions. I will return it Monday." That is the strangest sentence anyone has ever said to me on a date. "It will be a long evening, then." She laughed. They drove to Mr. Bay's. Mr. Huang, with the discretion of a 30-year veteran, did not look in the rearview mirror once. He pulled up at the curb in front of the noodle shop. He opened the door for Yuna. Yuna stepped out. She stood on the sidewalk and stared at the hand-lettered sign on the door. "You took me to a noodle shop. I took you to the best honest food in 3 districts. It has a hand-lettered sign." "It does." "On plywood." "It does." She looked at him for a moment. She started laughing. She laughed all the way to the back booth, where Mr. Bay himself bowed her in and pulled out her chair and lit the small candle in the bronze cup and disappeared back into the kitchen without a word, and the laughter, by the time she sat down, had turned into the quiet, glad laughter of a girl who had been expecting some calculated piece of theater and had instead been brought to a noodle shop with a candle. He sat down across from her. He did not bother with the menu. Mr. Bay was already cooking. Mr. Bay had been cooking since 5:30. The menu had been a private negotiation between Daewoo and Mr. Bay on Thursday afternoon over a cup of barley tea at the back counter, and the menu had been yuck ho with quail egg for the appetizer, because Mr. Bay's yuck ho was better than the yuck ho at the high-end restaurants in Cheongdam. A small braised tofu and soy reduction, because Mr. Bay had been working on the reduction for 2 days. Galbi jim with chestnut, the way Mr. Bay's grandmother had made it. Cold buckwheat noodles in the pear broth Mr. Bay was famous for in the neighborhood, and which had not, despite 11 food blog write-ups, been served at any restaurant outside this shop. Soft tofu pudding for dessert with brown sugar syrup. Mr. Bay had insisted on doing it for free. Daewoo had argued for 90 minutes. Mr. Bay had won, on the grounds that he was the elder and that elders, in this country, were permitted to win arguments about whether they got to pay for their own ingredients. Daewoo had compromised by quietly leaving a check on the back counter on Friday morning for 3 times the cost of the ingredients, with a note reading, "For your nephew's tuition, please don't make a scene about it." He did not tell Yuna any of this. He told her, instead, about the company, about the 2 new clients North Star had signed this week, about the lease he had signed on the small office in Gangnam. He was going to move out of the co-working space into next month, using the referral letter from the chairman, about the analyst he was about to hire, about the bridge loan and the mortgage payoff. He was honest about the payoff because he had decided, on Thursday, that he was not going to be a person who hid things from her even early, and about Mr. Han Cheolsu's failed attempt, and about how it had ended. She listened. She listened with the careful, alert listening of a girl who had been raised by a Chaebol chairman and who had been taught, since she was 10, to read the structure of a business conversation. She asked good questions. She asked, at one point, about the term sheet conversion mechanics. He explained. She nodded. "My father said you were going to be very interesting to work with." "He said that to you?" "He said it last Tuesday at breakfast." He said it in the precise tone of voice he uses when he means that he has decided to back someone. "I'm honored." Daewoo. "Yes. Why are you telling me all this?" "About the business. We're on a date. You don't have to brief me." He looked at her. He set down his chopsticks. He thought about how to answer. He answered honestly. "Because," he said, "I don't have a person I tell things to. I never have. I had a friend once, in a life that's mostly behind me, and I lost her, and since then I haven't had a person to tell things to. I'm telling you because you're the person sitting across from me tonight, and because I would like, very much, to be the kind of person who has someone he tells things to, and I'd like, if you're up for it, to start with you. I'm not asking for anything yet. I want you to know that. I'm telling you because I want to." She looked at him for a long moment. She did not say anything for several seconds. She picked up her teacup. She held it in both hands. She looked into it. "I would like that, Daewoo." "Thank you." A pause. Daewoo. "Yes. You said a life that's mostly behind me." "I did." "What did you mean by that?" He had been waiting for this question, in some form, since the alley. He looked at her across the candle. He had thought, in the past 2 weeks, about how to handle this question when it came. He had decided, around midnight on Tuesday, that he was going to handle it with a kind of qualified honesty. He was not going to tell anyone, at least not yet, that he was a 30-year-old American man wearing a Korean teenager's body. He was, however, going to stop pretending that the change in him was nothing. He was going to give the people who were close to him a frame that was true enough to live with. "I had a kind of a near-death experience," he said carefully, "before everything started, before the kick-out. I was in a car accident, in a sense. I am being vague on purpose. The details are not the point. The point is that I came out of it with a different view of my own life. I came out of it with the sense that the person I had been for 17 years was a person who had been hiding inside his own skin, and that I had been given a chance, narrowly, to stop hiding. So I stopped hiding. The Daewoo you knew before, the boy in the hoodie, who confessed in the hallway, who could not meet your eyes, was a boy who had decided he could not be the person he actually was. The Daewoo across the table from you tonight is the person he actually was. I am still figuring out who that is. I am not pretending it's not strange. I am just letting it be." She watched him. She did not. He noted with the small detached fondness of a man who had decided to tell a partial truth to a person he respected, swallow it whole. She heard it. She heard the "I am being vague on purpose." She heard that the details are not the point. She heard, in particular, the "I am still figuring out who that is," and she nodded slowly, and she did not push. She did not push because she had been raised by a Chaebol chairman, and she had learned, by the age of 12, that there were partial truths and that they had to be allowed to remain partial. She picked up her chopsticks. She lifted a small piece of the galbi gym. She held it across the table. She offered it to him on the chopsticks the way her grandmother would have. The small old-fashioned gesture of feeding the person across from you a bite from your own plate at the end of a hard conversation. He took it. He ate it. He thanked her. "Thank you for telling me," she said. "Thank you for not asking what I'm not ready to say." Daewoo. "Yes. I'm going to ask you a different question." "All right. 8 times you said you loved me." "I remember. Do you still?" He set his chopsticks down. He looked at her across the candle. He breathed in slowly. He answered honestly. "I don't know yet," he said. "What I felt then was the thing a lonely boy feels for the only girl who has ever been kind to him. It was real. It was also not the same thing as love. I would like to find out what the actual thing is. With you, if you'll let me. But I don't want to lie to you about what the 8 confessions were, because the 8 confessions were not the actual thing, and I don't want anything between you and me to be built on the 8 confessions. They were a kid trying to climb out of a window. They were not love. The actual thing. If we find it, I want it to be the actual thing." "Slow." "Yes." She looked at him for a very long moment. She nodded. "Slow. Slow. Can we hold hands across the table?" "We can." "Yes." She held out her hand across the candle. He took it. Her hand was small. His hand was bigger than it had any business being on a 17-year-old. They sat for a moment holding hands across the candle, with the soft tofu pudding cooling between them, and Mr. Bay, in the kitchen, peeked through the service window once and smiled, and went quietly back to the stove. She drove home in his sedan. He walked her to her gate. He did not kiss her. He bowed slightly. She, before she went up the steps, hesitated and then leaned in and brushed her lips, very lightly, against the corner of his mouth, and then turned and ran up the steps with her hand against her own cheek. He stood at the gate for a moment after she had gone in. Then he got back in the car. Mr. Huang, in the front seat, said nothing. Daewoo, in the back, looked at the window and laughed, once quietly. "I'm in trouble," he told the window. Mr. Huang, in the front seat, very faintly smiled. Chapter 15, The Senior. Cho Yunhee was a year above him. She was the captain of the Kendo Club. She was 18 years old, 5'8", taller than half the boys at the school. She wore her hair in a long single braid down her back when she fought, and in a high ponytail when she did not. She was the only daughter of a Kendo master who ran the city's most respected dojang, and who had told her, when she was 9, that she would either be the best Kendoka of her generation or she would have to find another way to make him proud. She had decided, at 9, to be the best Kendoka of her generation. She had, by 16, become it. She had won the National High School Single Sword Championship 2 years running. She had never spoken to Han Daewoo before the morning he walked into the Kendo Club's practice room by accident, looking for the student council office. He stopped in the doorway. He bowed. He apologized for the intrusion. She, in her Kendo uniform with a wooden practice sword in her hand, looked at him for a long moment. "You are Han Daewoo." "Yes, senior. I'm sorry. I was looking for the council office. I thought it was on this floor." "It is on the floor above." Wait. I want to look at you." He stayed in the doorway. She walked across the practice room. She walked the way a Kendoka walked. Every step heel to toe, balanced, weighted, even, and she stopped in front of him at the precise distance a Kendoka stopped at the start of a match. 2 paces, the distance at which neither of them could yet hit the other and from which one stepped forward to begin. She did not raise the wooden sword. She held it at her side, point down. She studied his face. "You are taller than I thought," she said. "I am sorry, senior. Do not apologize. I have a question for you." "May I ask?" "Of course, senior. You broke 5 men in an alleyway in Sinsadong 2 weeks ago. You did so empty-handed for 3 of them, and with a metal pipe for 2. You were uninjured. The senior Kindoka of my dojang, my father, watched the security camera footage 3 times. He said your hand fighting was excellent, and your footwork was the footwork of someone trained in an old Filipino system that crosses Western boxing with Kali stick work. He asked me whether you would, if invited, come to the dojang and accept a sparring round with him at the wooden sword. He wishes to see your footwork against a real weapon. The invitation is informal. You would not be expected to win. You would not be expected to be a Kindoka. You would simply be expected to bring your footwork. He would compensate you for your time. He thinks you would learn something. He would, in the bargain, teach you, if you wish to learn, the fundamentals of the sword. He thinks you might be very good at it. He thinks, in particular, that you would be good at the long sword, because of your reach and the shape of your shoulders. The invitation is open. I am the messenger. What do you say? He looked at her. He thought about it for the precise count of 4 breaths. He smiled. I would be honored, he said. Please thank Master Cho for the invitation. When does he wish to host? Saturday, 11 in the morning. Address is the Cho Dojang, Mokdong. You will be expected. I will be there. Thank you, Han Daewoo. Thank you, senior. She bowed. He bowed. He stepped back from the doorway. She did not, however, immediately turned back to her practice. She stood looking at him for a moment longer. Han Daewoo. Yes, senior. You will need a sparring uniform that fits. I will see if Coach Park's brother can lend me one. Do not bother. I will have one ready for you at the dojang. We have several. You are approximately the same shoulder size as one of my father's students. I will have his old uniform laundered. It will be Saturday morning. Thank you, senior. Do not thank me yet. My father is very enthusiastic when he meets a young person whose footwork he wants to study. You will be tired afterward. Be prepared. You may also wish to bring a friend, if you have one who would like to watch. The dojang has a small visitors gallery. I might bring someone, yes. Thank you. Saturday. She turned. She walked back across the practice room. She did not look back. He stood for a moment in the doorway watching the long single braid of black hair swinging slightly between her shoulder blades, the practiced unconscious posture, the way she stepped, the way her grip on the wooden sword was loose because the wooden sword was an extension of her hand and not a thing she was carrying. He left. He went up to the floor above, found the council office, and dropped off the receipt Choi Ariam had asked for that morning. He found, when he sat down at lunch in the library, that he had been thinking about Cho Yun's footwork for the entirety of his walk between the kendo room and the council office, and that the thinking was the thinking of one fighter assessing another, and that, alongside the technical assessment, there was a small private warmth that he did not, at the moment, want to examine. He filed it. He had a fight gym to get to, a company to run, an analyst to interview at 4, a dinner with Mr. Bay at 6, and a study session with Hyojin on Thursday, and Jisu on Wednesday, and a Saturday morning with Master Cho. He went a 5th period. Chapter 16, The Transfer Pair. Lu Wei and Adelaide Vance arrived on the same day in early April. They arrived on the same day by coincidence and not by coordination. Lu Wei was 16, the only daughter of the head of the Wei family of Hong Kong, an old triad-aligned shipping concern that had, over the past 15 years, gone almost entirely legitimate and had branched into private banking and into cross-strait container logistics. The family had decided that Lu Wei would spend her final year of secondary school in Seoul for the same reason the Yamamoto family had decided Akira would: cultural breadth, language refinement, and the careful early seeding of relationships among the children of the Chaebol class who would, in a decade, be running the next generation of Asian business. Adelaide Vance was 17, the only daughter of a British financier and a Hong Kong-born investment banker who had divorced when she was 12, who had spent her early years between London and Hong Kong, who had skipped 2 years of school, who had been at boarding school in Switzerland until last December when her mother had pulled her out because of a quiet scandal involving an algorithm. Adelaide had run on the Swiss school's tuition payment processor that had not strictly been authorized, but which had not strictly harmed anyone either. Her mother, who was based in Seoul on a 4-year posting for a Hong Kong bank, had decided that Adelaide would finish her secondary education at Changhua under her own supervision, because Adelaide needed adult supervision and was not yet, by any reasonable measure, ready to operate without it. Adelaide had been told she would be enrolling at Changhua on Wednesday evening. She had arrived Thursday morning. She had been assigned to Class A. She walked in 5 minutes late, in the school uniform tailored hastily overnight, with sandy blonde hair cut short and severe, half-rimmed glasses that she actually needed, and the slightly bored, slightly amused expression of a girl who had been told, on a flight 3 weeks ago, that her life was going to be smaller for a year and who had decided to find the smallness interesting rather than oppressive. Lu Wei walked in 2 minutes after her. She was small, slight, dark-haired, in the uniform that did not yet quite fit her because the tailor had not had time, with calm, careful eyes and a manner that the homeroom teacher recognized within 30 seconds as the manner of a child who had been raised by someone exceptionally formidable. The homeroom teacher introduced them both. Both bowed. Both were assigned seats in the second-to-last row. Lu Wei was assigned the seat directly behind Han Daewoo. Adelaide Vance was assigned the seat next to Lu Wei. Within the first 10 minutes of class, Adelaide had pulled a hardback book from her bag and had begun reading it under the desk. The book was Margin of Safety by Seth Klarman, a book that was out of print and that retailed, on the secondary market, for roughly $1,500 per copy. Daewoo, glancing back during a question to the homeroom teacher, had caught the spine of the book and had paused. He turned around in his seat. "That's a real copy." Adelaide looked up. She blinked at him. "It's a real copy. My father gave it to me at 12. Most copies in circulation are scans. I am aware. This is not a scan. Can I see it after class?" She tilted her head slightly. She looked at him for a long, careful moment. "Why?" "Because I have read it twice in scan and I would like, once in my life, to handle a real copy. I will not break the spine." She considered. "All right. After class." Lu Wei, beside her, watched the exchange with the small interior amusement of a girl who had been raised by a triad family that had gone legitimate. She did not say anything. She made a small private note. After class, in the corridor, Adelaide handed Daewoo the book. He held it carefully. He thumbed through the first chapter. He handed it back. He thanked her. "You are the alley boy," she said, in lightly accented English. He smiled. He answered in English. "I am the alley boy. Han Daewoo. Welcome to the school. Adelaide Vance. London, by way of Hong Kong and Geneva. Why are you reading Klarman?" "I run a small advisory firm. I read what I can." "You run a firm. You are 17. 18 in November. The firm is small. 2 clients. We are picking up a 3rd next week. I'm hiring an analyst." She looked at him for a moment. "What is the firm called?" "North Star Capital. Pay scale. Depends on the analyst. Hours. Negotiable. Heavy at month end. Light otherwise. Equity. Possible. Vest over 12 months. I will send you my CV." "I okay." "Yes. Please do. By tonight." "By tonight." She nodded once. She walked away. Lu Wei, who had been standing politely a half-step behind them throughout the entire conversation, looked at Daewoo with the small, careful look of a young woman who had been raised among triad lieutenants. "You have a knack," she said in Korean. "For what, exactly?" "For pulling people into rooms with you." He looked at her. He smiled. "Lu Wei, was it? I'm sorry. We haven't been introduced." "Han Daewoo. I am from Hong Kong. My family is in shipping. We are interested in cross-strait logistics and in private banking. I will be at this school for 1 year. I will, during that year, be looking for opportunities to invest with people of my generation whose work I respect. I have read about you in our family briefing. I am not here to make an offer today. I am here to make a polite introduction. If you have time after school next week, I would like to take tea with you and discuss whether there is anything our families could profitably do together. I am not authorized to commit. I am authorized to introduce. Are you interested? He looked at her. He laughed. Quietly. Lu Wei. I would be delighted. Tuesday. 4:30. Address to follow. I'll send you a venue. Thank you, Han Daewoo. She bowed slightly. She walked away. Daewoo stood in the corridor for a moment with the bell ringing for the next class. He laughed. Quietly. He shook his head. Right? He said, to no one in particular. Right. Okay. Right. He went to chemistry. Chapter 17, The Adopted Sister. Han Daewoo was the only person at the Han residence who had, on the morning of the kick-out, cried. She was 12 years old. She was Han Cheolsu's niece by his late younger brother, who had died of cancer at 38 when Daewoo had been 4, and Cheolsu had brought her into the household and raised her as a daughter on paper, although in practice she had been raised by the housekeeper Ms. Park and by Han Daewoo, who, in the 17 years before the kick-out, had been the closest thing to a brother she had had. He had read to her at night when she had been 6 and afraid of the dark. He had carried her on his shoulders when she had been 8 and tired from a museum trip. He had sat with her on the back garden bench when she had been 10 and had been told the family did not consider her a candidate for the inheritance because she was a girl and the daughter of the younger brother and not the son of the elder. He had not, in 17 years of his own quietly unhappy life, taken his unhappiness out on her once. She had cried, on the morning of the kick-out, in her bedroom, with the door locked. She had not been allowed to come down to the entry hall. She had been told by her mother, Miss Park the housekeeper, not the cold woman she had been told to call Madame Han, that she could not, under any circumstances, attempt to contact her brother again. She had cried for 2 days. On the 3rd day, she had gone to school. She was at the affiliated middle school division of Changhua, which used the same campus but a different building and a different uniform. She had sat in class. She had stared at her desk. On the 5th day, she had walked, at lunch, across the courtyard to the high school building. She had sat on a bench in the back garden, the small flagstone garden behind the high school building where the seniors sometimes ate lunch, and where the magnolia bush bloomed early because it had been bred to, and she had eaten her lunch alone and had hoped, with the small private hope of a 12-year-old who had lost the only family member who had loved her, that her brother would maybe walk through the back garden at some point during lunch. He did not walk through the back garden that day. He did not walk through the back garden on the 6th, 7th, or 8th day either. On the 9th day, however, the Wednesday of the 2nd full week of school after the kick-out, he did. He came around the corner of the high school building reading a market report on his phone. He stopped. He looked at the small girl on the bench. He looked at the small girl on the bench for the count of 2 breaths. He sat down on the bench beside her. He did not say anything for several seconds. Then he said, very quietly, Daewoo. She did not look at him. She kept her eyes on her lunchbox. I'm not supposed to talk to you. Uncle said. He said if I talked to you, he would put me out of the house too. I know. He said the same thing to me about you. Then why are you sitting on the bench? Because he said he would put me out of the house. He didn't say I couldn't sit on a bench with my sister. I'm willing to argue the precise terms with him in court if it comes to that. But you should go in 2 minutes, okay? You should go in 2 minutes. The longer you sit here, the harder it gets for you. I don't want to go. I know. They won't let me see you. I know. Hyung, the Korean word for older brother. The word Daewoo had been using for him for 8 years. He swallowed. He had not, in 3 weeks, been called Hyung by anyone. He had not realized how much he had missed it. Daewoo, are you all right? Are you eating? Did they give you any money? Are you in a bad place? I have my allowance. I have 8 months saved up. It's not much, but Daewoo. What? I am fine. I promise. I have a job. I have 2 jobs. I have a small company. I have an apartment. I eat at a noodle shop on the ground floor, and the owner overfeeds me. I am all right. I am, in fact, better than all right. Please do not worry about money. Use your allowance for yourself. Save it. Put it in an index fund. I will text you which one tonight if you give me your phone number on a piece of paper before you go. But please don't worry. She was crying. She was crying with her face turned away so he would not see. He did not put his arm around her. He could not, because the campus had cameras, and because Ms. Park, his mother, and Mr. Lee, his uncle's lawyer, would both, by tomorrow morning, know about the camera footage if he did. He sat very still on the bench beside her. He said, very quietly, in the voice he had used to read to her when she had been 6, Daewoo, listen, I am not gone. I am only down a street. You are going to grow up. You are going to come live with me when you turn 18 if you want to. That is 6 years from now. It is a long time. It will go faster than you think. Until then, I want you to do 4 things. Are you listening? Yes, Hyung. 1. Be kind to the new boy. To Jae-sung. He is not a bad boy. He has lost 2 parents recently. He is in a house he doesn't understand. He is going to be alone too. He doesn't know how to ask for help. Be a sister to him the way you have been a sister to me. He needs it. He will not, ever, know that I asked you to do this, and you will not tell him. I'll be kind to him. 2. Keep doing well in school. Don't slip because of this. Your future is your future. The Hans will not give it to you. You will have to take it. You can take it. You are smart and hardworking, and you will be more than fine. Do not slip. I won't slip. 3. If anything happens at the house that scares you, anything, you call me. I will give you a number that goes to a phone that is always on. You do not have to use it for anything else. You do not have to text me. You do not have to send me emojis. Just, if something happens that scares you, you call. I will come. Okay. 4. The most important one. Do not, for any reason, try to defy Uncle Cheolsu on my behalf. Do not stand up for me. Do not argue with him. Do not refuse to call Jae-sung your brother. Do not let him see that you and I are still in touch. The way I protect you is by being out of sight. The way you protect me is by being safe. Do you understand? I understand. Good girl. Hyung. Yes. I love you. He smiled. It was a tired smile. I love you too, Jaewoo. Go. Go now. The bell's about to ring. Go. She stood up. She wiped her face. She took a small folded piece of paper out of her uniform pocket. She had, he registered, brought it with her in case, and slipped it onto the bench beside him. He glanced at it. It was her phone number, written in her round, careful 12-year-old hand. I made it last night, she said. I hoped you'd be on a bench. I'll text you the index fund tonight. Use a fake name in your contacts for me. Call me. Call me Banker. Okay, Banker. Go. She went. He sat on the bench for a long moment after she had gone, with the folded paper in his hand, and he watched the magnolia bush that had been bred to bloom early, and he did not cry, but he understood, with the small precise clarity of a 30-year-old in a 17-year-old's body, that he was not going to be able to walk away from this family entirely, because there was a 12-year-old in it who had been calling him Hyung for 8 years, and the 12-year-old was, in any meaningful accounting of his life, his actual sister, and you did not walk away from your actual sister even if her uncle had thrown you out of his house. He stood up. He folded the piece of paper. He put it in his blazer pocket. He walked to 5th period. He stopped, on the way, at the gate of the middle school building. He waited for the bell. He waited for the middle schoolers to come out. He saw Daewoo. He did not approach her. He stood at the gate with his hands in his pockets and watched her walk to her classroom with her 2 friends. She did not turn. She did not look at him. She had been told not to. She did, however, lift her hand once to her ear in a small private gesture that was the gesture she had been using since she was 7 to mean I see you, Hyung. He smiled. He went to 5th period. Chapter 18, Jae-sung. Jae-sung found him 3 days later. He found him not at the school, but at the noodle shop, on a Friday evening when Daewoo was washing dishes in the back. Jae-sung walked into the front of Mr. Bay's at 8:15, in the uniform of an after-hours private cram school. He had a book bag over one shoulder. He stood in the doorway. He did not order. He looked, with the slightly out-of-place expression of a boy who had been raised in a mountain temple and who was still, 3 months in, not used to ordering food in restaurants. Mr. Bay, behind the counter, looked at the boy. Mr. Bay was a man who had read the newspapers. Mr. Bay recognized Jae-sung. Mr. Bay did not, however, signal recognition. Mr. Bay said only, "Sit, young man. Eat what?" I am looking for someone." "Who you look for, then?" My brother." Mr. Bay paused. He set the towel down. "What name?" "Han Daewoo." Mr. Bay looked at the boy for a long count. Then he walked to the kitchen door. He opened it. He said, in a level voice, "Daewoo, you have a visitor." Daewoo, in the kitchen, looked up from the sink. He registered the voice. He set down the dish. He dried his hands on the apron. He walked through the door. Jae-sung was standing in the front of the shop in his cram school uniform with his hands at his sides. Daewoo stopped. He looked at Jae-sung for a moment. He did not feel anger. He did not feel resentment. He felt, with the small, detached clarity of a 30-year-old who had been doing the math on Jae-sung from a distance for a month, that the boy in front of him was, in every meaningful sense, also a victim of the situation. Jae-sung had been raised by a couple Daewoo had never met, who had now been dead for 2 months. Jae-sung had been pulled out of a temple and dropped into a Chaebol household whose internal politics were going to ruin him over the next 5 years. Jae-sung was looking at the floor. "Jae-sung," Daewoo said quietly. I'm sorry. I came to apologize." "For what?" For taking your house. For not coming to find you sooner. For letting father throw you out without saying anything. I was a coward. I did not know what to do. I am sorry. I am so sorry." Daewoo looked at him. He looked at the boy for a long moment. He sighed. "Jae-sung, sit down." Jae-sung sat down at the front counter. Daewoo sat down next to him. Mr. Bay, with the discretion of a 60-year-old noodle shop owner who had seen many awkward family conversations across his counter, set a small bowl of cold buckwheat noodles in front of Jae-sung and a glass of barley tea in front of Daewoo, and turned his back on both of them to focus on his stove. "Jae-sung, listen to me. None of this is your fault. It is. It is not. You did not switch us at birth. You did not arrange the discovery. You did not have an opinion about whether I stayed in the house. You did not have the power to keep me there even if you had had the opinion. Father, Mr. Han, he made the call. He made the call because he is the kind of man who makes that call. You and I are both children to him, and we are both being used by him for things we did not consent to. He used me for 17 years because he had no other heir to use. He is going to use you for the next 40 because he now does. The thing you have to understand, Jae-sung, and I am saying this as the older one, even if I am not, technically, your older brother, is that he will use you, and you have to decide, at some point in the next 5 years, how much of yourself you are willing to be used. That is the whole question of your life now. I have already answered the question for myself. He used me up. He threw away what was left. I am, in honest fact, glad about it. I am free. I will tell you a secret. I am happier in the noodle shop than I was in his house. I am genuinely happier. I am eating better. I am sleeping better. I am alive. I was not alive in that house. I want you to understand that. The thing that happened to me 3 weeks ago was not the worst thing that has ever happened to me. The worst thing that ever happened to me was the 17 years before it. Do you understand? Jae-sung was crying. He was crying quietly into the buckwheat noodles. Mr. Bay, at the stove, glanced once, mercifully looked away. I don't know what to do, Jae-sung said. You do what you can do. You go to school. You learn the family business. You learn enough of it that you can, in 5 years, when you are 22, make an informed decision about whether you want to stay in it. If you decide you do, you stay. If you decide you don't, you leave. He will not let you leave easily. But you will leave if you decide to. I will help you if you decide to. That is the most I can offer. I am not going to fight him for you. I am not going to swoop in and rescue you. You are a person. You have to make the choices yourself. But you and I, separately from him, we are not enemies. I do not hate you. I do not, in honest fact, even resent you. We are both kids who got caught up in a thing the adults did. Eat the noodles. Mr. Bay's noodles are very good. Jae-sung ate the noodles. He cried while he ate them. After a while he wiped his face. He looked up. Daewoo. Can I tell you something? Yes. I miss my parents. The ones who raised me. I miss them. I never met them as my real. I always thought they were my real parents, until 3 months ago. I thought I was an orphan they had adopted. They were kind people. They were old, and they were poor, and they were kind. And the temple was small, but it was warm in winter, and I had a dog. He was a small dog. He died last winter. I missed him so much. And then 3 months ago a lawyer came up the mountain and said that that the parents were not. And then a week later the parents were. He could not finish. Daewoo, very gently, set his hand on the boy's shoulder. He did not pull him into a hug. He did not, with the careful judgment of a man who had been a coach, force the contact further than the boy wanted. He set his hand on the shoulder, and he kept it there. I'm sorry, Jae-sung. I'm so sorry. They sound like they were good people. The dog sounds like a good dog. I'm sorry you lost all of them in the same season. I don't have anyone. You have me, if you want. Not as a brother of the house. Not as a Han. As a person who knows what it is to lose your parents and not have a place to put them missing. You can tell me about them. Anytime. I will listen. The noodle shop is open every night except Sunday. I am here on Wednesdays, Fridays, and most Saturdays. You can come. Jae-sung looked at him. He cried again, more quietly, for a long minute. He nodded. Thank you, Hyung. You don't have to call me that. I want to. Daewoo looked at him for a moment. Okay. They ate noodles together for the next half hour. Daewoo washed dishes after. Jae-sung sat at the counter and did homework on his phone, in the comfortable silence of a younger brother who had decided to stick around for company. Mr. Bay, when Jae-sung left at 9:30, refused to take payment. On the house, he said. Brother of Daewoo. Jae-sung bowed. He thanked him. He left. Daewoo, in the back, watched him go through the kitchen window. He sighed. Well, hell, he said, again, into the dishwater. He went back to scrubbing. Chapter 19, the 11th. Han Sua arrived at Chonghua International Academy in the 3rd week of April. She was a transfer from a Han-affiliated boarding school in Switzerland. She was 17. She was the daughter of Han Cheolsu's late younger brother by a second marriage, the younger brother who had died of cancer at 38, the one who had left Daewoo behind. Sua had been 6 when her father had died. Her mother, the Swiss-born second wife, had taken her back to Geneva and had not, in 11 years, brought her back to Korea. The two women had lived in Geneva on the modest trust the younger brother had left them. Han Cheolsu had paid Sua's school fees from a distance, in a precise quarterly transfer routed through a foundation, and had never visited. Madame Han had brought her back, 3 months ago, on a calculated impulse. The calculation had been this. Jae-sung was the new heir. Jae-sung was, however, unmarried, and would be unmarried for years, and the Hans needed an internal stabilizer. A cousin from the side branch, a girl, of the right age, of the right blood, raised abroad, and thus without the local social entanglements that would complicate a household introduction, would be useful. She would not be married to Jae-sung. The laws would not permit it, and the gossip would be vicious. She would, however, be installed in the house, presented as a beloved niece, and would, over the course of 3 or 4 years, become socially indispensable to Jae-sung in the way a slightly older sister figure becomes indispensable, and would thereafter be the person who introduced Jae-sung to the daughters of the families the Hans needed to ally with. She would be a household asset. She had been informed of this plan, in essence, by her aunt in their first private interview after her arrival. She had nodded. She had not, in honest fact, agreed to it. She had nodded because she had been raised by a Swiss-Korean mother who had taught her that one nodded at Chaebol matriarchs and made one's own decisions later. She had spent 3 months at the Han residence, quietly observing. She had spent the 3 months being exquisitely polite to Madame Han, exquisitely warm to Jae-sung, and exquisitely interested in the family business. She had also spent the 3 months with the small private patience of a girl who had been raised abroad, building her own assessment of the household, and the assessment, by April, had been that Madame Han was a cold woman who would use her, that Mr. Han Cheolsu was a man of immense capability who had made one apparently irreversible mistake in his life and was clinging to it, that Jae-sung was a sweet boy who was going to be eaten alive by this house in 3 years if no one helped him, and that there was a 4th member of the family, a person who had been ejected from the house the morning Jae-sung had arrived, whose name was not permitted to be spoken at the dinner table, whose photograph had been removed from the family wall, who was, on the basis of every piece of secondary evidence she had been able to gather, possibly the most interesting person within 50 kilometers. She had been planning to transfer to Changhua for 2 months. She had finally been allowed to, 3 weeks ago, on the condition that she did not, under any circumstances, approach Han Daewoo. She arrived in homeroom on a Tuesday morning in a uniform that had been tailored in Geneva and shipped in over the weekend. She had auburn brown hair down to her shoulders, a faint trace of Swiss vowels in her Korean, and the calm, direct gaze of a girl who had spent 11 years in international schools where the politics had been brutal and the cliques had been ruthless and the survivors had been the girls who had learned, at 12, how to read a room before sitting down in it. She bowed to the homeroom teacher. She introduced herself in fluent Korean. She was assigned to the empty seat to Daewoo's left. Han Daewoo, in the seat she sat down next to, looked up briefly when she sat down, registered a face he had not seen in 11 years and which he had not, in fact, recognized from Daewoo's memories until she had said her own name to the teacher. He blinked. He looked at her properly. Suwa. Hi, Appa. She said it quietly. She said Appa, the Korean word for older brother used by a girl, without thinking about it, the way she had said it when she had been 5 and had visited the main house, and the way she had not, in any of the 11 intervening years, said it to anyone. He smiled. Small. Surprised. Hi, Suwa. Welcome back. I was told not to talk to you. By Madame Han. By Madame Han. By Uncle. By Uncle's lawyers separately. The instruction was given 3 times. And you sat next to me. I had no choice in the seating. And you said Appa in the first 5 seconds. I had a choice in that. He laughed. Quietly. Mr. Han Cheolsu's enforcement, he reflected, was very thorough on the matter of Han Daewoo and very ineffective on the matter of the women in his own family. Suwa. Listen. Don't get in trouble. Don't sit at lunch with me. Don't be seen leaving school with me. Be polite in class, the way classmates are polite. Send messages through Daewoo if you want to send messages. Daewoo and I are in touch. Daewoo and you are in touch. You didn't know? I assumed. I had not confirmed. Now you have. I would like to be in touch as well, Appa. All right. Through Daewoo. Use a fake contact. Same arrangement. We'll talk. She nodded. She turned to her notebook. She opened it. She started taking notes on the homeroom announcement. She did, however, after 12 minutes, write, in the margin of her notebook, a small private observation in Swiss French. The observation read, Il est exactement comme je l'avais imagine. He is exactly as I had imagined him. She closed the notebook. She paid attention to the rest of homeroom. She did not, in the weeks that followed, speak to him at school. She did, however, message him through Daewoo 9 times in the first week, and the messages were good messages, the messages of a girl who had been quietly thinking about him from a distance for years and who had finally been allowed to meet him. He answered them. He answered them carefully. He answered them in the tone of an older brother who was, against his own better judgment, slowly being charmed. He was not, at the moment, prepared to think about the romantic dimensions of any of this. Sevis, the inheritance in his eighth petal, had a slightly amused opinion on the question. Sevis was not here. Sevis was not a thing in this world. Daniel Reyes, in Daewoo's body, did not, in honest fact, have an internal companion to bounce these questions off, the way the Prince of Eldermark had had Sevis. Daniel had only himself. Daniel had to think about it on his own. He thought about it, often, late at night, after the noodle shop had closed and he had walked up the 4 flights of stairs to the studio apartment. He thought about it in the small, honest way of a 30-year-old who had been engaged to a woman who had loved him and who had died standing next to him in a parking lot. He thought about it in the small, honest way of a man who had been given a second life and who had been given, in that second life, the attention of 11 young women whose interest in him ran the range from professional to personal to genuinely falling for him, and who had not asked for any of it. He thought, in particular, about Soyeon and Yuna, who he was closest to. He thought about Hyojin, who he respected and who had become, over a month of Thursday lunches, a real friend. He thought about Jisoo, who he was protective of. He thought about Akira, whose patience he respected. He thought about Yoonhee, whose footwork he had been studying since Saturday at the dojang. He thought about Wei, whose business sense he was learning from. He thought about Adelaide, who he was, in fact, working with 8 hours a day at the new North Star office. He thought about Ariam, who had become, over the past 5 weeks, the most reliable strategic ally he had at the school. He thought about Yeren, whose principled hatred had, as he had predicted, flipped, somewhere around the 11th day, into something else that was less principled and more difficult. He thought about Suwa, who was his cousin in the technical sense, and who was not his cousin at all in the biological sense. He thought about all of them at midnight, on a Wednesday, with the city lights coming through the window, and he came to a small private conclusion. The conclusion was that he was going to be honest with all of them. He was not going to pretend not to notice. He was not going to play games. He was not going to lead anyone on. He was going to, when each of them eventually asked the direct question, give them the direct answer, and the direct answer was going to be, I don't know what I am yet. I'm a man in a boy's body who has more attention from women than he knows what to do with. I am not going to pick someone in a panic. I am going to take a year. I am going to take more than a year. I am going to be slow. The choice, when it comes, will come honestly. Until then, I am not going to be anyone's boyfriend, and I am not going to lie about being anyone's boyfriend, and I am not going to hide that I care about each of you. If that is not enough for you, I will not be hurt if you walk away. If it is enough, we'll see. He thought about that for a long time. He nodded to himself. He went asleep. Chapter 20. The Spring Tournament. The Changhua Spring Tournament was a tradition. It was a tradition that had been running for 31 years. It was held in the 3rd weekend of May. It was an inter-school tournament across the 11 elite schools in the metropolitan area, held in a series of disciplines that the school's alumni boards had agreed on over the decades: fencing, kendo, archery, equestrian dressage, classical music ensemble, debate, mathematical olympiad, and one open discipline event that rotated each year. The open discipline event this year was, for the first time in 14 years, an unarmed combat tournament, sanctioned by the National High School Sports Authority, held under modified MMA rules with strict safety equipment, a strict no strikes to the head on the ground rule, and 3-minute rounds. It was widely expected by the alumni boards that the open discipline tournament would be won by a young man named Yang Min-suk, a senior at the boys' school across the river, who was the reigning national high school taekwondo champion in the heavyweight division and who had, in the past year, picked up a bronze medal in the junior international circuit. Han Daewoo had not been planning to enter the open discipline event. He had not been planning to enter because he had a company to run, because Saturday's dojang sessions with Master Cho had begun to chew into his weekends, because Yuna had asked him on Friday whether he would want to go to the tournament with her as a date instead of competing, because Adelaide was demanding a Saturday morning analyst sync starting next week, and because, in honest fact, the prospect of a high school combat tournament made him slightly tired. He had outgrown competitive sport at 25. He had not, 3 lives ago in his second life mathematics, gotten back into it. What changed his mind was a poster. The poster went up on the school bulletin board on a Monday morning in early May. It was the official tournament roster announcement. It listed, beside the open discipline event, the 11 competitors who had registered to date. The list was alphabetical. Toward the bottom of the list, in 12-point font, Yang Min-suk, Changhua Brothers School, reigning national champion. And under it, in 11-point font, in a separate cluster, special exhibition, Yang Min-suk versus Han Daewoo, Changhua International Academy, by arrangement of the alumni board. He stood in the hallway looking at the poster for a long moment. He had not, in any meaningful sense, been consulted about the special exhibition. He turned. Choi Ariam, who had been walking past with a clipboard, paused. Daewoo. Yes, I was about to find you. The special exhibition was added by the alumni board last Thursday evening over my objection. I am sorry. The alumni board went around the student council. They went around the student council because the alumni board had been receiving, let us say, strong encouragement from a donor. A donor. Mr. Han Cheolsu donated 45 million won to the alumni board on Wednesday afternoon, specifically earmarked for the tournament. The earmark, according to the secretary of the board who I had a private conversation with on Friday, was contingent on the addition of the Yang Han exhibition. The board accepted the donation. I am sorry, Daewoo. I argued against it. I lost. He looked at her. He laughed. Quietly. Without rancor. That is an impressive maneuver. He's been planning this for a month. I imagine so. He has been waiting for Yang Min-suk to be available. He has been timing it to the tournament. He is going to have me beaten in public by the national champion in front of the entire alumni network of the 11 elite schools. He is going to use the beating as a story. The story is going to be the disinherited fake heir was given a chance to prove himself and could not. The story is going to do a lot of work for him. He will use it to reset the public narrative on the alley. He will use it to justify, retroactively, the disinheritance. He will use it to put the school's social weight back on Jaesung. It is, in honest business terms, an extremely well-designed move. You are speaking very calmly about it. I am. I respect a well-designed move. You are going to lose, Daewoo. Yang Min-suk he is 6'4". He has been training in Taekwondo since he was 4. He is the national champion. The exhibition will be 3 rounds of 3 minutes. He is going to put you on the floor in under a minute. He is not. Daewoo. I am not going to lose to him, Ariam. I am not boasting. I am being precise. I am going to beat him cleanly inside 2 rounds. I am going to make it look honest. I am not going to humiliate him, because he is, based on what I have read, a decent young man who has done nothing wrong, and who will, if I do this carefully, walk off the mat with his reputation slightly improved by the fact that he fought competently against an unknown. I am, however, going to win. She stared at him. How can you possibly? Ariam. The alley was not luck. The alley was 5 low-tier freelancers. The alley was 5 low-tier freelancers, and I let it look like luck because I had no reason to advertise. The exhibition gives me a reason. I will be honest with you about something. I have spent, privately, every Saturday at the Cho Dojang in Mokdong sparring with Master Cho Eun-soo at the long sword, and every other day of the week at Coach Park Jong-soo's mixed gym in Wangsimni, working out for 2 hours minimum, since the alley. I have, in addition, a fight background from before any of this that I have not advertised. I am, in the technical sense, the best fighter under the age of 23 in this city. I would not normally say this aloud. I am saying it to you because you are the student council president and you have asked, and because you and I have, over the past 5 weeks, become, I think, friends. I do not want you to worry about Saturday. Mr. Han Cheolsu has, in honest fact, walked into a trap of his own design. He is going to spend 45 million won to have his son's reputation enhanced in public. He is, and I am being precise, going to regret this for the rest of his career. She looked at him for a very long moment. You are going to. I am going to win. Cleanly. Cleanly. Honestly. No tricks. Young is going to throw everything he has at me. I am going to take the first round to study him. I am going to win the second on points and finish in the third. I am going to make sure the video that gets out of it is a video that makes both of us look good. Him, because he was honestly competitive. Me, because I won fairly. The story that gets told the next morning is going to be the opposite of the story Mr. Han is trying to plant. The story is going to be the disinherited fake heir who survived an alley, also happens to be a serious athlete who beat the national champion. He has been understated about it. He is, now that the story is out, the most interesting young man in the elite school network. That is the story Mr. Han is going to have paid 45 million won to plant on my behalf. Choi Ariam stared at him. She stared at him because, in 5 weeks of slowly getting to know him, she had not quite understood, until this conversation, that the boy she had been recalibrating was not, in fact, a boy. She nodded slowly. I will sit in the front row. Thank you, Ariam. I will, in addition, instruct the school's media office to film the entire exhibition with 3 cameras at full broadcast quality and to release the footage on the school's social channels within an hour of the match's conclusion. Thank you again, Daewoo. Yes. If you lose, I am going to be very angry. I will not lose. Good. She walked away. He looked at the poster for one more moment. He took out his phone. He texted Mr. Bay, Mr. Bay. Saturday, I will have a friend with me at lunch. We will be at the back booth at 6. We will both eat a great deal. Please prepare accordingly. Mr. Bay responded within 30 seconds. Brisket. Both. Triple. He texted Yuna. Saturday, I have to do a thing. I'll explain at school tomorrow. Are you free Sunday for breakfast? She responded within 90 seconds. Yes. Tell me at school. He texted Soyeon. Saturday, I'm fighting Young Min Suk in an exhibition at the spring tournament. It's a setup by my old father's office. I am going to win cleanly. I want you to corner me. Will you do it? Soyeon responded in 11 seconds. Yes. I am also going to be insufferable about this for a year. See you Saturday morning at 6 at Coach Park's. Warm-up will be brutal. Bring tape. He smiled. He pocketed the phone. He went a 5th period. Chapter 21. The Exhibition. The exhibition was held in the main gymnasium of the Chonghua Brothers School across the river on Saturday evening at 7. The main gymnasium had been converted, for the night, into a tournament hall. The center had a regulation MMA cage set up by a contractor. The seating, in tiered rows around the cage, held approximately 3,000 people. The alumni boards of all 11 elite schools were in the front rows. The headmaster of Chonghua International Academy was in the second row. The press section, 16 accredited outlets, 2 of them from the national broadcast networks, was at the cage side. The video crew, on Choi Ariam's specific instruction, had set up 3 full broadcast quality cameras. In the front row, on the Chonghua International Academy's side, sat Choi Ariam, Min Yerin, Seo Yuna, Lee Hyejin, Yamamoto Akira, Park Jisoo, Cho Yuni, Lu Wei, Adelaide Vance, Han Sua, who had been told by Madame Han that she absolutely was not to attend, and who had snuck out at 6, and Han Daewoo, who had been told by Madame Han that she was at a sleepover at Sua's friend's house, who was not, in honest fact, at a sleepover, and who was in the front row pressed against the cage with her hands on the bars. Also in the row, Mr. Bay, the noodle shop owner, who had closed the shop for the evening and who had insisted on being there, in a clean white shirt and a tie his nephew had tied for him. Also, Chairman Seo Kyung-hwan, in a charcoal suit, with Mr. Huang the driver standing 2 paces behind him. In the row behind them, Han Jae-sung, in his cram school clothes, alone, with the slightly miserable expression of a boy who had been forbidden to attend and who had come anyway, and who had hidden in the back of the gym for 2 hours before slipping into the row at 5 to 7. In the row 2 behind them, a man in a charcoal 3-piece Han Daewoo, walking out from the back, registered with the small, detached clarity of a 30-year-old who had been a coach. The man was Han Cheolsu. He had not, in 17 years, attended any school event of his fake son's. He had come tonight. In Soyeon's corner, on the apron of the cage, Soyeon herself in her tracksuit, with a towel over one shoulder and a bottle of water in her hand, talking quietly to Daewoo. Your hands are warm. Warm. Your shoulders are loose. Loose. He will open with the front round kick. He always does. It is his favorite. Slip outside. Take the leg under the armpit. Sweep. Round 1 strategy. Take the round on points without finishing. Read his hips. He drops his right shoulder before the spinning back kick. Don't bite on the spin. Counter inside. Round 2. Close the distance. Hands. He cannot box. He has never had to. Take the round in the clinch. Finish round 3 with the rear naked. He will not tap. He will pass out. The ref will stop it. Do not, Daewoo. Do not humiliate him. He is a good kid. Yes. Yes. And Daewoo. Yes. This is not a fight you have to do, but it is a fight you have decided to do, and I am with you. Do not get hit in the head if you can help it. Take the win. Come back to me. We will eat brisket together at the back booth. Yes. Yes, Soyeon. She tapped his cheek lightly with her open palm. He nodded. He turned. He walked to the cage door. The referee, a national circuit veteran with 28 years on the rule book, checked his gloves, his mouthguard, his cup, his uniform. He nodded him in. The cage door closed. Across the cage, Yang Min-suk was warming up. 6'4", long-limbed, the lean, precise musculature of an elite taekwondo athlete. His face was set in the calm, concentrated expression of a competitor who had done a great deal of this. He had been told, by his own coach, that the exhibition was a courtesy match, that Han Daewoo was a third year from the International Academy with no formal competitive record, that the exhibition was a favor to a major donor, and that he should win quickly and cleanly without embarrassing the opponent. He had nodded. He had warmed up. He had stretched. He had not, in any meaningful sense, been studying Daewoo. He looked at Daewoo across the cage now. He registered, with the small flick of a competitor's eye, that the opponent was taller than expected, that the opponent was thicker through the shoulders than expected, that the opponent's stance, when he settled into it after the referee stepped back, was not a stance Yang had seen before, a slightly bladed orthodox boxing base with the front foot at the precise angle a Filipino-style Cali boxer used for opening footwork. He frowned, very slightly. The bell rang. Yang Min-suk opened with the front round kick. Soyeon, in the corner, leaned against the cage with her arms folded and watched. Daewoo slipped outside the kick. He caught Yang's leg under his left armpit. He stepped his right leg behind Yang's planted leg. He swept. Yang went down. The referee called up. Yang stood up. Yang's coach, in the opposite corner, was already saying something rapid and low. Yang opened again. This time with a jab-cross low kick combination he had drilled 10,000 times. Daewoo slipped the jab on the outside. He parried the cross with his lead hand. He took the low kick on the shin without flinching. Soyeon, in the corner, registered the precise tibial check, the kind that comes only from a fighter who has spent 1,000 hours kicking a hardwood post, and he countered with a single, clean, hard left hook to the body that landed under Yang's elbow on the floating rib. Yang stepped back. He blinked. He had not, in honest fact, been hit in the body in 2 years. The crowd, which had been waiting for the bow and the calm exchange of a courtesy match, made the small collective inhale of a crowd that had just realized the match was not what it had been told it would be. Round 1 went 3 minutes. Yang Min-suk did not land cleanly. Daewoo landed 3 body shots, 2 of them with the same hook, and 1 clean low kick to Yang's lead thigh. The judges scored the round 10-9 for Daewoo. The audience scored the round in much louder terms. Round 2 began. Yang Min-suk, with the dignity of a national champion who had been hit harder in round 1 than he had expected, switched stances and opened with a spinning back kick. He dropped his right shoulder a quarter-inch before the spin. Daewoo did not bite. He stepped inside the spin. He took Yang's back as the kick passed him. He clinched. He did not throw a punch from the clinch. Taking the back of an undefended head position in MMA would have been technically legal and morally wrong, given that Yang's hands had been down for a half-second of recovery, and instead he hooked his left arm under Yang's left armpit, pulled, and put Yang on the cage. He held him there. The next 2 minutes were a clinch. Daewoo controlled the underhooks. He landed 2 short knees to the inside of Yang's thigh. He worked the body with 2 short uppercuts on the breaks. Yang fought competently, but was outmatched in the clinch by a margin he had never experienced. The bell rang. Daewoo released him. Yang walked back to his corner with the small, dazed expression of a young man who had just learned, in 3 minutes, that he had been missing 2 years of fundamentals that no one in his world had thought to teach him. The judges scored round 2 10-9 for Daewoo. Round 3 began. Round 3, by the previous 28 years of Master Cho's experience and by Soyen's particular 6 minutes of instruction, was supposed to end in the rear naked. It did not. It did not because Yang Min-suk, in the corner between rounds, had been told by his coach, very quietly, that he was being outclassed and that the only way he was going to make the match competitive was to switch from technical taekwondo to wild offense and hope to catch the opponent in a single hard exchange. Yang had nodded. Yang had come out swinging. Yang had come out with a hard, committed jumping switch kick to the head, the kind of kick that, if it landed, would have ended the match. Daewoo had ducked it. Daewoo had ducked it, taking Yang's planted leg out from under him as Yang landed, and brought Yang to the floor on his back. He had taken side mount. He had transitioned to full mount. He had not punched. He had, with the small, honest mercy of a fighter who had been told by his corner not to humiliate his opponent, taken Yang's arm in a high-elbow armbar that did not, in fact, require Yang to tap to a choke, because the choke would have rendered the national champion unconscious in front of 3,000 people and his mother in the 7th row. Yang tapped. The match ended at 1 minute and 14 seconds into round 3. The gymnasium was silent for the count of 2 breaths. Then the gymnasium roared. Han Daewoo got up. He helped Yang Min-suk up. He bowed to him. Yang, with the dignity of a national champion who had been honestly beaten, bowed back and said, very quietly, in front of the cameras, "Teach me that footwork sometime." "Anytime," Daewoo said. Yang nodded. He stepped back. He raised Daewoo's hand. The referee raised Daewoo's hand officially. The cage opened. Daewoo walked out. In the corner, Soyeon was crying. She did not realize she was crying for about 30 seconds. She stopped when she did. She wiped her eyes with the towel. She said only, "I am insufferable about this for at least 2 years. 2 years. Minimum." In the front row, Min Yeren had her hand pressed flat over her mouth. Yuna had both hands on the cage bars. Hyejin was filming on her phone. Akira was applauding politely. Jisoo was clapping with both hands cupped in front of her face. Yunhee had her arms folded with the calm, proud expression of a teacher who had been right about a student. Wei was nodding. Adelaide was making notes. Suah was smiling. Jaiwoo was screaming. Mr. Bei was wiping his nose with the back of his hand. Chairman Seo Kyung-hwan was, in his front row seat, sitting with the small, still expression of a man whose investment thesis had just been validated by approximately 3 orders of magnitude. In the row 2 behind, Han Cheolsu, in his charcoal 3-piece, had not moved. His face had not changed. His eyes were on Daewoo across the gymnasium. His eyes were the eyes of a man who had paid 45 million won to ruin a boy and had, in the doing of it, created a competitor. He stood up. He walked out of the gymnasium without speaking to anyone. He did not, on his way out, look at his son Jae-sung in the row in front of him. He did not look at his niece Suah, who had snuck out of the house. He did not look at Han Daewoo, who was screaming with her hands on the cage bars. He did not look at his fake son who had just defeated the national high school heavyweight taekwondo champion in 3 rounds with, the broadcast commentators would say, with increasing volume over the next hour, the kind of technical mastery this country has not seen in a high school division in a generation. He walked out. By the time he reached his car, his phone had rung 4 times. By midnight, it would ring 28 times. The story would not be the story he had paid for. He sat in the back of his car. He looked at the city through the tinted window. He made a decision. The decision was that he had been gentle so far, and that he was no longer going to be. He called a number. The number was a number that he had not called in 11 years. The number went to a man in Incheon who ran a service Han Cheolsu had occasionally used in his earliest years building the company and who he had not, in 11 years, needed to use again. The man picked up on the second ring. It has been a long time, Chairman. It has. I need a service. What service? The disinheritance of a son who has refused to be disinherited. The full service. The discreet version. A pause. The boy who fought tonight. Yes. I watched. And I will need a team. The boy is, Chairman, the boy is a serious fighter. The service will cost. The discretion will cost. How much in full? 6 billion won. Done. When can you execute? 3 weeks from tonight. There is an event in the calendar. The Changhua Spring Gala, the same Saturday, 3 weeks from now. The boy will attend. All the targets you would want present will be present. We will make it look like an attempted robbery by an unaffiliated street crew, escalated into a hostage situation that the boy attempts to resolve, and that ends with him not surviving. The collateral will be minimal. We will take care that no one of consequence is touched. The boy alone. Minimal. You guarantee minimal. I guarantee that the families of the school will be respected. I cannot guarantee that the boy will not put up a fight. He will. I am sending the heaviest team I have. How heavy? The full guild. 80 men. 12 specialists. The Suwon brothers are willing. The Bucca chapter of the Black Plum will lend their second floor. The man from Vladivostok, the one with the right hand, is in town for a separate matter and will assist. I will assemble it. I will personally supervise. Do it. 3 weeks, Chairman. 3 weeks. The line clicked. Han Cheolsu set the phone down on the seat beside him. He looked at the city through the tinted window. He felt nothing in particular. He had made the decision. The decision was made. He did not, in honest fact, like the decision. He had not, in his 61 years of life, deliberately ordered the death of a child. He was telling himself, and he was, with the small interior dishonesty of a man who had been at the top of an industry for 30 years, half believing himself, that the boy was no longer a child, and that the boy had become, in the 7 weeks since the disinheritance, a competitor who had the public ear, the chairman of the CO group as a personal patron, a girl from the Yamamoto family in his homeroom, a Lu girl from Hong Kong in his classroom, the entire alumni network of 11 schools. Watching his next move and the makings of a holding company that would, in 5 years, be a problem. The boy was a competitor. The boy was no longer a child. The car drove on. In the gymnasium behind him, Han Daewoo, walking out of the cage with Soyeon at his shoulder, looked across the rows of seats and saw his fake father's empty seat in the second row. He registered the empty seat. He did not, in that moment, know exactly what the empty seat meant. He had a strong suspicion. He had had the suspicion since Ariam had told him about the 45 million won. He filed the suspicion. He would, on Monday morning at the office, instruct Adelaide to begin pulling threat assessment data on his personal security. He would, on Tuesday, message the chairman through Mr. Huang to ask for an informal recommendation of a private protection team for the next month. He would, on Wednesday, quietly hire 2 of them. He would, on Thursday, file a private memo with his own analyst on the structural risk profile of his current position. He was, in honest fact, going to be ready. He just did not know. Yet, how ready he was going to have to be. He walked out of the cage. He bowed to Yang Min-suk one more time. He bowed to the referee. He bowed to the alumni board's central table. He walked to Soyeon. He let her wrap a towel around his shoulders. He walked off the floor. In the front row, the 11 girls, and Daewoo, and Mr. Bae, and Jae-sung, and the chairman, stood up. He stopped at the cage exit. He looked at them. He bowed. The 11 girls, and Daewoo, and Mr. Bae, and Jae-sung, and the chairman, bowed back. He walked into the locker room. He did not see them again that night, because Soyeon dragged him to Mr. Bae's for brisket, and Mr. Bae closed the shop for them at midnight. And Yuna came by at 1 in the morning with Hyejin and Akira and Yeren, and they all sat at the back booth and ate cold buckwheat noodles together until 3 in the morning, while Mr. Bae, behind the counter, smiled into his towel and quietly wept once or twice and did not say anything about it. It was, Daewoo reflected, a hell of a Saturday. The Saturday after next, the Changhua Spring Gala, 3 weeks out, was going to be a different kind. Part 5, 3 weeks. Chapter 22, The Quiet Build. 3 weeks is, in honest fact, very little time. It is also very much time, depending on who is using it. Han Cheolsu used the 3 weeks to assemble the operation. He paid the 6 billion won across 4 tranches, routed through 3 different shell entities, into accounts in Macau, Singapore, and Limassol. He met the man in Incheon twice, once in the back room of a private restaurant in Pyeongchang-dong, once at the man's own office in Incheon, and on the second meeting he was shown, on a wall of A3 printouts, the full operational plan. The plan was professional. The plan had 4 phases. The plan accounted for the school's private security, the CO group's protection detail that he correctly assumed had been attached to Daewoo, the city police's response window from the nearest precinct, the route the boy's car would take from the gala, and the precise hour at which the boy was, on the operational red, most exposed. The operational read had been wrong about 3 things. The man in Incheon did not know about Master Cheolsu, who, at 61 years old, was a kendo master who had once, in his 30s, beaten 3 men in an alley in Jongno with a rolled-up newspaper. Master Cho had begun, on the morning after the exhibition, to attend every one of Daewoo's gym sessions, to teach him in the evenings at his dojang for an hour each, and to walk Daewoo through, with the small patient diligence of a man who had been teaching his daughter for 9 years, the entire formal vocabulary of armed longsword work and the specific subset of that vocabulary that translated to bare hands against an opponent with a knife. The translation, in Master Cho's experience, was perhaps 80% direct. The man in Incheon did not know about Adelaide Vance, who, in the second week, had completed her threat assessment workup of the situation. She had identified, by means of a series of small queries into the public records of Han Group's procurement office, the alumni board's donation receipts, the bank routing numbers on the donor's account, and a single discreet phone call from her own mother to a former Hong Kong colleague at one of the involved banks, that an operation was being planned. She had not identified the date or the venue. She had identified, however, that the operation existed, and she had filed the memo on Daewoo's desk on the Tuesday morning of the 3rd week with a single underlined sentence at the top. They are coming. Probably the gala. Bring everyone you can. Bring me. I will be useful. He had read the memo. He had nodded. He had walked to her desk. He had told her, very quietly, "Thank you. I will keep you posted on the operational decision." He had then, that evening, called Chairman Seo Kyung-won. The chairman had listened for 90 seconds. The chairman had said, "I will be at the gala. My private detail will be at the gala. Mr. Huang will be at the gala. We will not interfere with what you are planning. We will hold the perimeter against escalation. Master Han, do not lose. If you lose, my daughter does not forgive me for not being more direct in this conversation." He had hung up. The man in Incheon also did not know about Yamamoto Akira, whose father, on receiving a brief report from his Seoul intelligence office on the 3rd Sunday morning, had picked up the phone himself and called Chairman Seo at his private residence. The two men had spoken for 20 minutes. They had not previously met. By the end of the call, Chairman Yamamoto had committed 8 of his own most discreet men to the perimeter of the gala, to remain in the building's basement service corridor, out of public view, available only if escalation breached the school's outer security, at no charge. He had said only, "Chairman Seo, the boy is a friend of my daughter. We do not, in my family, leave our friends. Tell him I am there." The chairman had thanked him. He had said, "He will not need them. He is very capable, but the offer is appreciated." The man in Incheon also did not know, although he should have, that Wei's family of Hong Kong shipping had, on a similar quiet assessment, dispatched 2 private security men under cover identities to attend the gala as guests. Their orders were not to fight. Their orders were to filming the perimeter, to extract Wei in case of escalation, and to provide additional witness statements to police if any of the operation's perpetrators tried to flee through Incheon Airport. The man in Incheon was a thorough professional. The man in Incheon was about to learn that thoroughness has limits, and that one of those limits is the moment a competitor turns out to have been quietly cultivating a network for 7 weeks, while you were quietly cultivating an 80-man strike team. Daewoo used the 3 weeks differently. He used the 3 weeks to train. He used the 3 weeks to file the documentation that would protect the company in his absence, if his absence became permanent. He spent 20 minutes on the Monday of the 2nd week with a notary in Gangnam executing the formal succession instruments. If anything happened to him, Northstar Capital would pass into a trust controlled by a 4-person board of Adelaide Vance, Chairman Seo, Mr. Bay the noodle shop owner, who had been startled and had, eventually, accepted, and Han Daewoo, with voting power held in trust until her 18th birthday. He spent 15 minutes the Tuesday after wiring an irrevocable 500 million won transfer into a trust for Jaiwa's education and another 200 million into Jaesung's, sealed for 10 years. He sat with Yuna on the Wednesday of the 3rd week at Mr. Bay's back booth and told her, with the calm, direct honesty he had decided on, that there was a strong probability that the gala on Saturday would be an attack, that he was going to fight, that he was going to win, and that she should be prepared not to be at the gala if she did not want to be in proximity to a fight. She had looked at him for a moment over the candle. She had said, "I am coming. I am going to wear the dress my mother bought me last week. I am going to be in the front row when you walk in. If you would prefer me not to, I will respect it. If you can stand it, I would like to be there." He had said, "I can stand it. I would like you to be there. Stay near the chairman. He will know what to do if things move toward you." She had nodded. He had had the same conversation, with small modifications, with each of the other 10 women in the orbit. Each of them had insisted on attending. Min Yeren, who had spent 8 weeks oscillating between principled hostility and worse, had insisted with the most heat and had finally been told, by Ariam, that her job for the night was to remain 3 paces from Suah and to make sure Suah did not, under any circumstances, get involved. Yeren had agreed. Yunhee, who had spent the past 3 weeks at Master Cho's dojang sparring Daewoo every evening for 90 minutes, had said only, "I will bring the practice sword. It will be in the coat check. If the situation requires it, I will retrieve it." He had nodded. Soyeon had said, "I will be in your corner." He had said, "Soyeon, this is not a cage. If it goes sideways and they come at you, run. Promise." She had said, "I do not promise. I will be in your corner." He had not argued with her, because he had recognized the look on her face and had known, with the small fond recognition of a fighter who had been raised in a fight family, that argument was useless. He had not told Jaesung. He had told Daewoo, with deliberate care, that there would, on Saturday, be trouble at the gala, and that she should not, under any circumstances, be there. She had nodded. She had asked, "Will you be okay, Hyung?" He had said, "Yes." She had nodded again. She had said, "I will not come." He had thanked her. She had, however, on Saturday morning, snuck into Sua's car on the ride over, and was, by the time he arrived at the gala, already in the building. He would not find out until later. By then it would be over. He used the last 3 days of the 3 weeks to do, in his own quiet routine, the small set of rituals he had used before every professional fight in his old life. He drove no caffeine. He slept 9 hours each of the 3 nights. He ate the same simple meal, rice, fish, vegetables, at the same time each evening. He read a book on the 3rd night for an hour. The book was Park Ji-soo's Lent copy of The Aleph. He read the title story for the 2nd time. He thought about the cellar in Buenos Aires with the single point on the floor from which one could see the entire universe simultaneously. And he thought, with the small private clarity of a man who had had 2 lives and who was about to fight for the 3rd, that he had, in the last 7 weeks, accidentally built himself a small cellar of his own, and that the small cellar contained, when he looked into it, a noodle shop owner with brisket, an idol who took half his kimbap on Thursdays, a triad heiress, a Yakuza heiress, a kendo senior, a tomboy fighter, a library girl, a tsundere Chaebol daughter, a Swiss-raised cousin, a British finance prodigy, a council president, a Chaebol heiress holding his blazer, a 12-year-old who called him banker, a returned heir who called him hyung, a chairman who had given him a bridge loan at midnight, and a noodle shop owner who fed him brisket. He thought, looking into the cellar, that it was, for a man who had died in a parking lot reaching for mangoes, a remarkably full universe. He closed the book. He went asleep. Chapter 23. The Gala. The Changhua Spring Gala was held in the grand ballroom of the Phoenix Hotel on the river. The Phoenix was 40 stories tall. The grand ballroom occupied the entire 2nd floor, a long oval room with 12 crystal chandeliers, walls of paneled walnut, 3 sets of double doors opening onto the lobby, and 4 service exits opening onto the hotel's back corridor. The gala was, by tradition, attended by the families of the senior class of all 11 elite schools, by the alumni boards, by the major donors of each school, and by a rotating list of public guests including the city's mayor, this year, the Minister of Education, this year, the chairman of the 3 largest chaebol of the country, this year, by individual invitation of the school's joint board, which always over-invited and was always proud of the resulting attendance, and approximately 400 other invited guests. The total attendance was, on the night, 1,142 persons. Han Daewoo arrived at 7 in the evening in a black tailored tuxedo that Coach Park's brother the tailor had. On receiving the assignment from Daewoo's actual assistant Adelaide Vance, executed across 3 fittings in 2 weeks, and presented, on the Friday afternoon, with the small pride of a tailor who had been given an unusually fine commission. Daewoo had thanked him. He had paid him in full. He had worn the tuxedo, with a black silk tie and a white shirt and black Oxford shoes that Lu Wei had. On a brief Friday evening shopping excursion, he had not been able to politely refuse, picked out for him at a boutique in Cheongdam. Yuna had arrived in a slate blue silk gown that fell to the floor. She had taken his arm at the front entrance. They had walked into the ballroom together. The ballroom had paused. The ballroom had paused because the heiress of the CO group had, with the small, clean public statement of a girl who was no longer interested in being subtle about it, walked into the most attended social event of the school calendar on the arm of Han Daewoo, the disinherited fake heir, the alley boy, the boy who had beaten the national champion 3 weeks ago, the boy whose face had been on the front of every business society magazine in the country for 2 weeks running. The pause was the small, silent recognition of a society that had been told, over 2 months, that the boy in question was a transitional curiosity, and which was now being told, by a girl in a slate blue silk gown, that he was no longer transitional. The buzz that followed the pause was the buzz the chairman of the CO group, sitting at the head table with his own wife and the Minister of Education, listened to with the small, satisfied expression of a man whose investment had compounded again. The 10 other women, Arium, Yeren, Hyojin, Akira, Soyeon, Jisoo, Yunhee, Wei, Adelaide, Suwa, were already seated at 3 different tables across the ballroom. Each of them, in her own way, had been told where to sit by Adelaide's seating plan, in positions that maximized the perimeter coverage of the room. Master Cho was at a corner table with Yunhee and her father. Mr. Bei, the noodle shop owner, was at a back table with Mr. Huang and Chairman Yamamoto's 2 discreet men. Jae-sung was at the head table beside his father, in a tuxedo that did not quite fit him, with a miserable expression that he was hiding badly. The man in Incheon's 80-man strike team was already in position. 40 of them were in the hotel as catering staff, in the white jacket uniforms of the banquet contractor. The contractor had been bought for the night, 4 days ago, for an undisclosed sum. 20 more were in the hotel as additional guests, in tuxedos and gowns, on forged invitations. 20 more were in the basement service corridor, in dark tactical clothing, with weapons in equipment cases. The 12 specialists were dispersed, 2 on the second-floor balcony above the ballroom, 2 in the lobby, 2 at each of the 3 service exits, and 2, including the Vladivostok specialist with the right hand, in the hotel's back service elevator, waiting. The plan was to begin at 9 in the evening. The plan was to begin at the moment the ballroom went into the after-dinner toast and the lights came down for the keynote speech by the Minister of Education. The plan was, at the moment the lights came down, for the catering staff to convert. They would simultaneously draw concealed pistols and small batons from inside the catering trolleys, would close the 3 sets of double doors and lock them with the contractor's master key, and would begin shepherding the guests into the center of the room while the additional guest contingent of 20 drew handguns and held the perimeter. The Vladivostok specialist would emerge from the back service elevator, walk through the kitchen, and enter the ballroom from the service door behind the head table. The plan was, at that point, for the Vladivostok specialist to identify Han Daewoo, to walk to him, and to engage. The plan was, in the resulting chaos, for one of the catering staff converts to accidentally discharge his weapon in Han Daewoo's direction during the engagement. The discharge would account for the boy. The plan was for the Vladivostok specialist to subsequently flee through the back service corridor, where the basement contingent would extract him, and for the catering staff and the additional guest contingent to surrender themselves to the police within 10 minutes of the discharge, having been instructed to identify themselves as members of a street crew that had attempted an organized robbery of the gala guest's jewelry that had gone wrong when the boy had intervened. The street crew identification was their cover story. They had each been paid, in cash, the equivalent of 3 years' income, to take a 4-year sentence in a comfortable prison, after which they would emerge to find that further compensation had been deposited in accounts maintained on their behalf. It was, as the man in Incheon had told Han Cheolsu, a professional plan. It was a plan that, professionally, depended on the boy being unable to read his own room. The boy read his own room. He had, as Adelaide had instructed him to, been reading it since 7 o'clock, when he had stepped through the front door. He had identified, by the end of the cocktail hour at 7:45, 16 catering staff whose body language was wrong. They did not flow correctly around the trays. Their shoulder posture was the shoulder posture of men carrying things that were lighter than they looked. Their eyes did the slow perimeter scans of perimeter guards rather than the fast vertical scans of waiters. He had identified 7 additional guests whose tuxedos were the wrong cut, off the rack, hastily tailored, with the small bulk under the left armpit of a man wearing a shoulder holster. He had identified, at the second-floor balcony's railing, 2 figures who were not, by the gala's official seating, supposed to be on the balcony at all. He had not said anything aloud. He had, however, at 7:55, on his way back from the men's room, paused at the corner table where Master Cho sat. He had bowed. He had said, in a precise, quiet voice, "Master, I count between 50 and 70 on the floor and in the lobby. There will be additional support, possibly in the kitchen or the basement. I would estimate 12 will be specialists. I would expect the trigger event in the next hour, probably synchronized with the lights going down for the keynote. I will move first. I would be grateful if you and Yunhee could secure the front double doors when the moment comes and keep them held. Mr. Bei's table will take the back service exit. Mr. Huang and the Yamamoto men will take the lobby. Adelaide and Wei's men will take the basement corridor. Soyeon, please corner. Yuna and the others, under the head table or out the kitchen, depending on which is closer. Please pass the word. Thank you. Master Cho had nodded once. He had said, good plan. I will move on your first move. Yunhee will retrieve the practice sword from coat, check now. Yunhee had stood up. She had walked, with the small calm step of a kendoka who had been waiting for an instruction, to the coat check. The word, in the next 8 minutes, had passed table to table. By 8:45, 12 minutes before the keynote, every ally in the room knew the plan. By 8:53, 3 minutes before the trigger, Yuna was sitting at her family's table with her hand on the small flat clutch that contained, the chairman had insisted on this, a personal canister of pepper spray grade tear gas, with her shoes off her feet so she could move quickly if she had to. By 8:58, Daewoo was standing at the side of the ballroom near the head table, beside Soyeon, with his jacket unbuttoned, with the practice sword from the coat checked now in Yunhee's hand by the front double doors, with Mr. Huang and the 2 Yamamoto men quietly in the lobby looking like they were attending a separate function, with Wei's 2 men 1 floor down in the basement service corridor having a quiet conversation with the security contractor about the contractor's relationship with the catering team, and with Adelaide Vance at her own table writing a final note on her phone to the Seoul Police Chief's personal cell, a number the chairman had given her this afternoon, saying, imminent. Phoenix Hotel, ballroom level, 80 plus, armed, 7 minutes maximum from now to response window. AV. At 9 o'clock, the lights in the ballroom came down. The Minister of Education stepped up to the lectern. He cleared his throat. Chapter 24, The Trigger. The catering staff moved as one. 40 white-jacketed men reached, in a single coordinated motion, for the small batons and concealed pistols inside their trolleys. They did so smoothly. They did so professionally. They did so, the man in Incheon would have noted with satisfaction had he been watching, with the unison of a unit that had drilled the move 200 times in the past week. What they did not do successfully, none of them, was complete the motion. They did not complete the motion because Han Daewoo had begun moving at the 8:55 mark, for full minutes before the lights had come down, and by 9 o'clock he had already crossed half the ballroom in a slow strolling motion that no one, the catering staff included, had registered as predatory because he had been walking in the casual rhythm of a young man going to refill his drink. He had positioned himself, by 9 o'clock, 3 paces behind the lead catering captain, a thick-necked man who had been standing by the head table's wine station, and who was, on the operational chart, the synchronization signal for the entire 40-man catering converted contingent. At 9 o'clock, the lead catering captain reached for the inside of his white jacket. Daewoo took him from behind. He took him from behind with the small, precise efficiency of a fighter who had been a guard's nightmare in his old life. Left arm around the throat in a rear naked. Right hand controlling the man's reaching hand at the wrist. Left leg behind both of the captain's knees. The captain dropped to his knees. Daewoo squeezed. The captain was unconscious in 4 seconds. Daewoo did not let him go. He held him as a shield as he reached down with his right hand, took the pistol from the captain's inside jacket, racked the slide, and pocketed it. He did not, in the next sequence of seconds, intend to use the pistol. He was, with the small, distant clarity of a man who knew the legal calculus of a deadly force defense in this country, going to fight with his hands wherever possible, but he was not going to leave a live weapon in the room. The 40 catering staff, with their lead captain on the floor, and the synchronization signal not given, hesitated. The hesitation lasted 4 seconds. The 4 seconds were the 4 seconds that the rest of the plan needed. Master Cho and Yoonhee sealed the front double doors. Master Cho slammed the bolt across the inside of the leftmost door with the small dry crack of an old man who had done this in alleys in his 30s and remembered exactly how it was done. Yoonhee stood beside him with the practice sword raised at chest level. The practice sword was a regulation oak training sword, 2 inches at the grip and 1.5 inches at the tip, 4 feet long, the kind of stick that, in the hand of a national high school single-sword champion, became a much more serious problem than its specifications suggested. Mr. Huang and the 2 Yamamoto men, in the lobby, took the 4 catering staff converts who had been positioned there with the brisk professional efficiency of 3 men in their 40s who had been together in various private security details for a combined 80 years. The 4 catering staff converts went down in 9 seconds and were dragged into the cloakroom and zip-tied within 30. In the basement service corridor, Liu Wei's 2 men, having spent the previous 20 minutes in a conversation with the hotel's security contractor about the catering team, locked the service elevator on the ground floor and disabled the basement corridor's secondary access doors with the small efficient applications of 2 doorstops and a folding chair. The basement contingent of 20 was, by 9:10, simply locked in the basement, unable to reach the ballroom level. In the kitchen, the 2 specialists who had been waiting in the back service elevator, including the Vladivostok specialist with the right hand, were already moving toward the ballroom's back service door. Yuna had not moved. Yuna had not moved because, in the 4 seconds of the catering staff's hesitation, she had registered that Daewoo was already across the ballroom, that the room's perimeter was being taken in real time by a coordinated allied response she had not previously realized was that coordinated, and that her job in the plan, to remain under the head table, was complicated by the fact that her father, the chairman, was at the head table beside her and was, in this moment, standing up. The chairman was standing up because the chairman was in his own role in his own plan. The chairman lifted the heavy crystal water pitcher from the head table. He turned. He brought the pitcher down on the skull of the 7th additional guest convert, who was 3 feet behind Yuna's chair with a handgun in his rising right hand. The pitcher broke. The 7th convert collapsed. The chairman did not, in any visible sense, react to having brained a man with a pitcher at a state dinner. He sat back down. He pulled Yuna under the head table by the elbow with the brisk firmness of a chairman extracting his daughter from a hostile shareholder meeting. He held her under the table. He pressed her shoes back into her hands. He nodded toward the kitchen door. She went. She crawled under the head table the length of its full extension, came out at the kitchen door, and slipped through it. Hyojin, Jisoo, and Akira, at the next table over, followed. Arium, Yeren, Adelaide, and Wei went toward the back service exit, where Mr. Bei and Mr. Huang were waiting. Sua, who had been told to stay with Yeren, did. Daewoo, who was not supposed to be there at all, was, by accidental coincidence, the closest civilian to Daewoo when the ballroom dynamics changed, and she froze. Soyeon, who had been at Daewoo's elbow since 7, scooped Daewoo up under her arm in a single low-practiced motion and carried her to the kitchen door at a sprint without breaking stride. Daewoo, with the unconscious lead captain in his left arm, the captain's pistol in his right pocket, and the room collapsing around him into the operational kinetics of his own attack, dropped the captain. He stepped forward into the room. He stepped forward into a room of approximately 60 hostile, armed, professional men, with their plan disrupted in its first 5 seconds, and their commander on the floor, and their lights now on at full strength, because Adelaide Vance had taken the precaution, in the 3rd minute of the cocktail hour, of identifying the ballroom's emergency lighting override and of standing, at this exact moment, with her hand on the override switch. Daewoo cracked his neck once to either side. He smiled, small, slightly crooked, the smile of a 30-year-old in a 17-year-old body who had been waiting 3 weeks for this and had had time to think about it. He said, in a quiet conversational voice that carried across the ballroom under the lights. "Gentlemen, the plan is over. You have approximately 7 minutes before the police arrive. You can leave through the front doors, which are sealed but unlocked from the inside if Master Cho permits you. You can leave through the back service door, which the gentleman from the Vladivostok contingent will be coming through in about 30 seconds. You can also stand and fight. I will tell you now that I am going to break every one of you who chooses to stand. I am not boasting. I am being precise. I am going to start with the man on my left." He turned. He started with the man on his left. Chapter 25, The Fight. The fight took 14 minutes. The fight was filmed from 4 angles by the Changhua Media Office, which Ariam had instructed, on the morning, to bring 4 broadcast-quality cameras and to position them at the ballroom's corners under the cover of the keynote speech coverage, by Hyejin's phone, which she had set on a tray near the kitchen door before retreating and which had recorded for 19 minutes, by the hotel's own security system, which had been left running because the catering contractor's bribed staff had, not, on professional advice, tampered with the hotel's secondary recording in case it triggered the contractor's third-party audit, and by Wei's 2 private security men in the basement, who had reactivated the basement-level system before locking the service elevator. The footage was, in the 72 hours that followed, the most viewed footage in the country. What the footage showed was this. The man on Daewoo's left was an additional guest convert in a poorly fitted tuxedo with a shoulder holster under his left arm. Daewoo crossed the 4 meters to him in 3 steps. The man raised his weapon. Daewoo turned his hips on the 2nd step, slipped inside the rising arm on the 3rd step, took the wrist of the gun hand with his left hand, twisted the wrist along the natural angle of the elbow until the elbow locked, and brought the man's own forearm across his face with the precise force of a fighter who had spent 6 years teaching this disarm to high school kids in East Los Angeles. The man's nose broke. The pistol clattered to the floor. Daewoo kicked it under the head table. He turned. He set the man on the floor with a sweep he did not bother to draw out. He stepped over the man. 3 more additional guest converts in the same loose cluster came at him at the same time. He took them as a single line. First man with a low body shot to the floating rib that doubled him. Second man with a redirected step that brought him into the first man's stumble. Third man with a clean elbow to the temple as the third man came into measurement. None of the 3 exchanged a successful counter. The exchange took 11 seconds. The first wave of the catering staff, 6 of the white-jacketed converts who had finally overcome the 4-second hesitation, came at him with batons drawn. He took the batons. He took the batons because Master Cho, in 3 weeks of evening sessions, had taught him the specific subset of the longsword vocabulary that translated to single-stick work, and because Daniel Reyes, in his old life, had spent 8 months on Filipino single-stick under his uncle's friend's tutelage at 24, and the 2 trainings had, in the past 3 weeks, combined into a hand that was, by professional standards, dangerous. He took the first man's baton by stepping inside the swing and trapping the wrist against his own ribs while his left hand controlled the elbow. He used the trapped baton, still in the first man's hand, to redirect into the second man's incoming swing. He let the first man's swing carry into the second man's collarbone. The second man's collarbone broke audibly. The first man, surprised, recovered late. Daewoo took the baton out of his hand, struck him once at the side of the jaw, and used the baton in his own right hand for the next 3 exchanges. He fought with the baton for 2 minutes. In the 2 minutes, he put down 19 men. He did not, and the slow-motion review of the footage in the weeks that followed would confirm this, strike any of them in any way that could not be justified, post facto, as proportional. He struck wrists. He struck thighs. He struck the meat of the shoulder. He struck temples only when temples were the only viable target, and when the alternative was either his own injury or the injury of a civilian. He swept knees. He took backs. He did not, in the entire 14 minutes, kill anyone, although in 3 cases the medical attention required to keep his targets in the live category was, in honest fact, immediate and serious. By minute 4, the Vladivostok specialist with the right hand had emerged from the back service door. The Vladivostok specialist was 48. He was 6'6". He had a prosthetic right hand made of carbon composite and steel, custom-fitted in St. Petersburg by a former military prosthetist, that delivered, on the rear knuckles, a striking surface harder than a brick. He had been a Spetsnaz combat instructor for 12 years. He had, since leaving the service, worked as a freelance specialist on the East Asian circuit for the past 8 years. He had been involved in the resolution of 17 extrajudicial matters in Korea, China, and Japan, none of which had ever been definitively traced to him by any law enforcement agency. He stepped into the ballroom. He saw the room. He saw Daewoo at its center, with a baton in his right hand and a path of 19 unconscious or incapacitated men across the floor behind him. He saw, with the small professional appreciation of a 48-year-old combat veteran for a younger man's competence, that the operational read had been seriously wrong. He took off his jacket. He folded it neatly. He set it on a chair beside the service door. He rolled his shirt sleeves to the elbow. The carbon composite right hand caught the chandelier light. He walked across the ballroom. He walked with the unhurried, deliberate gait of a professional. He did not raise his hands. He did not shout. He came to a stop at the operational distance. 3 meters, the distance at which a competent combat instructor could close on an opponent in a single step. He spoke in Russian-accented Korean. "Boy, I am Vasily. I am the contract. The other men in this room are now no longer your concern. Surrender to me. You will not be killed. You will be processed. I give you the professional courtesy of saying this aloud. The plan has changed. You have outperformed the brief. The brief is now. Bring you in. Alive. Alone. Surrender." Daewoo looked at him. He smiled. He nodded once. He dropped the baton. He raised both hands palm up at his sides. He said, "Vasily, thank you for the professional courtesy. I am declining." He did not give Vasily time to commit. He moved on his last word. Vasily, who had been expecting either a surrender or a confused hesitation, did not commit in the precise window the 17 years of his combat experience had taught him to commit on, because the 17-year-old in front of him had moved on his own word, and the move had taken Vasily's measurement distance and reduced it to 0. Daewoo closed the 3 meters in 2 steps. He came inside Vasily's guard before Vasily had raised it. He took Vasily's left wrist with his right hand and Vasily's prosthetic right wrist with his left hand. He held both. He stepped on Vasily's lead foot, not hard, just enough, and he butted Vasily under the chin with the crown of his own forehead in a Muay Thai elbow of the head that Daniel Reyes had spent 4 years drilling and which Vasily had spent 12 years teaching but had not, in 8 years on this circuit, been on the receiving end of. Vasily's head snapped back. Vasily was, in the next half-second, dazed. In the half-second, Daewoo did not release the wrists. He stepped left. He pulled Vasily off balance into the step. He turned. He took Vasily's back. He hooked his right arm under Vasily's chin in the rear naked he had used on the lead catering captain 90 seconds ago, and on Yang Min-suk in front of 3,000 people 3 weeks ago. The rear naked, applied correctly, was a cardiovascular choke. The cardiovascular choke worked on combat veterans the same way it worked on national champions. Vasily fought it for 4 seconds. He fought it the way a Spetsnaz instructor fought a choke, by attempting to peel the squeezing forearm with both his hands, the live hand and the prosthetic. The prosthetic, in Daewoo's training notes, had been the variable he had been most uncertain about. The prosthetic, in the event, was strong but not coordinated. The steel and composite hand could grip, but it could not, with the fine motor precision of a real hand, hook a thumb behind a forearm and pry. The prosthetic slipped along Daewoo's sleeve. The live hand fought. Daewoo, on the 5th second, locked the choke deeper and dropped his hips backward to take Vasily off his feet and into Daewoo's own seated guard. Vasily was out in 9 seconds. Daewoo held the choke for 3 more, because Master Cho had told him, on Wednesday evening, that the only thing worse than not finishing a Spetsnaz instructor was finishing him incompletely. He released. He set Vasily down on the ballroom floor. He checked Vasily's airway. He stood up. The remaining catering staff converts and the remaining additional guest converts, who had been watching the exchange from a respectful distance with their weapons at half ready, looked at one another in a moment of mutual professional reassessment. 2 of them dropped their weapons. The other 36 did not. The 36 came at him. The next 8 minutes, by the time the police would later, with the help of the 4-angle Changhua media footage, reconstruct in granular detail, would become the most studied piece of high school-age unarmed combat ever filmed in the country. The fighting on the footage was, by the small professional consensus of the Kendo masters, MMA coaches, military instructors, and police trainers who would, in the months following, study it together at academies across the country, clean. It was precise. It was, in particular, economical. The boy did not waste a step. He did not throw a strike that did not have purpose. He moved through the room in slow circles, taking opponents in 2s and 3s, using the architecture of the ballroom, the head table, the chandelier anchor stanchions, the wine carts, the heavy chairs, to control distance and to break up coordinated rushes. He took 2 stab wounds in the 8 minutes. Both were superficial. Both were taken on the outside of his left forearm, in defensive blocks that had been intentional, because the alternative had been to take them across the torso. He bled. He did not slow. By minute 14, the police were arriving in the lobby. By minute 14, the ballroom floor was, by the count of the police's later report, covered by 62 men in various states of unconsciousness or incapacitation, with 16 catering staff converts and 4 additional guest converts having surrendered with their weapons stacked at the front door, and with the Vladivostok specialist still face down where Daewoo had set him. By minute 14, Han Daewoo was standing at the center of the ballroom, breathing slowly, with a baton in his right hand and a torn left sleeve and 2 superficial cuts on his left forearm, alone, in the middle of a room of approximately 1,000 still-seated guests who had, on the small dignified instruction of the chairman of the CO group, who had not, in any visible sense, moved from his head table chair after seating his daughter under the table and then standing back up, remained calmly seated for the duration, on the operational logic that 1,000 seated civilians made a battlefield easier to read than 1,000 panicked civilians, and on the basis that the chairman had personally vouched, in the first minute of the fight, that the boy was capable of handling it. The 1,000 seated guests, by minute 14, had been watching with a quiet that had transitioned, somewhere around minute 6, from terrified to mesmerized. The Minister of Education was sitting at the head table with his half-drunk water glass still in his hand. He did not, in the 7 months that followed, run for re-election. The footage went up on the school's social channels at 1 in the morning, on Choi Ariam's personal instruction. By 8 the next morning, it had been viewed 26 million times. By the following Tuesday afternoon, the 4-angle Changhua media footage had been licensed for educational use by the National Police Training Academy, 3 military academies, and the country's largest mixed martial arts gym franchise. Han Daewoo's name was on the front page of every newspaper in the country for 9 days running. Chapter 26, The 3 at the End. The fight, however, did not actually end at minute 14. The fight ended at minute 17. It ended at minute 17 because, at minute 15, 3 additional figures walked into the ballroom from the front double doors that Master Cho and Yunhee had, in the previous minute, unbolted on Daewoo's signal so the police could enter without breaching. The 3 figures were not police. The 3 figures were 3 men who had not been on the original operational chart. They walked in past the entering police in the controlled, measured stride of men whose paperwork the police, on a first-glance ID check, had not been able to dispute. The first man was a Suwon brother. The Suwon brothers were two. The elder was 41 years old, an unmarked enforcer who had served as the muscle for three of the man in Incheon's largest operations of the past decade. The younger was 36, his brother's right hand, with the calm, cold eyes of a man who had been doing this work since he had been 15. Both were dressed in tailored black suits. Both carried, in long, thin sheets along the inside seams of their jackets, the curved, single-edged short swords of the Southern Mountain School in which they had been raised. Both bore, on their right hands, the small white scar that was the school's seal. The second man was the chief enforcer of the Bukka chapter of the Black Plum. The Black Plum was the second oldest Yakuza-lined crime family of the Central Districts, with a history that went back 90 years and an internal code of conduct that had not significantly changed since the 1960s. The chief enforcer of the Bukka chapter was a 57-year-old man named Park Kyung-ho who had not, in 20 years on the roll, lost a man-to-man fight against anyone under the age of 40. The third man was the man in Incheon himself. He had come personally. He had come because, on the operational red of Minute 8 that had been radioed to him from a man across the river, he had understood that his plan had failed and that the failure was, on the contract he had signed with Han Cheolsu, his personal liability. He had come because, at 53 years old, he had built his career on the principle that one did not delegate one's own failures. He walked into the ballroom. He looked at Daewoo at the center of it. He bowed slightly. "Master Han Daewoo, you would be the gentleman from Incheon." "I would. The Suwon brothers and the chief enforcer of the Bukka Black Plum are with me. We have not been engaged tonight. We are not, in any traceable sense, parties to the present matter. We have walked in past the police because we have business with you, and because the business is, let us say, private. The police will give us 7 minutes. I have a relationship that purchases the 7 minutes. After the 7 minutes, the police will enter formally, and the matter will be closed, in whichever way it has closed in the 7 minutes. Will you grant me the courtesy of the 7 minutes?" Daewoo looked at him. He looked at the Suwon brothers, who had drawn their swords. He looked at the chief enforcer Park Kyung-ho, who had not drawn a weapon and was, on the small professional red, the most dangerous of the three. He looked at the man from Incheon, who was unarmed. He nodded. 7 minutes. "Thank you, Master Han." The four of them came at him at once. Vasily, who had spent his career studying combat footage of 17 years' worth of high-end martial encounters, would have, had he been conscious, described the next 4 minutes as the cleanest piece of multi-opponent unarmed work he had ever seen. The Suwon brothers came at him from the diagonals, the elder from his left at a low committed thrust toward the abdomen, the younger from his right at a high committed cut toward the temple. The chief enforcer Park Kyung-ho came at him from the front in a slow measured walk, with the patient closing distance of an old enforcer who was waiting for the brothers to commit. The man from Incheon stood back. The man from Incheon had no weapon and no intention of fighting. The man from Incheon was, with the operational professionalism of a 53-year-old coordinator, simply present to ensure the closure. Daewoo took the elder Suwon brother first. He stepped into the elder's thrust on his front foot. He turned 90 degrees. The thrust passed his hip on the outside. He took the elder's wrist with his left hand. He took the elder's elbow with his right. He pulled. He pivoted. He brought the elder's own sword across the line of his own neck in the precise angle of the dragon cut Master Cho had taught him on the Wednesday of the second week. The elder Suwon brother died. Daewoo did not let his body fall. He kept hold of the wrist. He used the elder Suwon brother as a half-shield and as a half-weapon, the corpse's sword arm extended outward, and he met the younger Suwon brother's high-committed cut at the threshold of measurement. The younger Suwon brother's cut hit the elder Suwon brother's blade instead of Daewoo's neck. The younger Suwon brother had, for the count of a heartbeat, the small frozen expression of a man whose technique had just become the murder of his own brother. In the heartbeat, Daewoo released the elder's wrist, let the corpse fall, stepped inside the younger's recovery, took the younger's sword arm at the wrist and elbow as he had taken the elder's, and put the younger on the floor with the precise efficiency of a man who did not have time to be ceremonious. He did not, this time, kill. He broke the elbow. The younger Suwon brother screamed. Daewoo stepped over him. 3 men were on the floor. 1 was alive. The chief enforcer Park Kyung-ho, in the 4 seconds the Suwon exchange had taken, had not closed his distance further. He had stopped. He had watched. He had, with the calm, cold, professional appreciation of an enforcer who had been in the work for 40 years, registered that the dragon cut he had just witnessed was the dragon cut of the Cho family's Southern Mountain School, that the application of the dragon cut had been clean, that the 17-year-old in front of him was therefore a Cho Dojing student of recent but extraordinary application, and that his own original plan of opening with a hand-to-hand engagement was, on these data, a plan that needed revision. He drew his weapon. His weapon was not a sword. His weapon was a length of chain, 3 feet, the link's industrial grade, weighted at both ends with small lead-cord steel knobs. The chain and knob was a weapon the bucko Black Plum had used for 60 years. It was a weapon designed, specifically, for unarmored close-quarters work against weapon-bearing opponents. Park Kyung-ho had carried the chain for 20 years. He had used it, by his own private count, in 11 fights, and he had lost none of the 11. Daewoo had never, in 2 lives, fought a man with a weighted chain. He stepped back. He took the elder Suwon brother's sword from the floor. He held the sword in his right hand. He held the baton, which he had picked back up off the floor after the catering staff, in his left. He breathed out once. He stepped in. He stepped in because Master Cho had, in the 3rd week, taught him the principle that against a flexible weapon one closed the distance, because flexible weapons lost their amplification advantage at 0 range. He stepped in low. The chain came at him in a horizontal whip. He ducked it. He took the chain on the baton in his left hand and absorbed its energy at the baton's grip rather than at his head. The chain's knob wrapped the baton. He pulled. Park Kyung-ho, who had not been pulled in 20 years of using the chain, was pulled. Park Kyung-ho came forward off balance by a quarter step. Daewoo took the quarter step. He came inside Park Kyung-ho's now open guard at the level of the abdomen. He did not use the elder Suwon brother's sword in his right hand. He did not, with the small, honest restraint of a man who had not yet, in his second life, killed 2 men, want to kill a 3rd. He used, instead, the pommel of the sword's grip. He brought the pommel up under Park Kyung-ho's jaw with the dry, hard sound of a hammer striking a beam. Park Kyung-ho went down. He did not get back up. He was, the medical reports would later confirm, alive. He was concussed. He had a fractured mandible. He would, in 3 months, be back on duty and would, in private conversation with younger men at the Bucket chapter, refuse for the rest of his life to discuss the matter of the 17-year-old in the ballroom of the Phoenix Hotel. Daewoo turned. The man from Incheon was still standing where he had been standing. The man from Incheon had not moved. The man from Incheon held up both hands palm out. Master Han. 3 minutes left, gentleman from Incheon. I am unarmed. I see. I am here to coordinate. I am not here to fight. I see. What would you have of me? Daewoo set the sword down. He set the baton down. He walked across the ballroom to the man from Incheon. He stopped at the operational distance. The name of the man who paid you. You know the name? The name in your contract paperwork. I cannot. You can. You will. If you do not, I will hand you, alive, in this minute, to the chief enforcer who is on the floor behind me. He will, when he comes to in 3 hours, be displeased about the events of his evening. Your dead Suwon brother and your alive Suwon brother will, with the small private logic of Southern Mountain Southern School men, hold you, not me, responsible for their evening as well, because you were the coordinator who put them in the room. You are, in honest professional fact, the only person in this room whose career does not survive the next 24 hours. I am giving you a choice. The name, the paperwork, the bank routing, the wire receipts. All of it. To my company's email by 10 in the morning. If you give it to me, I will permit the police to take you in 5 minutes with a clean file. You will serve the sentence the testimony will get you. You will come out in 11 years, and you will be alive. If you do not give it to me, I will make a phone call in the next 30 seconds, and the call will be to a Russian gentleman who will know, by tomorrow, what to do. Your choice. The man from Incheon, who had not, in honest fact, expected to be having a negotiation tonight, looked at the 17-year-old in front of him. He nodded. By 10 in the morning, Master Han. By 10 in the morning. Wire receipts. Bank routing. The original contract paperwork. The donor's signature in his own hand. All of it. All of it. Thank you. Master Han. Yes. I have been in this business 33 years. And you are a very rare young man. I'm a tired one. Sit down. The police are at the door. The man from Incheon sat down on the carpet, cross-legged, with his hands on his knees, and waited. The police entered. The police entered with the careful, slow, professional gait of officers who had been briefed in the lobby by Adelaide Vance, who had walked them through, in 3 minutes of precise English, what they were about to see. The captain of the precinct, a woman in her late 40s, in the uniform of a senior captain, who had been on the receiving end of Adelaide's text 2.5 hours ago, walked to the center of the ballroom. She stopped at the corpse of the elder Suwon brother. She looked down at it. She looked up at Han Daewoo. She nodded once. Master Han. Captain, will you describe to me, briefly, what occurred? I will, Captain. Sit down. Take a glass of water. I will, in 3 sentences, give you the operational summary. The full report will be in your office by noon tomorrow, with my legal counsel present, in the standard format. The footage from 4 broadcast cameras is on the school's media office hard drives and will be released to you by midnight. The financial paperwork will be in my company's email by 10 in the morning and forwarded to your office. The contracting party is named Han Cheolsu. The amount was 6 billion won. The contractor in this room is the gentleman seated on the carpet. He will not resist arrest. He has, in fact, expressed cooperation. The captain looked at him for a moment. The captain, who had been a cop for 26 years, who had handled 4 mass shooting events, 2 organized crime sweeps, and a single nuclear research facility bomb threat in her career, drew a slow breath through her nose and let it out through her mouth. I have been a cop a long time, Master Han. Yes, Captain. I have not, before tonight, had a 17-year-old give me an operational summary in 3 sentences. I apologize, Captain. I am trying to make your evening shorter. I appreciate it. Sit down, please. We will take it from here. Do you require a medic? I require a medic for the cuts on my forearm, yes. The rest of me is fine. There are 63 men on the floor of this ballroom, and most of them require medics. I would like to suggest that you triage the ones in the doorways first. 2 of them have skull fractures that I judged necessary at the time, and that I regret slightly in retrospect. Both are alive. Both will live, with prompt attention. The man in the white jacket at the head table base has a punctured lung from his own knife. He went to his knees in the 3rd minute, and I did not have time to assist him. I would prioritize him. You are giving me triage recommendations on the men you put on the floor. I am, Captain. I'm sorry. It's reflexive. My uncle was an EMT in his 2nd career. She looked at him for a long moment. She laughed. It was a short, surprised laugh. She did not, in 26 years on the force, often laugh in active scenes. Sit down, Master Han. Yes, Captain. He sat down on a chair at the edge of the dance floor. A medic, already entering, knelt beside him. The medic began cleaning the cuts. The captain turned. The captain began directing the triage. The ballroom slowly, returned to a state recognizable as a hotel ballroom. In the kitchen, Yuna and Hyojin and Jisoo and Akira came back through the service door, escorted by a young officer. Yuna walked across the ballroom directly to Daewoo. She did not look at the medic. She did not look at the chair. She sat down on the carpet at his feet. She put her forehead against his knee. She did not speak. He set his free hand on the back of her head. He sat that way, while the medic worked, for several minutes. Soyeon brought Jaewoo back through the kitchen door at the same moment. Jaewoo, still in her sneakers and her snuck-out dress, ran. She did not stop until she was tucked under his other arm. He held her. Jae-sung, behind, was crying. The other women came back in groups, escorted, calm. Each of them found a place. Ariam stood at his shoulder with the clipboard she had been carrying all night. She had not put it down, not once, and started, with the small precise efficiency of a council president who had been managing logistics for 2 years, taking statements from the witnesses around them in a low voice and a steady pen. Adelaide Vance walked over from the lobby. She looked at the wounds on his arm. She looked at the medic. She said, in English, "I told you so." "You did, Adelaide." "Raise." "What?" "I would like a raise." "You are 17. I am 18 on Friday. I will be raised on Friday. You will be raised on Friday." "Thank you, Mr. Han." She walked away. Lu Wei walked over a moment later. She bowed, very slightly. She did not say anything. She turned and walked to the man from Incheon, who was still seated cross-legged on the carpet, and she stood looking down at him with the slightly tilted look of a young woman who was, with the small, careful patience of her family, making a long-term mental note. Akira walked over. She set a small bottle of water on the chair beside Daewoo. She did not speak. She bowed slightly. She walked to her place at her table, sat down, opened her phone, and began composing the message to her father that would, by morning, have her father place 3 additional calls to 3 additional chairmen and would, by the end of the week, have shifted 6 billion won of Yamamoto Gumi private capital into a long-term holding position in Northstar Capital that would be the largest single private placement in the firm's 2-month history. Min Yeren walked over. She stood in front of Daewoo for a long moment with her arms crossed and a fierce hot expression on her face that the previous 8 weeks had taught him to read. She said, "You absolute idiot. Hi, Yeren. You said it would be fine. You said it would be fine. You are bleeding. You are bleeding on a carpet. You did not. You did not even put on the better tuxedo I sent to your office. Why am I? She stopped. She put her hand over her face. She turned around. She walked 3 steps away. She walked 3 steps back. She crouched down. She took his free hand. She held it. She did not speak for a while. The chairman of the CO group, who had been sitting at the head table the entire time with his half-broken pitcher in front of him, finally stood up. He walked over. He stopped beside the medic. He looked at Daewoo. He nodded once. "Master Han. Chairman, you have, I think, won the evening." "I think I have. Han Cheolsu will be arrested by morning. The footage and the paperwork will not, in honest fact, leave him any room. He will be tried. He will be convicted. The Han Group's board will, by Tuesday, replace him with an acting chairman pending the verdict. The acting chairman will not be Jae-sung. Jae-sung is too young. It will be the existing chief operating officer, who I have known for 20 years, and who will, in time, be a much better chairman than Han Cheolsu has been. Jae-sung will inherit eventually, when he is ready. He will not be ready for 5 years at least. In the meantime, he will be free of the worst of his father's instruction. He will, in honest fact, be better for it. I am glad to hear it, Chairman. Master Han. About Yuna. Yes, sir. I am not going to ask you about her tonight. Tonight is not for asking. You will sleep. You will eat. You will heal. We will, when you are well, have a conversation about her. You and I and her, the 3 of us at this table. You may decide, then, what you would like her to be to you. I will not push. I only wanted you to know that I have understood the question. We will have the conversation when you are ready. Thank you, Chairman. He nodded. He walked back to his table. Master Cho came over a moment later. He looked at Daewoo for a long moment. The dragon cut, he said. The dragon cut. You used it. I did not think you would have to use it. I would not have taught it to you in 3 weeks if I had known. I am sorry, master. Do not be sorry. The cut is the cut. It is what it is for. Do not, Daewoo. Do not regret it. The man you used it on came at you with a sword. You answered with a sword. The school does not forgive the use of the cut against an unarmed man. The school permits it against an armed man. You will not, on the school's accounting, owe a penance for this. You will, on your own, perhaps owe yourself a quiet evening at the dojang next week. I will be there, master. Good. He turned to go. He paused. My daughter, however. Yes, master. My daughter, in the next 48 hours, will tell you something she has not told you before. I am, with the small embarrassment of a father, telling you in advance that she will, and that I do not object. I have raised her to make her own choices about whom she chooses to attend to. I am only saying this because she will need a small reassurance that I am not displeased. Please, when she tells you, do me the courtesy of telling her that I am not displeased. I will tell her, master. Thank you, Daewoo. He walked away. Yunhee, who had been at the front doors with the practice sword for the entire 14 minutes, walked over. She stood for a moment looking at him. She set the practice sword down on the chair beside him. She did not say what her father had predicted she would say. She did not, in fact, say anything. She bowed very deeply and held the bow for the count of 5, which was, in the school's vocabulary, the bow a senior gave to a senior at the closing of a match. She straightened. She walked back to the front of the room. She would, on the following Tuesday afternoon at the dojang, after their sparring session, sit on the floor with him with a towel over her shoulders and would tell him quietly that she had decided, in the 8th minute of the 14-minute fight, that she was going to make him her husband. He would, on the Tuesday, not have an answer for her. She would, on the Tuesday, smile and say, I will wait. That was Tuesday. Saturday was Saturday. Saturday was the medic finishing the dressing on his forearm. Saturday was Yuna with her forehead against his knee. Saturday was Jaewoo under his other arm. Saturday was Soyeon at his shoulder. Saturday was the slow, careful return of a room to itself. He sat in the chair, on the edge of the dance floor of the Phoenix Hotel Grand Ballroom, surrounded by the women and the friends and the family. Both the family he had been given and the family he had built. And he was, in honest fact, tired. He closed his eyes. I'm going to need a long nap, he said. I will drive you home, Mr. Huang said, behind the chairman, who had returned to his own table. Thank you, Mr. Huang. And you will not come to work for 3 days, Adelaide said. Understood. And you will come to my father's house on Sunday for dinner, Akira said. Understood. And to mine on Friday, Wei said. Understood. And to mine on Monday, Ariam said. My grandfather wants to meet you. Understood. You will be very tired by Wednesday, Yeren said grimly. I will be very tired by Wednesday. He laughed. It was a quiet laugh. He laughed for several seconds. The room, what was left of it, went very quiet around him. He laughed for the small private pleasure of a 30-year-old man who had spent his first life dying in a parking lot reaching for mangoes, and who had been given a second life in a body that had been hiding in a hoodie for 17 years, and who had, in the course of 7 weeks, built a life that involved 11 young women, 2 brothers, 1 biological by circumstance, 1 technically by classification, an actual sister, a noodle shop, a small advisory company that was about to receive its first major institutional placement, a kendo dojang, a mixed gym in Wangsimni, a financial chairman as a personal patron, the friendship of a senior captain of the city police, and a battlefield in the grand ballroom of the Phoenix Hotel that was, on the small honest accounting of his life, the most full evening he had ever had. He laughed. He stopped laughing. He looked at the room. He said, very quietly, right. Let's go home. Chapter 27. The morning after. Han Cheolsu was arrested at 6 in the morning at the Han residence by a 4-officer team from the Seoul Central Precinct. He did not resist. He was, on the morning of his arrest, in his charcoal three-piece, having not slept. Madame Han, on his arrest, sat in the entry hall on the bottom step of the white marble staircase and did not move for an hour. Ms. Park, the housekeeper, brought her a cup of barley tea. She did not drink it. She did not speak to anyone for the rest of the day. Jae-sung, who had not slept either, walked out of his room at 6:30 in the same tuxedo he had worn to the gala. He did not, in his fitful 3 hours of sleep, take it off. He found his mother on the staircase. He sat down beside her. He did not say anything. He sat with her for an hour. At 7:30 he stood up. He walked out of the house. He walked the 3 kilometers to the Mapo studio apartment over the noodle shop. He knocked on the door at 8:22. Daewoo answered the door in a white t-shirt and gym shorts, with a bandage on his left forearm and the dark circles of someone who had slept 4 hours. He looked at Jae-sung. He stepped back. He opened the door fully. "Come in, brother." Jae-sung came in. He sat down on the futon. He did not speak for several minutes. Daewoo put the kettle on. He made 2 cups of barley tea. He brought one over. He sat down beside him on the futon. They sat for several minutes. Jae-sung said, finally, I don't know what to do. I know. I am the heir. I am the heir of a man who is going to be in prison for the rest of his life. I am supposed to inherit. I do not want to. You don't have to right now. The COO will run the company for at least 5 years. You have 5 years to learn what you want to be. You don't have to decide in May. You knew about him. You knew on Saturday night. You knew before that. You knew. You knew the whole time. I knew most of the time, yes. Why didn't you tell me? Because telling you would have put you in the middle. You were not in the middle. He was. Now he is handled. You are out the other side. You can be your own person now. You could not have been your own person if I had told you. I would have made you complicit in the way I responded. You did not deserve that. I'm sorry I kept it from you. I made the call. I would make it again. Jae-sung looked at him. Jae-sung looked at him for a long moment. He nodded slowly. Hyung. Yes. I would like to live with you. For a while. Not as your responsibility. As your brother. The house is going to be, mother needs the house. Suwon needs the house. Jaewoo needs to keep going to school, and the school is closer to the house than it is to here. I don't need the house. The house is, would you have me for a while? I will sleep on the floor. I will cook. I will work. I have my own allowance. I will pay you rent. Daewoo looked at him. He smiled. It was a tired smile. Brother. Yes. Of course. Yes. Use the futon. I will get a second one. You can have my room when I can afford a second apartment, which on current trajectory will be in about 3 months. You will not pay me rent. You will help me carry groceries up 4 flights of stairs every Sunday. That will be your rent. Thank you, Hyung. Don't thank me. Come on. We're going to walk down to Mr. Bay's for breakfast. He's expecting me. He will be very glad to see you. Bring the tea. They walked down the 4 flights of stairs together. Mr. Bay had brisket waiting. Epilogue. A quiet afternoon, several months later. By autumn, the studio apartment had become a 2-bedroom on the 2nd floor of the same building. Mr. Bay had given Daewoo the lease on the 2nd floor unit on a handshake at half the market rate, on the grounds that the boy had brought him a great deal of business, and that the boy had also, in honest fact, become his only family. The 2nd bedroom was Jae-sung's. The 1st bedroom was Daewoo's. The shared kitchen was actually used. Jae-sung had turned out, with the small surprise of his older brother, to be an excellent cook. He had picked it up from the kind elderly couple in the mountain temple. He made the dinner most nights. Daewoo washed the dishes. North Star Capital had moved into a larger office in Gangnam. The staff had grown to 11. Adelaide as chief of staff. Wei as head of cross-strait investments, a part-time role she ran around her senior year. 3 full-time analysts, 2 part-time interns, an office manager, an accountant, a paralegal who had been seconded from the chairman's lawyer's office on a long-term arrangement, and a slightly nervous secretary who Daewoo had hired on the recommendation of Ms. Park, his former housekeeper, because Ms. Park's daughter had needed a job. The firm had raised, by autumn, a first institutional round at a valuation that the financial press had referred to as implausible and that the investors had referred to as cheap. Han Cheolsu had been convicted on 3 counts. He had been sentenced to 23 years. He had not appealed. Madame Han had divorced him quietly 6 weeks after the verdict. She had moved out of the white marble residence. She had taken Suwa and Daewoo with her. They had insisted. She had not protested, and had moved to a smaller, more honest house in Pyeongchang-dong. She did not, in the months that followed, speak to Daewoo. She did, on 3 occasions, allow Suwa to invite him over for tea. And on each occasion she had sat in the next room with the door open and had said nothing, and had, on the 3rd occasion, allowed a small private nod through the doorway as he had stood up to leave. It was, by her standards, an enormous concession. He had returned the nod. Daewoo was 12 and a half and had decided, on her own, to study finance at university in 5.5 years and to work for her brother's firm afterward. Daewoo had not encouraged her. He had not discouraged her. He had said only, "If you still want to in 5 years, you have a desk waiting for you." Suwa was at Changhua in her senior year. She and Daewoo sat at lunch together in the library on Mondays. Park Ji-soo joined them. The 3 of them talked about books. It was the most civil and pleasant-standing weekly arrangement of Daewoo's week. Lee Hyejin had returned to her group in the autumn. She had not, in honest fact, gone back to her group full-time. She had renegotiated her contract on the back of, among other things, her improved math grades, and now performed only at major shows, and spent the rest of her time at school and at the North Star office, where she was paid as a junior in turn to learn how to read the business side of her own label's contracts. Her label had not, in honest fact, been thrilled about this arrangement. Her label had, however, recognized that she had become, in the 7 months since the Phoenix Hotel ballroom, the most recognizable face in the country, by virtue of her being in the front row in every viral clip of the fight, and that her bargaining position was therefore something they were going to have to learn to live with. Yamamoto Akira had stayed at Changhua for the full year. Her father had visited at the start of the autumn term to meet Daewoo personally. The 2 of them had spent 2 hours together in the back booth at Mr. Bay's. The conversation had ranged. The Yamamoto Gumi had subsequently increased their private placement in North Star. Akira had become, on her own initiative, the head of North Star's Osaka office, which she ran on weekends and which was, by year-end, the firm's most profitable single unit. Lu Wei had returned to Hong Kong at the end of the school year. North Star Capital had opened its 2nd international office in Central. Wei ran it. She came back to Seoul 4 times a year. Daewoo went to Hong Kong 6 times a year. They were, in the unstated way of 2 young people whose careers were intertwined, beginning to spend more time together than the office strictly required, and the time was a question neither of them had yet named. Cho Yun-hee was at university studying classical literature. She still trained at her father's dojang every evening. Daewoo trained there twice a week. They had not, in honest fact, discussed her statement from the Tuesday after the gala. She had been patient. He had been honest. They were, on a small unspoken consensus, sliding gently toward an answer that neither of them was going to push to a date, but which was, 6 months in, increasingly clear. Kim Soyeon had won her national championship in the senior division. She had qualified for the international circuit. She had asked Daewoo, on the morning of her championship final, to be in her corner. He had been. He still cornered her when his schedule permitted. She still cornered him on the rare occasions he sparred at her uncle's gym in Songbuk-dong. They were each other's best friend in the most uncomplicated sense of the phrase, and the complicated sense, which they were both aware of, they had agreed, by a small private mutual understanding, to leave alone until the next Olympics, because she had work to do. Adelaide Vance had been raised on her 18th birthday in May, and again in August, and again in November. She owned, by the end of the autumn, 8% of North Star Capital. She had, in November, accepted Daewoo's invitation to dinner. They had eaten at Mr. Bay's. She had eaten a great deal of brisket. She had said, at the end of the evening, in English, "Let us see what happens. I will not be patient forever. I will be patient for at least 18 months. Use them." He had said, understood. She had nodded. She had gone home. They had not, in honest fact, since become anything either of them could yet name. They had, however, become substantially more openly fond of one another in a way the office had begun to notice and to take in stride. Min Yeren had spent the first 3 weeks after the gala being principally angry about it, and the next 3 weeks being principally angry about being angry, and the 6 weeks after that adjusting to the small private reality that she had, against her own resolutions, fallen for him. She had, in honest fact, told him this in October at the noodle shop, over a bowl of bibimning mayan, with her arms crossed and her gaze on the bowl. She had said, "I do not want to be 11th. I want to be 10th. I will accept 9th. I will not accept 11th. If I am 11th, I will leave." He had said, "Yeren, there is no order. You are 10th and 9th and 1st and 7th, and so is each of the others, and so are several others. I am not capable of ordering you. I am being honest with you. If that is unacceptable, I am sorry." She had glared at the bowl for 2 full minutes. Then she had said, "Fine." They had had a tense but real lunch, and the lunch had been, over the next 2 months, the start of a sometimes uneasy, mostly warm friendship that was, by year-end, a settled and recurring thing on the calendar. Choi Ariam had graduated in June at the top of her class. She had matriculated at the National University's law school in the autumn. She had asked Daewoo, in August, if she could intern at North Star's legal team during her law school breaks. He had said yes. She had become, in November, the firm's de facto general counsel, on retainer, at a rate the chairman of the CO group had told her, privately, was at least twice what she could justify on her CV, and which Daewoo had told her, privately, was what she was already worth. She and Daewoo had begun to meet for coffee on Sundays at 7 in the morning to discuss the firm's legal posture. The Sunday coffees had become, somewhere around the 5th one, slightly more than coffee. Neither of them had said so. They had not needed to. Park Ji-soo had remained the steady, quiet presence on Wednesdays in the library. She had begun, in October, to write. She had, by November, finished her first short story, an 8-page piece about a girl who had spent her life reading books in a library and who had one Wednesday been spoken to by a boy at the next desk. The girl in the story had given the boy a sandwich and the boy had taken it. The story had ended there. She had given Daewoo the only printed copy. He had read it twice. He had given it back to her. He had said, "Ji-soo, keep writing. You're going to be the kind of writer the country talks about." She had blushed for 45 minutes and had not, in honest fact, looked at him for the rest of the Wednesday. The Wednesdays continued. The story had become, on the Wednesday after, a serial. He read each new chapter. He gave her notes. She accepted some. She ignored the rest. They had developed, in honest fact, the easiest working friendship of his week. Co Yuna had been Daewoo's most uncomplicated correspondent for the 7 months. She had not, in honest fact, asked him for a label. She had not, in honest fact, asked him for anything that required defining. She had walked into his life 7 months ago in the back of a town car wearing his blazer, and she had, in the months since, simply been a person who was reliably available, at dinner, at his office, at the noodle shop, at Sunday breakfast at her father's house, at the chairman's quarterly board events, at the small, unannounced moments. She had been the person he called first when he had a hard week. She had been the person he called second when he had a good one. She had not, in 7 months, asked him to be anything to her that he was not already. He had, in November, on the eve of her 17th birthday, finally taken her face in his hands at the front gate of the CO residence and had kissed her, gently, slowly, in the small, careful way of a man who had been postponing the action for 7 months. And she had, with the small, quiet relief of a girl who had been waiting patiently, kissed him back. He had not, in the 8 months that followed, kissed any of the others. He had not, equally, ended his arrangements with any of them. He had, instead, continued the slow, honest pattern he had set in his own head at midnight on a Wednesday in a studio apartment in Mapo. He had been honest. He had not promised. He had not lied. He had become, by the small, awkward, and entirely unrepeatable circumstances of his second life, the center of a small constellation of 11 young women who had each, in her own time and in her own way, accepted that the situation was what it was, and that he was not capable of being any other kind of man. It was, he reflected on a Sunday afternoon in late November, walking back from a long lunch at the chairman's house with Yuna's hand in his, while the cherry trees that had been forced to bloom early in the Han residence's driveway turned in the long autumn wind across the river, the strangest life he could have imagined for himself. It was also, he reflected, the best one he had ever had. The dragon on his back was, by November, slightly itchy in the cold. He had had it touched up the week before by a tattoo artist in Itaewon who had taken 3 hours and had refused payment because she had recognized him and had said it was the honor of her career to work on him. He had insisted. She had accepted half. The dragon was a good dragon. It had not, in honest fact, done anything in the story of the past 8 months. He had not, in fact, even shown it to most of the 11. He had shown it to Soyeon, in the gym, by accident. He had shown it to Yuna, on the night after the gala, in his hospital room, when she had helped him out of the back of his shirt to change his dressing. He had shown it to Yoonhee, at the dojang, when the practice uniforms had required the bare back for the dressing exam. The dragon had, for a thing that did not, in honest fact, do anything, been a piece of him for 2 years now, and he was, with the small private fondness of a man who had transmigrated from one body to another and had inherited it as a free gift, glad of it. He walked home. He went to dinner at Mr. Bay's with Yuna and with Jae-sung. Mr. Bay brought brisket. Mr. Bay brought, in particular, a small new dessert he had been experimenting with, a chestnut and honey pudding the size of a teacup, with a small candied cherry on top, and he had set down 3 small spoons. Daewoo ate the pudding. He thanked Mr. Bay. He looked at his brother across the table. He looked at Yuna beside him. He thought, distantly, in the back of his mind, with the small detached clarity of a person who had been given a second life and had built a third one out of it, I do not, in honest fact, want to be anyone else. He thought, I am the person I am now. He thought, Daniel Reyes died in a parking lot in San Diego reaching for mangoes, and that man is gone. The man at this table is somebody else. The man at this table is Han Daewoo. The man at this table is 25 years old in the inside and 17 years old on the outside, and the man at this table has eaten a great deal of brisket in the past 7 months, and the man at this table is. He thought, happy. He thought it for a while. He raised his teacup. Yuna raised hers. Jae-sung raised his. They clinked, very lightly. To the dragon, Yuna said quietly. To the dragon, Jae-sung said. To the dragon, Daewoo said. They drank. The noodle shop was warm. The autumn wind blew through the door each time someone came in or went out. Mr. Bay, behind the counter, smiled into his towel. It was, by any small honest measure of a life, a good evening. It was, by any larger one, a beginning. End of Book 1.